time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make it. Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Check, check.
Sometimes I feel like a rat in a cage, running round in circles every day. If this keeps up, something's bound to break. It's probably gonna be me, better get away. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm gonna get my kicks if it kills me.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Mech Arena, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments that I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
The big stage, indeed. You are right, Matthew Trivett, because it's time for the playoffs here for ESL Pro League season of 14. And with me, of course, are 4 teams vying for a spot to go forward today. That's going to have to be Mouse versus Nip, and then Complexity versus Vitality in a day full of matches. Just 2, though, so don't get too excited like these 2 gentlemen here on the desk. I've got Maniac, I've got Yanko, and we're ready to start talking about what is Pro League. How did it happen this way, Yanko?
Yeah, it was a long road race. We had 4 groups out of 6 teams. As you guys can see, the winners of those respective groups, Navi, Heroic, OG, Gambit, they're straight into the quarters. But the 2nd and 3rd place teams of the groups are meeting each other in the round of 12, and that's what we have kicking off today.
Maniac, first time joining us.
Yo. Oh,
Yeah.
am I there?
Yes, you are.
I am here. I had it out for a second. It's good to be with you.
Just thought about
guys.
miming on us?
I was going to go.
Most people are memeing this stage. You should try the memeing part. Yo, Maniac, what'd you take of the Pro League regular season?
It's good to be here, guys. Good to finally see you live, not only behind the screen. I think there've been a fair amount of surprises, but, you know, your professionalism is really what surprised me.
Oh, that's what you called it. Yanko, do you agree with that?
I think it was the lack
Oh, lack
thereof, yeah.
Yikes. No, but it's been a long season, Maniac, and quite frankly, there were quite a few teams that came through this one and didn't really show the face that we thought they would. A couple of those shall not be
You have
named.
an idea? You have someone?
I don't know. Maybe
right
Yanko
there?
could help us with this one.
Maybe.
Please don't make me talk about G2.
Okay.
It's
We'll talk
just,
about you.
it's just a disappointment on every front, but, you know, they didn't make it here. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about teams that actually are here.
Okay. So not the Bad News Bears, not Astralis, not Team Spirit, at least out of Group of A. That's definitely not what we're going to be talking about. Group B, though, a little bit different of a story. I started to look at OG and I think, okay, they ended up 5-0 to the inverse of G2 down there. We won't talk about them, Yanko. Don't worry about it. Maniac, I'm looking at OG, I'm looking at Fours, I'm looking at Cole. A lot of news coming out of the Cole camp.
Yes, we've heard a little bit about today, right? That report about Coldzera joining Complexity right now with that obviously config on the medical leave situation. We're trying to play the puzzle. We're trying to solve the crime. What's going to happen in the long term, right? Coldzera here for config, but then what after that? JKS, who goes?
I don't know, man. Coldzera, JKS, and Blame on the same team. Like, you have to figure out some stuff there. I mean, Blame has been playing differently, right? Like, he's been playing more aggressive, but still, you know, it can be rough. But we'll see, you know. That's not going to happen at this tournament. At the very least, NATO Sefik is playing for complexity here. That's going to happen for Blast, and we'll have to see just how they figure it all out.
So they're not even the only team that had to play with a stand-in, right? So we could talk about Gary a little bit, but I don't think that one really needs to be beat too far down in. Of course, for Furia, they did find an exit. Gary finding the hype train. That's exactly what he found, and we're going to find our way over to the sidelines right about now. I think Frankie's with us. Frankie, are you there?
I am here. I thought we were going to get to see some of Gary's knife kills. I'm kind of disappointed right now. Can you not see me?
Oh, there we go. Oh, I can't now.
There I am. Oh, hello.
So, Frankie, you took a little bit of a leave of absence. You got married. First of all, congratulations from all of us here on the desk. Did you catch any of the Pro League in the meantime?
I tried to. The thing is, my new husband took me away to a field with loads of cows, loads of sheep, and no flipping Wi-Fi. So even if I did try to sneak away to the loo and watch some Pro League, it was actually technically impossible. So yeah, the divorce is imminent. What can I say? But I am
Shout out, dude,
proud.
one time.
Can I just say, one of the things I am really proud of in terms of the Pro League group stage is the boys from Britain, because obviously Fnatic were one of the big shockers in their group, making it through despite all the odds. Alex and Mezzi representing, but also, can I say, Hades from ENTS has been living in the UK for 14 years, so I'm claiming him. It's official. Hades, You're British. You're British.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the Brits? You think not just as people? I mean, I'm sure they're
is that a geopolitical
Thank God.
right now?
But obviously, Fnatic, you know, they had a pretty shocking turn of roster right there, didn't they?
Yeah, but a turn for the better. I mean, they were the lowest ranked team coming into this season of Pro League. And we've had teams like, you know, Sinners and Tropic, Team 1 that a lot of people probably haven't even heard of. So for Fnatic, it was a great turnaround, a quick turnaround as well, with that mix of players to book themselves a playoff spot here.
So, Frankie, we start to look at this whole picture right here, right? We kind of develop the playoff picture. It's right in front of us. You know, what is your thoughts as we go a little bit further into the day and into the playoffs themselves?
Okay, I'm gonna call the final. The final is gonna be Navi versus OG.
Wow.
OG.
Is that a prediction, or is that the way it's going to be?
Yeah, that's my prediction for the grand finals. I think it's going to be Navi versus OG, as much as I love Gambit. The bracket is set up beautifully for this sort of Western Europe CIS showdown. I'm here for it. It's only going to be 3 maps, but OG might make it to the finals and get second place again. So that's what I'm calling right now. But I really want to know how your predictions went for the group stage, Trey. So I'm sure there were some shockers in there.
Yeah, there probably is. You know, if I had to be honest, there probably is. And that's a great stopping point for us. Frankie, we're going to be catching up with you a little bit later on. Thank you so much for joining us in the pre-show. Now, what that means ultimately is we do kind of have to accept our fate here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this old little box off the floor. It's been
I'm not going to say what's in the box again.
No? All right.
Did you make a suggestion last time?
Too many 7 references.
I'm telling you, some of these aren't going to be pretty, okay? Now, we don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but we'll make it quick. All right. Boom.
It's my favorite moment of the
first one.
Drum roll.
Of the draft for the 2021 playoffs. Kaplan, he's got Navi, Heroic, G2, Gambit. Okay.
All right.
Ish.
Fair enough. I mean,
well, picked 14. Okay, there's 14.
Yeah,
right?
This is the beginning, the initial ones.
That's why I didn't pick G2.
Harry with Heroic, G2, Navi, Gambit. So 2 people doing the same thing almost, it seems.
Never put your faith in G2. Surely you've learned by now.
Okay, so here's where stuff gets a little interesting, right? I'm going to just out myself. I did pick Astralis to go through. To hell with me for thinking that Cologne
and G2.
That G2 thing, no one could have saw that one coming. That's kind of outrageous, but this one hurts. So we'll let that one go. As things continue to develop, Hugo, Heroic, G2, Navi, Nip. Okay,
everyone
so the
picked
Nip.
G2, man. Are people even watching these games? Like, you're casters. Surely you're watching the games.
Who'd you have in that group then? Did you have G2?
That's
the one. OG.
I had OG.
OG. See, expert over there.
Yeah, it's online.
These guys got Astralis.
Save that one for last because I think that's one of the better ones. Moses, Astralis, Complexity, Navi, Gambit. Okay, so another Astralis believer. Because Jason knows how it is.
Oh, Complexity was a decent pick there.
Yanko, I don't even...
He took that away, or?
No card there. But you might have escaped certain death. Because the next
I got them all right.
Yeah, that's probably right. But it's not.
Usually what happens then when
so it doesn't matter.
paper's not there.
There's a guy who tends to be a Chad. His name is Chad. And he's gone with Virtus Pro, Navi, Nip, and Team Spirit. Now, the Team Spirit one does throw me for a curve here, and I have to actually ask him why. Chad and Alex, are you with us?
I thought out of the gate, Yanko said he didn't want to talk about losers, so we shouldn't be talking about me or Spirit, right? But we can. I was caught up in the hype train. Yes. I saw how many Pugs, Magics, and Dexter and the mob were playing, and I thought they're going to hit the ground running, they're going to come out the break, they're going to beat Astralis, you know, they're going to actually show some form. I was quickly reminded that was not the case. I think it took the first series, and I jumped off the Spirit hype train.
Well, I got onto a new hype train recently, actually, and I'm right there with Frankie.
Okay.
You know, actually had kind of OG on Gambit's side of the bracket up against Navi in the final.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely, I don't know whether it was just the way they played. You know, Yanko called it as well. It's online. It's their best realm. I think OG could do a deep run here at Pro League. I think they're my dark horse.
They're set up to do so. I think the Astralis one here was always going to be a mystery, right? Them not getting through. We've already been over this a couple times. The first time since Season 5 or Season 6 that they hadn't made the playoffs of a Pro League. So that was back in 2017 or something along those lines. So,
and contrasting that as well, just because bringing back the British boys of Fnatic, this is the third time's the charm for Alex. You know, he's tried to get to the playoffs of Pro League 3 times, and on the third, he's actually managed to put it across the line with the Fnatic boys with only a month of practice. So that's hype as well.
So is Alex the savior of UKCS?
Boys, you there?
Yeah. We're always there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's French. So I think Smooya is the real savior of UKCS, but we won't see it for like another 3 years.
3 years.
It's a long story that's going to have to unfold here, guys.
Alex, talk about Alex being French. I think Alex is a bit of British passport nationality as well. Yeah. I think so.
I mean, he's called Alex McMeekin.
Yeah, that's pretty out there.
He's the in-game leader.
Yes, but he speaks French. He has French parents, but he's also lived in the UK and has an English passport.
Yeah, I don't know. I
he's
think
got an English accent.
He's a French Brit.
Oh,
French
just because of the vitality thing.
Yeah,
they got him first.
Well, it's like Mantu said he's Polish now as well. So most of the players aren't even British.
All right, fine.
Well, look, I'll get you guys out of here. I imagine you need to save your windpipes. Plus, I know that Yanko has a ton of more things to tell us. So.
Something like that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
There are these mythical creatures that speak more than just English.
I heard that, Alex. Thank you.
Creatures it is I'm talking about.
Yeah, like even if your English is your first language, you can speak another language.
It's crazy.
Insane.
It's crazy.
That's pretty cool.
I'm American, and I can speak English. And that's just about
that's the
as far as it goes.
You're starting there.
Like, I picked up on a few things here and there, but nothing to brag about. Not like the individuals throughout the group that performed as well as they did. Obviously, you can start to look around through A, B, C, and D, and maybe we can even divide it up here with us on the desk. Okay. Just to think about this out loud of the players that top each group. Yanko, you want to start with Group A?
Yeah, it was ZywOo. I mean, doing ZywOo things, and I think it was a very important performance, I think, for this group, because it wasn't as easy as it may look. We see the likes of Astralis not making it out. Ants was playing really well, so they really benefited from him.
Exactly. Now,
but he's not my pick, dude.
He's not your pick. Now, who's your pick?
He's not your pick.
My pick is not ZywOo. My pick is the player from Group B. My pick is Mantu. Because ZywOo's going to play well. He's going to do ZywOo things. Simple's going to do simple things, right? They're not really just dependent on them, right? Like, but Mantu, if he doesn't play well, like, OG's not going to beat anyone.
So go ahead and put your little face down there.
You got to put your face somewhere. Oh, whoa.
There's a couple of Yankos, a couple of sleepers. Okay.
You know, I'm a little bit annoyed right now because we were thinking about this segment, and I was thinking to myself, I'm going to be so smug picking Mantu, and no one's going to see that one coming. No, and obviously, Yanko just stole my thunder right there, made me look like a naps. I wanted to go for Mantu as well because I believe that he is a revelation when it comes to Counter-Strike, when it comes to international Counter-Strike at the high level. We didn't expect necessarily him to be in that list with that types of ratings. So I was going to go for Mantu. Can you also, do you have a space for my face and that?
Yeah, I put it right next to me. You look like that guy. You look like that guy from the park yesterday. Today.
What do you mean, the park outside the hotel? Oh, Lord, okay.
There I am. What does that mean?
Had a bit of real life Counter-Strike. Yeah, that's you.
Look,
Trace, who do you pick?
Now, this would be all great and fine and dandy. Like, obviously, K Serrato did his part for Furia. No. But Furia didn't make it through. ZywOo, that's cool. ZywOo, I'm talking about simple. I'm not dumb here, guys, and I don't know if you've lost your minds, but the guy is still the Undertaker, and he still came here to take your lunch money from you. So it's pretty much that simple.
It is that simple. And he's got that fresh Brusca as well on the side. That's all stylish and all. And he's ready. He's pumped. He's ready for the playoffs.
But in all seriousness, you can think about the contributions, from each of these individuals, what they do for each of their teams. Obviously, ZywOo is one of the driving factors.
And funnily enough, out of the 3 players that made it out the group stage, all 3 are oppers. So it just tells you as well how much players in that particular role are impactful right now in the current meta and for their respective teams. But yeah, I think obviously Mantu just being in the same conversation like Simple and ZywOo,
nice, yeah.
that says
Pretty
a lot
impressive,
about his performance, yeah.
It says a lot about the game plan that they've got going on, but obviously the game plan is to win the event. So which of your picks, I'm going to have to ask, is going to have the most determining factor when we go forward in the playoffs?
Look, I mean, Simple is already the answer to that question for times to come in the future of Counter-Strike, right? Who's the player that has the most impact on a team? Well, currently it is Simple. I have to give a thumbs up to ZywOo in general for this event because he's been completely overshadowed by Simple this year, which is understandable. I mean, the guy's been playing out of his mind. They've been winning. They have Cologne now. They're 1 win away from the Instant Grand Slam. All good. But let's not forget ZywOo, right? 1.36 rating, topping the charts at this event. He's still there. Probably also the main reason why Vitality is still there as well.
Doesn't get much more real than that.
But neither of them is going to win. Gambit's going to win this tournament.
Okay.
And I don't see Shiro on there.
Yeah.
So, sorry to ruin your little story, Trace, but you got it all wrong.
Simple's going to do what Simple has to do. But I'm impartial because I'm the host and not the judge.
Yeah.
Let's go to a break so we can actually get the game started. We got Mouse Sports and Nip in front of us to start the day off.
Mr. Impartial over there.
Yeah, that's right. And then Complexity versus Vitality. That'll be the second quarterfinal coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been spamming the chat enough, so we might as well take a break. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. We'll be right back after this.
ZywOo.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Shit. What the fuck? Where are you at? Easy. Okay. This is the revolver practice we need. Go nega, go nega. Oh fuck. You get wrecked by the machines? It's Fortnite or what? It's burning you. Easy. Have you practiced these guns or what? Of course, man. I'm gonna be the first one in history to win versus you. Okay. Oh. Fucking lucky. Oh shit. Electrocuted. I pre-fired it. Sorry. This gun is trash. Okay, man. Damn. What the fuck? Come back? We'll see about that. I'm genius. GG.
There's the first man gone, and now they should be ready for this swing, but they're not. Running out of time. He does have the kit, but missed shot.
Mousesports fended off a host of challenges to secure second place in Group C.
Star with two, just a scout.
A slow start saw them fall to FaZe and Na'Vi.
Twists brushed aside, and Olaf got to do it all. The nade,
But swashbuckling performances against EG, Fnatic and Big was enough to pip the rest of the group to second.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those good days where you just go in and you kill people.
It's frozen to fine now, so...
Oh my goodness, he got three. Wow. That is some stunning shooting.
Dexter bails himself out, but Keo and Tizian trade him and Rob, and again Tizian making his way up.
There was good news for the newly Anglo-infested Fnatic as UKCS overcame FaZe 2-0 in a decisive game to steal third from the international squad.
Yeah, Brokey left to beat, had a pretty quiet game so far, and not gonna be able to contribute. Aiko with the miss, and it suddenly a advantage. Big ending as well from Mezzy.
Yeah, they could lock down Yard here. Hold up.
I guess Alex has got to do it all. Good clear, another body. Oh, we'll take the ace.
While UKCS is on an upswing, NACS hit rock bottom, literally, as EG won just one map in their journey to the foot of Group C.
Go down ramp, and then he runs secret, plants B.
North American, European, and British CS all lag behind CIS. Na'Vi smashed everyone except Big to nab that top spot.
And that'll do. 16-9. Wrap it all up.
Robs, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. I've got to pick your big CS brain, though. What do you think of the other teams that made it to this stage with you?
Thank you, first of all. And, well, I think the toughest team and the heavy favorite is definitely Na'Vi. They're probably the scariest team in this tournament, and we couldn't really beat them in the group stage at all, and they're looking very good, so they're looking very scary. But I think for the other teams, we're kind of just the average top teams. They can win, they can lose, you know. I think we can beat them all on a good day, so we'll see.
Now, there has been some talk online about the fact that you have such an incredible godlike consistency, possibly the best of any player in this tournament. And then you've got your teammate Frozen, who has these huge peaks in performance, but perhaps isn't as steady as you are. He kind of lacks your reliability. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason you think that is?
Well, it's actually very easy to be consistent if you're good, as I am in this certain role. You kind of build up your own playstyle and your own tempo in my own role. So it's easier to do well in my role than it is in his, and it really depends if we win or not sometimes, how his consistency is, and I think that's what it often comes down to.
So let's talk about NIP, because you're playing them today for a spot in the quarterfinals, and they are showing solid results recently. The team play is on point. So what did you learn from the match in Cologne where they did beat you?
Well, it was our first LAN together, so it was very hectic back then. And I think we've learned over from there that just to stay more calm. And I think our communication was lacking quite a bit, and we've been focusing on that quite a lot. Just getting down to fix the communication at all times, and not staying quiet. And there's often times where there's maybe no call, but we're trying to stay more active from everybody, and I think that's going to help.
Well, there you have it. You heard it right from Rops. Of course, that does mean that we are going to be jumping into this matchup. Today is the 7th of September, and we are just about ready to pop the top on this this playoff stage, this part of the tournament. That's ESL Pro League Season 14. Mousesports versus NIP in the first of 4 ESL Pro League quarterfinals. And now is the time that we get to hear about those players putting those realities in Rob's mouth.
Yeah.
Today, we're looking at 2 players who need to step things up in order to get their team over the line and into the quarterfinals. Before the player break, rookie Ninja Linus managed to impress with his round-closing instincts, but had struggled to fire on all cylinders when it comes to his performances in ESL Pro League, typically needing a couple of maps per series to get his performance on point. Across his 11 maps played in Season 14, he's averaging 0.54 kills per round, something NIP desperately need him to up to capitalise on that clutch potential. While Rops is typically considered the brains of Mousesports, pulling off 10,000 IQ plays with remarkable consistency, his less rating steady teenage teammate Frozen is the X factor of the team, able to take round-winning fights with terrifying ferocity. Frozen's performance is key to Mousesports' most important victories. But can he maintain a star level when every map matters, and even an average performance means missing a quarterfinals place for his team?
That's your Epic's players to watch. Of course, for us, we needed to digest all of that. Now, a lot of things to go into the talking points to this. What is Frozen brought to the table? And then, you think for Mousesports, are they going to hit the wall like we always see?
Yeah, we had this discussion in the groups, right? When it comes to Frozen, Rops, and Petter whipped out an interesting stat. Is like in Mousesports' wins in the last 3 months, Frozen is the highest rated player the most times. But if you include the losses, Rops has a higher rating and is more consistent. So basically just correlates that when Frozen is playing well, Mousesports tends to win games. That's why we picked him out here in our players to watch.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of what are the basic circumstances for Mousesports. Rops is always delivering. We know Rops is consistent. If anything, in that tournament so far, he probably has a little bit more in the engine than what he has shown. He has 1.10 rating over the season, which by Rops standard is okay. But Frozen being able to put such high numbers, then that is a difference maker. That is one of the reasons why Mousesports are here. Let me ask you a question. Would you consider Mousesports to be top 10 right now in the world? I don't think so.
No.
I don't put them in that category. That game today, making it to the quarterfinal, could be a step towards that direction. But then you need your X Factor. You need Frozen to frag, and that's why he's in that video.
But making a win here happen, is that enough for you on the plate there, Yanko, to say, like, yeah, I'm going to buy right into this Mousesports project, and, consistency, the hell with that. Who needs it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think they have more problems. I don't think their Opera is having enough impact in terms of A-core, right? We mentioned him more for his movement than for his frags, and we were just going through the best players in this group, the best players in the world. Most of them were Operas, right? So I think that's another area of the game where they really need to step it up.
So our Air Force Aim High head-to-head encompasses just that maniac. We're looking at the best versus the worst.
Absolutely. Yanko is as precise as Device with that comparison, because to me, that's going to be one of the threat for that series, right? You're looking at 2 Danish snipers, and on the right-hand side is the most established, successful Counter-Strike player we have, Device. Mr. Consistency, always showing up. We know when it comes to playoff, he's going to be fragging. For A-Core, the conversation is the other way around. We know against lesser opposition, he might style on you 360, YOLO, no-scope, whatever. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to see any of that, Trace. This is over. Okay. The time is over. Now you need to make a difference, make a mark against Device. And that's going to be the threat I will follow this whole game. Because the last time they met, I am Cologne playing, right? 20 encounters between these two players, 14 times going for device. 14 out of 20, he got wrecked.
So let's put it this way. When we look at our maps, we start to think about the pool and how deep it is. At what point will the AWPs come into play here? We talk about like right off the bat, or are we looking at maps that are going to be a little bit more steered towards the other side?
I think probably not, because Ancient is going to be in the pool for sure, right? Knowing NIP, and for Mousesports, it depends a little bit more. They have a couple of directions they can take their pick, whether it's going to be something like Mirage or Nuke and so on. And you can see in the recent matchups, really, the Games Without Borders, that was a charity one, so don't look too much into that one. I don't think so in terms of results. But they met at Flashpoint as well, the first tournament with Device in the lineup.
Yeah, that's interesting. At that Flashpoint you're talking about, Overpass was being played. As far as I'm concerned, if I am Mouseport here, I'm getting rid of that Overpass. I wouldn't let NIP go. They would go for Ancient. Then some of these maps, we see Vertigo is being pushed away. But what is it that you put? You put Ancient?
Yeah,
it's gotta be, right?
I think that for them, you can see for NIP that they've played that map 11 times already. Mouseport 6, not too shabby, and the win rate is up there in the 70% margin for NIP, really considering how many times they played the map. You can see here Red, it's Mirage, it's Nuke, it's Inferno. Those are the maps that are being most successful for Mouseport. So expect one of those three to be the pick. I think they will get one of those three as the decider as well. So you're really leaning towards Mousesports in terms of just the maps, really.
Which might be just a rough start, because we know that NIP has had to bounce back on Ancient once or twice. It isn't like they've had to just figure it out today. They've had their waters tested.
We can see, actually, NIP is switching it up, going for the Nuke Vito. Usually they get rid of Vertigo, but I think the confidence from that Games Without Borders game, where they just played it, gives them confidence to do so. Mousesports gets rid of Dust, and wow, what a surprise. And
I am shocked.
For
if you
NIP.
see my face right now, I am shocked. I was just, exactly. Wait.
There we go.
They call him on the bluff. They call him out on the bluff, and they pick Vertigo. It's not a map that's supposed to be really, really good for Mousesports either. So I'm hoping they have a plan. I'm hoping it's not one of these, seems like a very good idea at first, or they could see it coming.
Look, we're not getting really any normie maps right out of the gate here, which is kind of cool. You know what I'm saying?
I like the term, normie.
I think it was coined by Chad Burchill, but I can't be...
As all the cool terms.
Yeah, pretty much.
He is the cool.
But, Chad and them, they aren't here right now. And the real thing to dissect is, can Mousesports put up the fight against NIP that they're looking for? And who wins it and why?
I think this is just the maps make this super interesting. NIP, obviously, the predictable pick, and then I think a very unpredictable one for Mousesports, so it's going to be difficult to call. I'm going with Mouse. They're just in better form, it seems like, at the moment. And NIP only had 1 day off since their group. They couldn't add any new plays.
Yeah, I don't buy into the NIP project either right now. That small momentum that Mousesports have, winning the last 3 games of the group to make it, I think they carry that over to the playoff, and they pull a little upset here.
Perhaps they do, but either way, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for exactly what you came here to do, which was dissect this, break it down Barney style for all you viewers at home, so that then we can force feed it to you by the mouths of Chad and Alex, who are going to be commentating this first quarterfinal. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, well, from the breaking it down Barney style to a bit of Barney rubble, a bit of trouble perhaps brewing, that Vertigo curveball. Chad, you did promise me different maps, no more normie maps when we got to playoffs. Well, this map pool definitely gets and whets the appetite in that respect. Ancient our first, Vertigo our second, of Punish Pick coming out. And Mousesports looking to take a stab at the Ninjas. We get to see this one once again, locking horns and looking for revenge. Lots to be said as we get into this one.
Interesting smoke. I'm not sure if they intended for that to miss the deep window position here, but crawling behind it, first fight taken, Frozen spots 1.
Yeah, I think he's brave to keep fighting this. He wants to maintain information, and Hampus lingering in that mid-smoke, crawling up the red room. Perhaps with Rez firing off some shots, this may go overlooked. Acor's still responsible.
Blindsided.
Yeah, that's the end of Rez. Great start. Hampus trying to pip a gap here, and he might get away with it already.
Oh, they know that Hampus is up to these tricks right now. Is he gonna? He's flanking A. That's where 3 are, and well, now diverting over towards the B site. Acor is about to get caught with his back open
this
here.
Is so perfect. You couldn't ask for more. Just, work his magic. Confirms the kill. Beamus not going to be able to do anything from his cave position. He'll start very early ramp flank. The rotate through mid's on its way, but this is shaping up beautifully. They've even got a Molotov. If they start working out where the lion's share of these CTs are coming from...
Well, there's that volley.
Yeah, gone. Linus doesn't get to drop it. Up the ramp they go. Beamus going to be fighting for that, and you can see Bemis will actually deploy it to kind of isolate the fights from the long side. Dexter trying to find a way back in. This frag is everything. Hampus with one, he'd have to find all of the rest. It's not even planted for him, they haven't.
But they didn't pick up the kit. They didn't kill it. They needed a fuse.
Yeah, they got it. 10 seconds, just about across the line. And we will see Mousesports take the pistol. I loved every part of the NIPT side to get the bomb down. Just not enough bodies dropped on the Mousesports squad.
That was getting close, all things considered. I like the response from BMAS, right? As soon as Acor goes down, Acor's responsible for holding the B ramp push. BMAS has just pushed through Cave, and that's contained them, right? That's held NIP to the site. So there's no playing passive for those post plants. They did have a little bit more control, but not enough. And the scoreline will now read 1-0. 1x bet odds at the start of the game there, if you caught them, just favouring Mounds, I do believe. That this is quite a close game. I think this is a hard one to call. Nice little cave smoke coming out there. You're going to see that a lot. And the other combo that NIP throw on their T side to get mid control is a top mid smoke into Red House, a deep donut smoke with that Molotov, right? That one that uses the skybox. It seems like it goes forever. Well, that's because it does. And you'll see that's how they'll get Hampus out mid in a lot of these rounds. But this time a slower pace. Plopsky up towards the ledge. Linus lining up a window smoke, and that's going to be deployed.
Ton of nades. So they've got full intentions to
gap in that?
Respond here. It looks like one, but I think it's fine.
He's going to flash through from Frozen to fight.
Frozen steps out. Easy collection. There's more, way more than he bargained for, and now the M4 is in the hands of Rez, looking to make early impact. That was an opening kill, keeping track of Rez's impact in those openings. And Hampus just kept honest by the Bemis FAMAS.
Well, that bomb is loose. Device has been able to pick it up here, but this would be a necessity, and it is. Rez, that's a big find right there. B-bomb site's kind of open.
Kind of, and they've got the smokes necessary. I mean, like, Rez can throw out his, a Molotov on the right side. They're both so deep. I don't think he's even threatened by them at all. Bemis still can contest. And Rez is going to be his first victim. Acor to be utilized after. Device on the cross back, and yeah, too many players, too many bullets. And no plant. Cancelled again. Bemis with two highly impactful yet passive rounds to defend the B site.
Yeah, good stuff there. So Mouse survived. It did get sketchy for a moment, and we can talk about, because you saw the flash through the smoke and Frozen going for that fight. There's another flash that you see. Dexter over towards the B bomb site. Will play in the wooden cubby, and there's a little slit in the roof that he can flash from B towards middle, and that's how Mouse will reaggress and get info. So we have to keep our eyes on those little elements right there. But it has to be the save for NIP now. They've upgraded with 3 Deagles, a P250, and a Tech 9, so a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, and they'll get Acor, you know, with a little bit more pep in his step. He can have some fun, get some ants in his pants, and maybe even some frags in his bag. He pushes on the nade, interestingly enough, and that's resulted in a free MP9 and a frag.
Yeah, and I think here, right, it doesn't seem like a massive problem right now. But if NIP play the clock and they play the number game, if they group up and are able to find another kill here, they can start having a conversation about stealing round number 3 away. This isn't the force buy, right? This is just a light investment here. Doors smoked off. That will deny for another 20 seconds. But we're still going to have about 55 for NIP to operate.
Yeah, and they do put a lot of faith into Bemis on this B side of the map. I think given the state of affairs as well, they're more than comfortable knowing that he should have it covered. Set up for this mid fight as they do start to trickle on across that box. Frozen holding the cubby position, and it looks easy for the first. Rez gone, and as he maneuvers away, the chance is starting to dwindle. They're starting to focus their attention on B, and with another one out of Hampus's Deagle, it's game time. Dexter's the only one there, dude. This actually could spiral. They didn't even invest. If they get the bomb down, like, genuinely awkward. Kit's on Rops. He's all the way in Donut right now, and they're taking their time, understandably. No nades at all.
They're going to have Cave as a question because they didn't clear it. They didn't pick up the FAMAS, right? So if they go through Cave late, well, they have to worry about that on this B-bomb site take. 20 seconds, they're going in.
Here they come. Dexter does nothing with his time. Uncontested plant, 2 remaining. Mousesports calling upon Rops and Frozen to solve all their problems. And solve they will. It's up against unarmored opponents. They've got all the equipment they may need, but they're running out of players. Rops the last man to the site, and it's already practically lost. The clock's on the Ninjas' side here. If they just survive, if they just avoid Rops as best they can, they got the info now, and they'll just tease it.
Guys,
we are still live.
We
are still live. Rops with another, and now actually an opportunity to try and force this last fight. He doesn't have the kit, so Linus has pulled him off just in time. No time.
Okay, well, that one got a bit awkward there for everybody, us included. The bomb will go off, Rops will survive, and that is going to be the first round on the board for NIP. Now, that right there is just showing you, at this highest level of play, even when the opponent only has upgraded pistols, right? No armor, no util. It was just upgraded pistols, that if you give away an opening kill for free, this was it. You can see just how quickly the rest of these fights can be isolated, right? This is just hitting some massive shots. So Hampus, huge stuff from him. Rops giving this one a crack, and as we saw, well, couldn't pull it off, but he did get to hold on to his AUG. So that's something that we can take into the next round for Mausers. They'll be taking a save of their own here. Mid-control being fought for, and Rops' AUG is ready. Can't get anything done. Hampus is off to a hot start today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Hampus is always going to have a volatility to his play because he's going for openings. You know, it's just the lay of the land. A missed smoke, perhaps. Didn't quite catch the equalizer out of Dexter.
But BMS is pushing off the back of that, so if he can pick up this rifle, look, I don't want to have a conversation in the same way we did in the last round. I don't think it's going to fall apart in the same way here. NIP grouped up, and BMS does a good chunk of damage. Linus kept on notice.
Hampus, yeah, exactly my thoughts as well. He's just taken so much space away from Mousesports, and if he can not only survive, but just get himself deep into CT, park the bus, they aren't going to know where Frozen is. It's still unconfirmed, and Acor lingers in the spawn, and now he's been given an AK, Chad.
That's
this one
a gift and a molly.
Starts to fall away. Yeah, he's got to line up for this. Trying to deny that default plant spot. It doesn't look bad either. It's a good spread on the corner. He won't be able to plant. Blocky has to go hunting, and Frozen's USP does fall. Acor, though, with some impact, partners up with the VMAS recovered rifle as well. Rez working his magic, and now it's all onto Acor in the 1v1. Fake, surely. Tucked in safe, nothing on his first peek, and Acor's in the open for Rez, saving the ninjas right down to the wire.
Oof, that was an absolute mare right there for a moment, wasn't it? I know that NIP just won a similar round here, but on the CT side, they get the AUG down immediately. Threat seems like it's been removed, and at that point, it's like, well, NIP just have to group up and trade. It got interesting. It probably get a little bit too interesting, but we're all tied up here, 2-2. Couple of nice shots here. The awareness, right? The awareness right there. I wonder if Frozen caught anything. It didn't look like it, but just the awareness there for Acor to swivel.
Yeah, just the fact we didn't see Frozen get any info is more impressive for Acor and his reaction and read. Hampus has been contained, flashes himself out to try and keep them honest, and the smokes have been deployed by the ninjas, so he gets a free passage up to this mid box.
Yeah, that was that mid control we're talking about, right? They did that exact util set.
Like the skybox molly, 2 smokes, a couple of flashes. Mid is yours.
Yeah, you have to respect it early if you're Maus, because you get caught in no man's land, but they can go for a little bit of a retake scenario there, and that's a flash through. Interesting one there. That allows Frozen to have a little bit of a look, but this is a passive setup, and the priority for Mousesports is lamps and cave. There's an opener. Rez.
He's brave to commit to a spray on an angle like that.
It's just the tip of the head, right? They force Frozen back here so they can start working on Acor's position, but he's about to be smoked off.
And the sound cue's given. Rops is on a really quick one. He's looking to wrap behind him, and it's worked. Striking into Hampus and completely disrupting the NIP attack. They're going to have to commit to B. That has sent them in. Dexter, from this cave position, he's got Bemis in support. This is an important duel, and he strikes perfectly. Device caught looking the wrong way. Rez with a flank of his own design, and now suddenly with a flurry of frags in favor, leaving just Bemis as that second in the cave. Rez catching another on the flank. That will keep Acor busy too. So it's 2 1v1s right now. You've got Rez duking it out with Acor. Bemis keeping Klopsky off the bomb. Rez has baited a shot out of Acor, and he's even recovered a smoke. That's so dreamy, Chad.
Surely Acor doesn't go through that. He has to go around. Like you cannot disrespect that smoke if you're Acor. Now he has to regroup with BMAS here, who's still isolated towards cave.
No util now. It's time for the bullets, at least for the T side. You can see CTs will be using everything they can to close that gap. Time about half gone.
No kid either.
Here's the flash for the go. Both out of that cave position. Good duel from Plopsky, and they do wrap it up, put a bow on it, and call it 3.
Wow, okay, that's a very awkward round. And I think maybe one of the mind games that is playing into the reason that Rez can go for that flank is who do we normally see doing that? It's Hampus, and Hampus was already dead. Rops found Hampus very early. This is the kill right here, jumping up the ledge. All right, well, the mid-lurky boy is gone. But Rez, with that much impact, he just isolated those fights. The fact that Plopsky was able to get the bomb down, I'm surprised Bimus didn't try and charge him down or take that fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know how you said, or we've discussed that Brett loves to theorycraft? I mean, I think you're starting to see just the evidence of that. He's like, okay, if I keep throwing this util set that you're looking at right there on Hampus's screen, as long as we have one person set up by the time it's fading into that red room, it's just a question of when you choose to push. You know, like it's so much power. And you can turn, I reckon, even 3v5s on the regular over in your favor if you lock that down and have access into the site. You just start poking B. Oh, and poking A is Rops. He's pushed the A-halls. He's been spotted out, though, and that kind of cancels his plans.
Well, that could be one of the changes here that Maus are looking for, right? If they know that they're going to get the room to push A, we've seen Rops do it once. He's gone to do it twice. That information might be something that Maus Sports have identified in the lead up to this matchup. Now, they've had a week and a bit to look at NIP's Ancient.
Maybe even their Vertigo, considering their pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Obviously, the draws were only done Sunday night, so you weren't too certain on who you're playing here, but I'm sure Maus were quite intently watching.
Yeah, I mean, Maus's Vertigo record is one in its own. I think, in fact, that in the 3 games that they've played and lost, they've got a grand total of 18 rounds. And yet here to punish the NIP boys, Vetoes, hello, Rez, nice little knock off the head, and that rest should fall into place nicely. Not much a P250 and an Armored Deeg should have to say in this one. Now with the bomb going down, Acor sprayed down, and Rez looking very effective on that AK-47.
Yeah, I know it's against an eco here. You brought it up before, Petter from HLTV, talking about how Rez, out of the 120 players within the group, there should be devices every other week, see you later, was the lowest rated in terms of finding entries.
Yeah.
So NIP were also with that ranked 21st out of 24 teams in that field, I believe. I want to reread it.
Sounds like they've been doing it the hard way, though. I mean,
the fact that they made it, right, I think is a surprise to everybody. But I feel that conversation is very similar to have about Maus Sports, because their group came down to the final day as well, right? We obviously had FaZe not making it through in the final day of play. So both of these teams, I think they're in a similar position, right? We wanted to see more. We want to see them tested. We're looking for consistency out of some of their individuals, right? Rez, for example, on the NIP side, I think Acor is one of the individuals that the desk highlighted, especially in the head-to-head against Device for the AWP, who's going to need to step up. Now, the AWP, I don't know how much of a factor it's going to be on the T side here for NIP. I don't think it's something that we've seen Device necessarily go for at all.
We've already seen them in at least the first AWP purchase out of Acor walk over that corpse and not pick it up. So I think, of course, so far, the evidence does seem to lean towards NIP happy to operate with 5 rifles for their T side of Ancient. All right, little light on the nades for a couple of members of Maus, and not a single kit in sight. Let's get into it. Round 7, big one, and NIP. It looked like they're going to show us exactly how effective a B-take can look. Oh, Acor disrupts. A quick peek straight down the ramp, and Hampus forced to watch the rest of this one.
Yeah, well, Hampus is the most aggressive part of this NIP roster here, so let's see how they operate when he's out of the equation. Towards mid, they're about to rumble. Another smoke for Cave, and, well, that forces NIP elsewhere. Frozen is the man with the plan over towards Donut. And Bimus is getting very cheeky here, just seeing if he can exploit any of those tiny gaps for information. Won't get anything for his troubles.
They are, of course, the entire squad out of a choke point like this, silently crouching their way down. Oh, well, there, the jig is up. Frozen spots him out. Summons Rops into a passive plateau setup. A crossfire now established between the 2 sharpest tools in the Maus Sports shed. He's there, just in the nick of time. Rops across, and actually, he's looked away, averted his gaze. Nothing substantial, nothing concrete in the information at this point. It's Rops, perhaps, to take that first contact. He's been spotted out early, and Frozen has to do it all now. Not going to be easy. 14 bullets left in the mag. Molotov's out, just burning. Takes one with him. Done well to keep it competitive. Linus to be denied. The plant Acor with an effective frag. And poor Plopsky. He's only got 30 seconds now, and all of that util starting to fade. He's got to take dry jewels against AWPers, and that doesn't end well. Mousesports holds steady. Acor with an impactful rotate as well. 3 in that defensive A.
Yeah, responded nicely there, and you think that the whole plan changed as soon as Hampus died, right? They isolated the fact that the AWP of Acor was over towards B long, so they thought, all right, well, we're just going to give this a miss. We'll give you a replay of this shot because I think this was the most impactful. This whole scenario here where Frozen got caught and the crossfire from Rops looked a little bit janky, I think that just has to come down to the timing, right? The fact that Frozen, as he's moving into Temple, got spotted. Otherwise, he maybe just holds that line. So there's that molly again. Here we go. Round number 8 getting underway. Hampus out mid immediately taking, well, a bunch of damage down to 51. Sorry, 49. Took 51.
Yeah, Hampus surely going to be booked on this one if it... I say he could be booked. Maybe Mousesports are vulnerable if there's a sound cue heard. He's walked straight into Acor's aim. Misses his shot. Hampus gets a second chance.
He's pinned now, though. Are they going to try to isolate him?
Bemis's gimmick has gotten him some info, and looks like Plopsky returning the favor, just spanking his bottom on the way out.
They know Hampus is here, right? So how many members are they going to have watching this? Dexter wants to clear him out. He really wants to get this frag.
Get this rat out of the system now. Because otherwise, this is exactly what NIP have been fishing for. Like, this is their dream mid-round. You've got 4 set up with B control and util. Hampus has his red room. Here they come from every angle.
I know he's on the left.
Every angle. Fine. No worries. Frozen solved the problem, and the rest of the ninjas are all coming in single file. Some util deployed. Acor with the disruptive smoke dropped. Do you have to go through that? Flashes better be good. Bemis does lose vision, but from behind he should strike, and he's good for it. And that's a solid CT shutout. NIP kept very honest in these last 2.
Yeah, that one right there all just comes down to the cat and mouse game of Hampus pushing top mid, right? So they isolate the fact that he's there, and then they take the risk because Frozen had to walk through middle with his back turned. You know, that's a gamble right there. There's nobody mid, there's nobody swinging out from the ledge position. And at this moment, Dexter immediately starts rotating over towards B. There's good stop utility coming out of Mouse here to make this push up through the B ramp position even more difficult. And they walk away with an important one because that sends NIP back down to just these pistols.
Yeah, and really cool. I mean, I know it seems simple when you're watching it play out, but Acor dropping that smoke at the mouth of ramp and having Bemis just play close to it. He's A, able to play anti-flash safely, and B, it's just that temporary wall for him to hide behind as they exec through. Really nice.
Here he is again.
Yeah, Bemis could have some potential to play. Plopsky's going to start playing with that gap now. All too aware of Bemis and his power positions. I suppose if you're a professional player and that's your new spot in the map, as soon as any developments are made, you see one player doing something you weren't doing, you are going to dig deeply into that.
Yeah, you got to be on top of that type of stuff here. And well, there you go, Dexter with the opener. That's the little flash wombo combo you're going to see in mid a lot. Dexter for Frozen, Frozen for Dexter. They'll be helping each other out here. And then I feel this is a perfect position for BMAS. For somebody who's a rookie like he is, who's just a bit of an aimer, you put him in a spot and you say, just put your crosshair here. And when their heads come in front, just click mouse 1. Right? That's what we're looking for, BMAS. It's obviously quite a technical position when you're talking about those gaps and the timings. But due to the T's smoking it off themselves, you get an extra 20 seconds on holding that position. You know they're not coming. You get to set up, right? So it's actually quite the luxury for BMS here.
Yeah, and I mean, unless he's playing in Gambit, he'd probably have 3 other players with him in that cave position. Something that was interesting that stood out to me was Gambit's belief that playing and holding the site from that cave position as a unit is their solution. I can't believe he's gone down to the spray there.
Oh, dear. This is getting real problematic now. They've tried to make a move for info, but now BMAS is isolated. That means Dex is the lone man on this B bomb site.
Yeah, he's going to have to do an awful lot with this one. He's going to get walked on as well. Device creeping up already.
Oh, that might save him.
Yeah, maybe. At least for the reposition. There's a little gap around for the peak. And, oh, that's the end of Dexter. That could be the end of the B site as well. 2 picks across the map, and NIP profiting from their earlier adventures.
I don't want to be pointing fingers, right? That's not the intention of what I'm doing here, but in 2 of these key rounds, right, obviously the pistol upgrade round that NIP won was Hampus taking Acor out, pushing middle, and this time around it was Hampus through the smoke. This is BMS getting some exits alongside of Rops here. They won't be going for this one. They'll just be holding on to their goodies. Playing the long game right now, Mouse. And 5 on the T side for NIP. That's pretty good so far, right? As far as Ancient in its development is going, this map has a bit of a CT-sided bias.
You gave me a really easy to digest perspective on it when you looked and compared it to, was it the Train and Nuke stats? That it was like around 53, 54, like it was just beneath traditional Train?
Yeah, I think I started looking at like historical, but then I narrowed it a bit more down to...
like last year or something.
Yeah, I tried to narrow it down to just like what's been going on this year. And I think in terms of maps, this one is in the top 3 for the conversation of being quite the CT bias, up there with the Nukes, and I think Overpass as well as being quite CT bias in this group.
Yeah,
this Pro League. And I think that's maybe because of like Fnatic, for example, right? You think about how many CT-sided rounds they were getting. But another fun fact with Ancient is it's only been played 11 times alongside of Vertigo. Those two are the least played maps. It's roughly 7.8% or something along those lines for each of them. And with Ancient, NIP have played it 3 times in their group and Mouse have played it twice. So these guys have, between the two of them, played 5 Ancient games out of the total 11.
Yeah, so we've got our Ancient squad and locking horns this evening. And everything's, you know, much simpler now. We're out of the groups, we're out of the mathematical equations and the gifts. Simple, win, you're in, lose, you're out. And this is the round of 12, so those that didn't quite manage to top their groups. And I think Mousesports and NIP are both an embodiment of exactly that kind of Counter-Strike. You know, at times it's been exciting, at others it's not. A mixed bag of results, and I think coming into these playoffs, both of these squads are looking for a little bit more consistency and redemption. Same utils dumped into middle. We'll see Acor probably playing this one a little differently, and in fact he has gone over to B early. Having a look at that. Ooh. Bemis, good utils, kept Hampus honest, but I think he'll still be able to get across prior to that smoke fade. Good utils set out of Bemis, keeps him where he wants him, nades him as it fades. IP have control though, at least of lane and cave.
Yeah, and Rops is pushing A again, so this really is becoming a theme right now. Look how far Rops is able to get here and not converting that frag onto Linus. That is a huge hemorrhage on the CT defense.
And Linus playing his role properly. I mean, that's not an easy job to be holding Rops and keeping him caged, but well played. Look at the angle. Device in the shrubbery. Doing a little bit of herb lore.
He might get one here, you know. It looks like Bemis wants to push.
Quite the angle.
Oh, he spotted something.
Yeah, between the leaves, between the 2 ferns. And here comes Zach Galifianakis himself. A fully flashed off Acor. Dead AWP. And NIP, they've still got 45 seconds, just one by one, dispatching of the Swedes. A bad flash, a dead Bemis. And now Frozen and Dex are just looking to try and make this a little more costly for the Ninjas, but damn, Rez is not slowing down for anyone. He's up to, what is he now, 14?
Yeah.
Another triple kill, multi-kill round out of him.
He was, before their game against Gambit, he was the 2nd lowest rated player for NIP.
That surprises me.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that was lacking, right? And I think in Gambit, he showed up in a massive way. You know, we were getting the Rez show, we had Hampus showing up in a big way as well. And now here today, he's clearly here to play. So this is good, right? This is what you want to see from what is your star of the future. NIP just renewed with Rez. Oh my lord. Straight through the smoke. That's a frag you're happy to take every day of the week.
Yeah, and I think just a little bit of excitement there for Hampus as he tries to push and disrespect the CT util.
Well, the double AWPs have been brought out here, so Rops is holding A with this, and he should be able to get 1 and 4.
Yeah, this is his every day of the week, and oh, the prize scalp takes down Rez. Now it's Mousesport's turn to seize and convert off of an early advantage. Linus still holds firm on the A-halls.
He's been alright in some of the clutches, you know. We've seen him. He had that 1-on-4 against Gambit. He had an Ancient clutch as well. So let's see, what can he and Device do? Bomb's still available here. It's not like the Mousesport side know that they have it loose right now. And Device, as he's noisily back through spawn. The sound bug here won't play as much as a factor. You don't know, is he going A or is he going B? You just know that there's someone in spawn right now. Oh, you heard those footsteps. Never mind. Frozen's heard that.
Definitely heard that. He had his paper cup up against the wall.
It's like a snake, right? They feel the vibrations.
It is very loud. It really does sound like they're actually in donut at times. And Rops has collected the penultimate frag. It's only Device and walks straight on into that AWP. So Rops' AWP is not only known, but good for 3. He'll be chucking that back over to Acor. It doesn't look like they can afford to maintain the double AWP presence. I'm surprised, didn't they? They did have a double AWP. Yeah, just not managed to maintain it.
Interesting. Well, I wonder what happened there.
Where did it go?
I don't know.
Did Acor die?
I don't think so.
Okay, am I tripping? It was 2. Acor, maybe it wasn't.
No, they definitely had a double up setup. I don't know, maybe they're doing something a bit different? Maybe there's a reason for the madness?
Yeah, of course there is. It's 6-6. NIP already very juicy with a 6th T round posted. Hampus undeterred by his previous shortcomings, and he gobbles that flash. Dexter sets up Frozen, and and he tames the spray for a second as well. Device scouted out by that gap. Keeps his eye pressed to the scope regardless. And Plopsky's walking straight on into that AWP line. I don't fancy his chances on this one, and wow, good shot out of Dexter. Saw that. Linus snappy onto Robs. He's dancing with this AWPer here. Flash actually looks quite promising. I like the way this man's thinking, but the flank is so quick. He is being pushed on. The flash perfect from him to try and close and isolate the gap onto Dexter. But from behind they strike. He does look ready for that, giving it a solid show.
Oh, there's a real conversation change right now. I think if we're keeping tally as well, Device just AWPed Acor there. So we're getting a head-to-head on the AWP duel at least. But this is the mid-flash coming out here, setting Frozen up for 2 big frags. But the conversation will change a little bit now, because with the scoreline at 7-6, the money isn't there for NIP to go for a buy. They're going to have to take a save, and you can just see how humble it is. Hampus with a flash, a Tech 9 for Plopsky, and Linus into a Deagle. So this should be 8 here for Mouse Sports. They're going to win out the half, and straight through the molly. They're going to take so much damage. Look at all of this, and they're still able to run him down.
Yeah, the product of disrespecting the flames is Frozen's caught with a nade in his hand. Rotate on the way, damage inflicted, but now they've got another. They can actually get the bomb down here, Chad.
Look at the flash.
It's so perfect. Dexter can't deny the plan, but he can take 2 of the 3 on the site. Linus another from his Deeg. 3 HP, but he puts Dexter on his arse. There's still something to be said about this. They've got so much time, so much util. It should just be a formality. I can't believe NIP have made it this close. They want to push him. They should cap him. Acor misses, goes for the no-scope. Now NIP have the advantage. Bemis a smoke and a kit. That might be his best bet. He thinks the same. Time getting a bit sensitive here. Some stray bullets. He might have to hold it. Does fake it out. He'd need them both. He need them now. Linus trying to knife him in the smoke. He'll take 1, but there's no time. NIP on an eco, Chad. Linus is Deagle and Plopsky as well. They'll snatch a 7th. That's absolute daylight robbery.
Oh, this first half now, you reflect on it for Mouse Sports. They have lost 2 rounds in similar fashion. The Hampus Deagle with multiple openings in the 3rd round of the game. And here, as they're just taking control of the economy late, they were setting themselves up for what could have been a 9-6. They fumble. They fumble in a big way. What a round to lose right here. This could completely change. NIP can now walk away with the 8. Their buy is much better. We got an MP9, we got a Deagle, 2 Famouses, and sure, the AWP's out here, but that's a big one to drop.
Yeah, that's going to really leave a mark. Mousesport's going to be feeling the brunt of that one. Hampus up to his usual antics. He's very stubborn on his mid-fight. Frozen with the flash. This time Hampus ready. Dexter peeks out, so he knows a little bit more about the setup now. Rob's aggressive in the halls. Duking it out with Rez.
Yeah, Rez here. Looks like he's aware of something. The jiggle... Oh. Rez knows. And Rez converts. Number advantage here, HP advantage as well. Dexter's still low. He's had to rotate over towards this A site. They're very susceptible all across the map right now, Mouse Sports.
Oh, well, one clawed back as Devices look to pose and prod and get some info on B. Another body dropped on the B side. That's going to propel them into A here. Frozen with a lovely Lof angle and keeps them distracted for 1. Dexter another. Hampus should be set for this first onto Dexter, but as he turns to flash, well played. The in-game leader from Mouse recovers a little bit of their shortcomings in the previous. 8 for Mouse, 7 for the Ninjas. Now it's time to see how Mouse Sports T side shapes up.
Hey Future Pros, locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the Smoke Incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid and make sure to throw your nades fast.
ESL Pro League Season 14. Yes, 14 seasons of competitive Counter-Strike blasting to your screens, living rooms, phones, tablets. What else can they watch on? Etch-a-Sketch.
Projectors?
Projector screens. Great to see you in whatever capacity you have us in your living space tonight.
Maybe on an aeroplane.
Maybe you're watching live on an aeroplane. If you are, let us know, because that sounds pretty damn cool.
How you doing that?
How have you done that?
Especially live. All right, well, this is quite an interesting CT setup. 3 towards cave.
Dude, an armored CZ. Oh, it's not even armored.
This is going to get juicy.
But it's a very good pistol for that Jewel. Plofsky, that's a little bit uncomfortable, bro. He's been run down. Maybe that'll bait them in.
He got left hanging there.
He really did. They fully just abandoned
See ya, bro.
Yeah, now there's more to be done. Rez has got issues, and Mousepaw's looking set for this pistol. Looking to go 2 for 2 in the pistol round. A nice recovery out of Linus. He's handed Hampus something, at the bare minimum, a kit, 2 frags available. And that's all he'll get. Mousesports, okay, 100% of the pistols. Let's see if this time they can have the conversions, Chad.
Well, they'll probably convert against the Force, and then they'll lose against the light pistol upgrade. That just seems to be how this one's going there. But that's crazy that they just left Plopsky hanging like that, that he was the only one thrust so far forward. I would think with a cave stack, you would want to really fortify that position. But NIP had other plans, and so did Mousesports. So here we go. The Force spy for NIP. Let's go a scout in play for Hampers. D was for the rest.
Another in-game leader on the second round scout.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a couple of good positions that you wouldn't mind seeing the scout in here. Mid, if it's not smoked. Donut, not too shabby. In the A site, there's a bunch of different positions you can use that from. But if they keep your smoke like this, you can have a hard time finding a whole lot. And I think Dexter and Hampus are both in-game leaders who think that mid control on a map like Ancient is integral. Right? You're going to see it reflected in their play. Plopsky. There's a chance here. Acor just on the other side. He's seen the foot, and that's all he needed. The boots are too big for Plopsky right there.
Yeah, he put his clown shoes on this morning. Not even going to the circus. It's a mistake. Only make once.
was an interesting angle adopted there by Acor as well, so maybe not something that Plopsky was too aware of here.
Jacob sticker? That's a proper throwback. Oh, yoy! And that is quite the headshot out of Hampus.
What was that?
Through the door. I haven't seen one of them. We're going to get scouts playing it like Dust 2 soon, just left and right strafing, banging through the doors.
That was a nice shot, but I think he's going to have to do a lot more than just that here. They're coming in towards B, and he's about to be smoked off. Oh, the tag, not bad.
Yeah, it's something, isn't it? Unfortunately, none of his teammates are nearby to build upon it.
All right, maybe we'll just call this one done then, because Mouse, once they get this bomb down, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock. Rez and Linus heading all the way over towards A main. Device just hanging around to see what he can find. And that Galil is going to be worth its weight in gold in the next round. So holding on to what they have right now, quite important. But the 1x bet odds, I think they'd shifted and they were favoring NIP, right, for this one now off that first half. And as we were talking about, this can be quite the CD-sided affair of a map. But like I'm saying about Dexter and Hampus, both thinking mid is a priority. They approach these maps, I wouldn't say in a similar way, but you have to have a similar philosophy if you think that it's a big piece of real estate.
Do you suspect we'll see the same util set on the gunnies?
I don't think so. They very much could do. I think that Mouse operate a little bit differently. They go about getting their mid control slightly differently to how NIP do. And I don't think, like, NIP get it straight away, right? Like, Hampus just runs straight out through. You will extinguish your molly. He'll just take that space. That's a lovely shot again.
Right.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I mean, it happens.
You saw that one coming, so.
It happens, I guess.
Who's going to be the only one having a stomach no upgrade here? I think it will be Plopsky. So everybody else with the Deagle has a decent chance here for NIP, right? Linus even has a kit and a smoke currently. So let's see how expensive they can make this one. Back over towards B. 3 players getting lane. From
Mr. Device. And now he's got a moment to try and tip the scales in favor. It's one Galil up against 5 rifles.
Are they going to bring that boost out? We've seen it quite a bit, right? If you boost in this corner, when they run in, you can get a bit of an angle. But I guess they're waiting for the commitment. The nade on through a little bit shy. They are coming.
Oh, okay, so Rez is really, that might incite the execute. Mousesports are coming. Device to be boosted, I thought. And Linus again, good for the damage on the Deeg. He's consistently putting his name in the feed on these buys. Loudly did drop off. Beamos is just wormed under that smoke and it's fading now. Should see one here onto Robs at least. Return of fire not there. Plopsky even spotting him out. Mousesports are losing another one, Chad. Surely not. He's got time, he's got health, he's even got Bemis by his side, not for much longer, and now throws it up against the entire squad. Bullets just chipping away, and eventually the war of attrition is won, and look what they leave with.
Oh,
Disaster strikes in round 18 for Mousesports. Let me see that Res D, because I think it was just a blind little counter-strafe
he's used
magic.
that smoke against them.
Oof.
That was their grenade that didn't go deep enough, and oh, Lord.
Everyone hit him.
Absolute bangers of shots right there. Yeah, look, Mouse are going to buy. Acor's gone into a Krieg here. Cannot get the AWP out. The util is super light. NIP have only won 8 rounds. 3 of those 8 rounds have been ecos.
You just have to get Linus on a Deeg. Stop giving him rifles. Give the man a $700 pistol and the round is yours. They are already up B. There's a lot of ground covered here. A lot of ground. Linus caught out. Plopsky's going to have to do so much, and they ask too much of him. 1.5. It ain't enough.
See him out.
Bemis confirms our suspicions, and this is one way to solve things, a quickie. Straight into the site.
Look, I think if you're NIP, you got that eco, so you're not feeling as bad as you possibly could be right now. You can buy in that next round of play, so it's all good. But just to lose to that pace, that was just very quick. Just contact up long, take the fight. You can see Linus, with his peak a little bit wider, he's not ready for that, right? He wasn't peeking out with intent there. He wasn't expecting them to be pushed up so quick. So lovely shooting there from Bemis, continuing to have a bit of a showing here. 21 kills for him. Was a force over towards that Lamps position, being a real nuisance for the likes of Plopsky. And yeah, if you take a look where Plopsky is right now, he's sitting at 7 kills. So it's Rez with 16. Linus, the rookie, he's managed to get 13 to his name. You'd love to start seeing a little bit more out of, you know, the Devices of the world, the Hampuses of the world here on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've got Rez and Linus online, give me one more. Hampus, Device, you've got yourself a competitive ninjas.
Even Plopsky, right? We saw him have one or two good games, but he was another player that, you know, is in question of where is he? Because there was, for the longest time, Plopsky, when he came into this roster, it felt like he had some legs to it.
Dude, I remember when Plopsky was the more impressive than Brolin. You know, like that was the conversation. It was the battle of the two new rookie Swedes, and Plopsky was my favorite of the two. Double molly from Maus.
Double orbs as well from NIP.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of interesting ones for mid-take here. Frozen's on his way straight in, and oh my god, Device on the repeat. That is so brave. They're coming for you, bro. Takes down Beamers, can't quite bolt in time for a third, but that's that second AWP. Fires off a warning shot across the bow. Frozen left with just a scrap of health, and are they gonna commit? That is the question. Rez set for success, clears out Rops, and yeah, Mousesports with very little left now. Acor and Frozen, you've got Donut, but it's looking far from appealing. What's an unappealing donut? Full of the jammy ones. No one wants like a classic jammy donut anymore. It's not the 1950s anymore.
You're right. But
you know,
a good warm cinnamon donut
exotic
goes a long way.
Yeah, custard cream in the center. You've got my attention.
Dunkin' Donuts. That's, you know, someone could sponsor this map.
Yeah. The donut position brought to you by Krispy Kreme.
There you go. Let's see. We'll get them involved.
For every single position.
Get them on the phone.
Stop, because someone from sales is listening and they're actually just licking their lips at the idea of all the commission.
Or the free donuts.
Yeah.
One of the two.
We're here in the Man Cave, brought to you by Old Spice.
All right, well, I feel like Maus are trying to hide and save in plain sight here, just seeing if they're being aggressed upon. And I'm sure if you're NIP, you'd love to get the double orbs back out. Hampus will be able to drop in the next round of play, so it's not the end of the world. And NIP will respond after that gun round loss and find themselves now with 9. So just 2 rounds, you know, between Mousesports and the Ninjas. I think that's what we were expecting coming into today, right? We didn't know what type of matchup we were going to get. We didn't know exactly who the favorite was. Both of these teams quite level. You go back and reflect at what happened in IEM Cologne as well. Here was the opener from Device. The second one was great, right? If he only gets 1 and goes down, maybe, just maybe, Mousesports are able to press forward. Rez is smoking himself off in Temple, just isolating a single fight, and there you go. That's the frags. That's the round.
Yeah, well, called upon. He does deliver. Device with an impactful round for the Ninjas and a crucial juncture as well. Rops teaching us all that stop molly mid. Hampus with his own. So they exchange and battle for control. Quite a quick one. Very quick. But Plopsky's done well. Just pulls the trigger, completely blind, and catching Beamer's clothesline. This is a setup in mid now. Look at this. I mean, this is what everyone dreams of in their CT setups. Do they keep re-smoking that L-bend, or are they happy just to have Hampus considering it? In which case, Rez is ready to deal with anyone that walks up ledge. Damn, this setup is perfectly designed to house what Maus have got.
And if you look at the radar right now, it looks like they're completely trapped on in. The only way would be back through spawn, so they have to be careful with all of these peaks. Rez is waiting. 17 kills. I'm sure he wants some more. If they go for the B exec, Hampus is going to be there immediately. Linus and Device are on the side. Plopsky, he's rotated over towards A right now, but it won't be too long before he can join the squad. This is going to be a tough one.
Dexter, yeah, I don't envy him trying to call himself out of a 4v5 with this setup up against him. So they start and return to Cave. I mean, Linus and Device are very passive. They are vulnerable to being smoked off, Chad.
I feel like they're giving them the site right now. This almost spells a bit like a retake setup, and double AWPs on the retake won't be easy here for NIP.
Yeah, Molly looks well placed.
Hampus' flank is coming now.
Device potentially onto Acor. Hampus pushing in now, and Robs clears him perfectly. Perhaps Rez will be the element of surprise they've been looking for. And the barrel spotted, still hits the shot on the AWP. And they look to hold this back from Cave. Oh, Dexter's kept on the pillar now, so he's... Oh, look at that plant spot. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that in a second to see if it becomes part and parcel of this round. Time ticking. Rez dueling with that Krieg. And that's the end of that. Plopsky's had enough. Solid recovery now from Mousesports, as it didn't look favorable, but a couple of well-placed smokes, and that double AWP retake, as you outlined, just knocked the one.
The fact that they were able to get through Cave so easily right there, they were ready for Hampus' flank. No way back in once that bomb's gone down, just smoked up. Well handled here from Maus. That's a very good round to win because they just stuck to their guns. We saw for what, the better part of 30, 40 seconds, they just stayed in limbo, right? They weren't aware if anybody had pushed T-spawn, but they knew that there was some form of aggression across the map, and they didn't put their head into the vice that was that Hampus Rez mid setup here. And this is the kill that really takes any excitement out of the setup we just saw for NIP, because Hampus is meant to be there quicker than Rops is expecting. Well, Rops was ready for it. Acor hitting a couple of nice ones. Have to give him credit where it's due. And then Plopsky, well, just has to save. So Mitha there, the coach of Mouse, he's loving that one. Doesn't know if he believes that one really happened or not there. I'm not sure. He's still holding his breath for a moment.
I can't for the life of me visualize what might have caused him to like panic about his celebration. Am I allowed to be happy? Wait.
I wonder if that was post-round or if that was like mid-round or something like that.
Yeah,
because...
of course, context is missing.
Okay, well, double ops here for NIP. Clearly something they feel is a necessity on their CT side. Hampus just down to a Deagle. He's done some of his best work in this map so far with the Deagle. And Linus relegated to the Famus. And here we go. Quick smoke out of spawn over towards Cave. And Molly as well. They've got that from a bunch of different angles, don't they? Over towards the ledge position. That'll stop any aggression from mid. Jumping on up. Gives Frozen and BMAS a little bit of a buffer here, but important round for NIP. Important round for both teams. Money teetering.
Yeah, this could be a very big indicator as to where our ancient game will go. First game of ESL Pro League's 14th season playoffs. Both of these teams have had somewhat of a limp despite securing that playoff spot. A pot shot from Rez, and there is a bit of mid-control now for Mouse, so Dexter, he can tick that off his list.
Yeah, and I think here, as long as they don't go for the same flash maneuvers, which we haven't seen NIP do similar flash maneuvers out mid like Mouse do, they know that they can hold on to a lot of this space. So pressure over towards B again, Device and Plopsky and Cave. Linus with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. If he lets them slip long, this Cave setup becomes susceptible to the flank.
Yeah, and I'm so convinced if you can, as you discussed, maintain that ramp, Orps here should have a field day. This is a fight that Device is Molotoved out immediately and call it quits. What a lovely piece.
What a molly that was.
It completely cancelled any power Device had.
This is great from Mouse. Look at this, exploiting the tendencies. They just need to be ready for the Hampus flank.
That's all they have to be ready for. And perhaps they're not. So many backs turned. He steadies his aim, takes down the Orba. And as it fades, oh my god, a brawl. Even exchange, it does favor Rops. He got the pair. Bomb to be planted. Device had to hit that one. He puts the bomb back on the floor. And with only 15 seconds left, he could hit another one for the denial.
Oh, not far off.
Just shy of the mark. Bemis will get it down and retreat back to that ramp side. Two Orbs, but still through the smoke, they strike. Only Frozen, and he's caught on the advance. Wow, great recovery from NIP. It looked like Mouse Sports had them dead to rights there. Some of the util, I love the molly onto Device.
Isn't it crazy? In back-to-back rounds, the team that we thought had the cooler play or the cooler setup actually ended up dropping it, right? The devil was in the details for both of them, but getting stolen away there.
I will say, though, the smoke shot Rez hits, if that is a completely blind, like a Hail Mary, I hope so, he's so lucky. I mean, like, that ramp position would have been enough to win the round. Let me see it. Let me see. You didn't just. Did you just?
So he saw the trace. Okay, so got a little bit of info. A little bit of info right there. And then Frozen, he's feeling stranded, right? Do I play behind the smokes? They're probably both going to fade. I have to take Jules on either side. I'll take the fight to them. And now a timeout called. And well, for a big reason, right? You need to have a discussion on either side of this. You don't want to let Mouse Sports try and slip one of these low buys past you. You've already gotten away with 3. You've gotten away with 3 if you're NIP in this game, and you're only sitting at 10 rounds. You're still trailing by 2. Mitha, the coach, getting vocal right now. His chance to chip on in. Next round, loss bonus. Only going to be that of 1,900 into Mouse Sports bank balance, but that will be enough for all of them to buy. You can see here Dexter's bought down just that 2.1k mark. So you guys do the math. So it's going to give him 4,000 in the next round. Can go for a Galil, can go for an AK. At least now they can keep things slightly more interesting with a few of these upgrades.
NIP kept it very interesting on rounds like this on their T side, and Hampus was a part of that. Is he really going to fight? And that's an AK delivered. Express shipping. Rez has to hit that and better survive. They could run him down, but now the AK's in play, and I don't know where it's gone. There it is, thrown over to Dexter. So it's got a little something. It's got, you know, it's a little more than just milky cereal.
Yeah, I feel like they're playing retake B, right? You can see this setup from NIP right now, and they can play both AWPs over towards A. This is fantastic, right? In tandem, just a shot at a time. You get offered up these kills, one into donut. Oh, one into main. Rez here just searching, seeing if he can find the smallest of gaps. Robs with the bomb will be coming through that A main position, but you need Dexter on this AK to crack a skull. That's a nice little lurk smoke there that they can advance behind.
Yeah, kept at bay for the first 6. Incendiary just now times out. 45. Dexter to rat around the smoke, hoping to slip through. Rez not going to allow that to happen. And
nice shot.
Deeg perhaps opening up the playbook a little here. Equals been caught, and that cross is just held. Plopsky, long range on that M4, good recovery. They will maintain at least one of the AWPs. And the visor's back in play, Chadney.
That's a different room, isn't it?
It looks different.
The room they were in the other day was quite large. There was a lot of space.
Maybe
there was couches
their
everywhere.
Room and one's their official room.
Okay, so during the group they were just pracking.
Yeah,
and now
there was like a whole fruit community vibe. I don't know why fruit got involved. I was going to say fruit bowl.
Like bananas and apples. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Caffeinated beverages.
Well, that is that util set you were talking about. So there it is. Rob's deploying that. Aggressive mid-play here. Hampus is nuts.
What's he up to? And he is behind them. Strikes into 1, maybe 2. Hampus, you got any more for me? I mean, that's just such a kick in the groin for Mouse. He's there again. Like, I think the comms are, he's there again.
But that's in the first 15 seconds of this round right now. And now Mousesports, take a look at what's left. That piece of utility, that Molotov thrown out, that is the last bit they have to operate with. It's just the guns. It's just the AWP on A-Core, the AKs on Bemis and Rops. They have to operate now from such a hampered position, all thanks to Hampus.
Fun game. If Gambit conceded these 2 opening frags, would we watch them save for 70 seconds?
At 12, what about to be 12-12 with 2,400 into the bank balance in the next round? Yeah, because next round there's nothing, right? 2,400. That's all that they're going to get as a loss bonus here, and they've lost another. Res strikes, A-Core's down, AWP dead. Yeah.
Oh, and condemned to peanuts in the next round. They're going to get hunted. Rops has dealt with Device, a bit slippery.
Okay.
It's got an imposing presence now as you hear those footsteps loudly looking to close the gap. And off the flash, he's isolated a Jewel, not so much. Linus keeps him in check.
I think, like, if Rops could, a save would be great here. But on the T side, we spoke about this the other day. I think it was when Gambit were playing, right? And they saved an M4, but everybody else had to eco the next round, and then it throws your loss bonus out of whack here. So this save, you understand it. They need something going into the next round to play. And I think, fortunately for Rops, it's him who gets to hold on to this rifle. So if we're going to look at anybody, if we're going to look to the superhero of Mousesports to step up, the star, Rops could be the player to find them a couple of kills here. So all eyes are going to be on him as we move into round number 25 here. But this one was over before it even began. A minute 45. Hampus is this close. Finds the first kill at a minute 43. The second at a minute 40. And there you go. At that point, you're already down 2. And you're having to operate from the back foot out the gate. So 12-12, we're all tied up. NIP are back in this, and they can even take the lead right here, right now.
You can see Frozen just having to stomach that one. It's all part of the dream career of being a professional gamer. You have to swallow those bitter pills. Hampus just outplayed and secured a very crucial 12th. Game on. Advantage and nip. Last time that happened, though, Mouse were very quick to return the favor. Boosted up on mid, trying to patrol for any aggressive Hampus maneuvers, but turns out they've put a leash on him this round.
Yeah, you can just see how passive NIP are playing here. They know what type of buy they're up against. It's scuffed. It's just this saved AK. So as soon as you identify where that is, well, you can either run and hide, or you can isolate Rops and make sure that one hits the deck. They are rotating back over towards the B bomb site. Rops will be joining them. He has a smoke and a flash. So ideally here, it'd be great if Rops could use the smoke to smoke off one of the lanes, flash his teammates in, and try and get the bomb down. Set him up for a winnable clutch scenario.
Oh, that's the cue for a bit of a nade dump. Very
well
good.
Placed.
Look at that. So much damage, and with their ears ringing, Mousesports start the commitment. One by one into the scope. Take your turn, stamp your ticket. There you have it. Does not get easier and quicker than that from the first point of contact to the elimination of all 5. 13, NIP 1 away.
Oh dear, and you can see right now Rops has had to buy into a Galil, right? So already coming back to haunt them. I wonder if Dexter will be selfless here and give him his AK and swap it up with the star. But this is where NIP can really change the tune here. Max loss bonus will be in play for Mouse, so as long as they can get the bomb down, they can stay competitive. They just need to keep a little bit of pressure on the CT side of Con here. Double mollies mid. They won't be disrespecting that, but waiting for it to fade. So here he is again. Hampus up to his old tricks.
You can't get away with it again. We saw how much it frustrated Maus the first time, and he's doing it again.
They're not even clearing. They're not even clearing.
They haven't cleared him, and he takes 2. Does not expect a 3rd, but the damage is done. He's already knocked them down, kicked them while they're down. And only 2 frags away from a 14th for Ninjas.
They just had so much confidence. Like, Rez was just looking ledge from the start. Oh, did Bemis catch anything there on that jump? He could really level this up. We've seen the Bemis versus Plopsky fights over towards Cave consistently throughout this game. Well, he's got another man on the side of this. It's going to be Linus. Smokes him off for now. But you have a minute on the clock and you're in a 2-on-4 situation. And I said a plant, yeah, that would give them a buy, but they need to get it down. Right now, there's not a bomb site that they can get into for free. Device has top mid covered. Rez is aggressive in A main. Plopsky and Linus are just backpedaling out of the B bomb site now. So I suppose there is an opportunity. But look at all the nades that they still have left. Like, Linus still has a molly for the site. Like, as soon as you breach, he can just molly the plant spot. And at that point, you're delayed. The rotation can come in. This would be some 2-on-4.
Mission bomb plant. Bare minimum. 2v4. Dream outcome. And Linus just holding that perfect angle. It worked so well on the anti-eco at 20 seconds. They'll have to do very well to clear all of these angles out effectively and diligently. A boost does look like an effective way to do it. They can kind of clear him out. And Linus, ready for it, adjusts, and it's perfect. The best weapon for the job as well. Org in his hand. Gets a very clear view of that new boosted head. Juicy for the plucking. And no plant leaves them in this horrible state of limbo. 3.9, 3.4. Rez, wow. A tiny slither of Frozen's top of his dome. And you can see, yeah, looking the wrong way completely.
Yeah, naughty there by Hampus, right? He's had a couple of different looks. He's been aggressive. He's just been in their face. He's definitely using this mid fight quite well at the moment. You know, in the first half on the T side, he's the one taking mid control. In the second half, he's the one taking mid control. And that's taken a lot out of Mousesport's playbook.
And I've also casted NIP CT sides where he keeps doing it and it keeps falling flat. You know, like it's his stubborn approach that this time is bearing so much fruit.
With that double mid molly, you can't double extinguish, right? If you're Mouse, you can't like extinguish the first and then extinguish the second. You've just wasted 2 smokes just to get out mid. And you would have already had to have smoked top mid and donut and probably mollied that and mollied ledge as well.
So you get no smokes for the rest of the round.
Yeah, so like that's why when they go to take mid like that, they just have to respect it. It's just going to be these pistols again here. So 5 Dastardly Deagles is... Oh, it's a smoke molly combo this time, rounded Hampus. Here he is one more time.
They're not ready for him. Why does it look like they're not ready? Bemis is, but he's managed to take one with him. Effective stuff out of Hampus, and he's left Bemis on 12 HP.
Deck around right now.
Bad flash, safe angle. Plopsky set for success there. That's one to take notes from.
Yeah, I think he gets his own back there from the pistol with the CZ, right? Try that one. Got jiggled out and got absolutely wrecked. But there is a rifle to be scavenged here. Dexter wanting to see if he can find that, and he does. And this is just another situation where Mousesport's early stages of the round start with multiple member disadvantage. We've spoken about the 2-on-4. We've spoken about a lot of these situations where they're down. It's hard to see how they get into this.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks unlosable. Look at the NIP setup.
It is actually great, right? Rez is playing retake on A.
Yeah.
Linus has got the safety net of the red house push, and Plopsky and Device lock down B. So at this point, there's a swingman for every position.
Everything feels relatively locked. Be impressed to see you break it. Device has spoke next to their own to stop them maneuvering through it so comfortably. Flashed off the line, he will draw fire and attention. Dexter and Robs, one from Cave, one from the ramp, and now just one left. 18 seconds to pour Soul, an entire squad to contend with. Plopsky isn't looking the right way, but he's very audibly heard. Device pushing in for this and will collect. So that's 3 map points on their pick. NIP given the opportunity to secure this one.
And we have Vertigo coming up next, right? So that's a bit of a curveball in the veto here, right? NIP opted to remove Nuke at the start of this one. And that saw Vertigo getting picked on in as a bit of a punish here from Mouse. Now, their Vertigo stats, I'm sure the desk are going to talk about it after this. We'll leave it up to them. But Life's going to be interesting for Mousesports going into the next map.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, we'll save it all for when we're actually on Vertigo. Why not? There's a lot to be said about that. Dexter charging out middle. Trying to catch a little bit of something summon.
No aggressive hampers this time, right? So the one round that they're sending out there like a heat-seeking missile to find him, nobody home other than that pushes over towards A
Found him this time, found him. No hampers, no problem. Not for Rez, he'll be posting up for an aggressive Halls play. It is a lot of pressure on Linus, and with an AK-47, he's gonna have to hold a red room take if Frozen goes late. 3 walking into Donut.
This is the right setup though from NIP.
If Rez somehow gets Rops early.
This.
Oh, that's so good! And there's no one following him, so now Device focuses attention on Donut. That's the go sign. Akor's taken him down. The crossfire's still established, though. It's a question of what Rez can get done. And Linus has done so much work. 3 when he's called upon, and just about confirms the presence of Frozen as well. Linus dumps the incendiary. Oh, they could go down, but he takes another with him. All from the rookie, 24 at the tippy top of the scoreboard as well. That's a fantastic final round of play from Island Z. NIP 1-0 up, Des to discuss it, and also to set the stage for the curveball that is Vertigo next.
Hey guys, it's Robs. I'm going to show you a few tips and tricks on Vertigo B and how I prefer to anchor sometimes, and maybe you can implement it to your own playstyle. So on Vertigo B, if you want to play around the site and you're mostly alone, then you can just use this box here to get the information if they're coming up the stairs. And if they do, you want to use your smoke and save your smoke for that. You can just use your smoke like this. And they're just gonna buy you a lot of space, because you can, like, okay, they're coming, you're gonna fall back, and now you're buying time for your teammates to rotate, and they can always flash above the site here. You're just gonna play around the smoke, they might jump on top, and you just try to frag as much as you can. And the most important thing is that you just buy time. Good way to hold B is when you have 2 people holding it, and one of them is playing around this general area, so he's gonna hide and hold wood if they can boost and jump on top of it, and you have your teammate around the site somewhere just spotting down the info if they're coming up. If they execute and your teammate is telling that they're coming up, you can also use your smoke here. This is what I like to do sometimes, and you're basically blocking this whole area, and you can just hide here, you can jump on top of this, and you can again buy a lot of time. And by then, like, your teammates are going to be window flashing above you, and you can just pick off all the guys here easily, and even fall back to quad, because if they molly it, it's going to obviously dissipate and come back. So if you want to play aggressive, I usually just play around wood and kind of try to capitalize on the timings. I'm feeling really comfortable here when I play, and sometimes I have a teammate right there holding a flash, which is gonna land like this. I'll show you now. You just go against this wall, and I aim on this line, and it has to go between the stairs and the wood. So just about there, and this flash would land right down the stairs, and if you want, you can peek down with it. And just playing around the wood in general is a good way to be aggressive, and you can always fall back if needed to do so. Alright, that was it. These were some quite common setups on Vertigo B, and you'll probably see some teams using them in Pro League. But if you'd like, you can try them out, and you can tell me how they work on social media.
Well, Nip called the bluff, and there you have it. The conclusion of Ancient goes in their favor. Acor and company really going to have to go back to that drawing board, but perhaps we could paint a better picture for them up here. Welcome back, everybody. ESL Pro League Season 14. We're in the playoffs. Yanko, hit it.
Playoffs?
Playoffs? Yeah, so that's where we're at. We're in the quarterfinals. Also, Maniac's here to keep it neutral of sorts.
Trying to.
Maniac, give me in some kind words what there is to say about Mouse Sports from that game.
I have to be kind towards Mouse Sports. Okay, they had really good pistol rounds. They won both of them. That's really good. No joke aside, look, the shining light has to be Bemis. He's the one I'm going to be looking forward. That CT side, the way he defended that cave position, Candles right there. He stopped a lot of these B splits coming in from NIP, and we know that is the plan. We know NIP like to play the B side time and time again, and I thought Bemis did great. He did really, really great. But the rest of the team was absent. And to be honest, this is an NIP win, but a clear win at that. I don't care about the scoreline. This is a clear win NIP.
Just right there in their pocket. Yanko, do you agree?
Yeah, it's because, well, while Mouse Sports was good in pistol rounds, they were terrible in rounds against pistols where they had the guns. Losing 3 anti-ecos in this map, I think it's definitely what, meant their demise in the end. And I think it's also, we saw in the games against Navi and FaZe in the group stage, they were losing like these second rounds to pistols as well. And the interview we had with Dexter, it was just so depressing, really. Like, you could hear it in his voice. Like, it's just basic mistakes, fundamental mistakes that are losing them important rounds, they're losing them important games. So I'm really hoping that I'm afraid that they'll be so mentally deflated after losing one more game due to the same problem, right? I think obviously they would have put a lot of work into those rounds during their time off, and I don't think Vertigo will go too well.
Yeah, Vertigo being that next map in the series gives us all something to ponder on, but I don't think we start there. Let's just roll back and sort of look at some of the problems we saw early on. And Yanko, I think you could take the lead on this one. I'm looking at like early rounds, round 3.
Yeah, in both halves, like they would win the pistol, right? And here, just against the Deagles, you can see Acor dying first. And to be fair, NIP, we were talking about they were also talking about their shooting, right? Not feeling that they were really sharp individually as much as they're supposed to. And here they were hitting some good shots in this round and also in the second half or towards the end of the first half in round 14. Some nice Deagle shots, but still, like for Mouse Sports, you need to find a way to really not let these rounds slip away from you.
Yeah, I think it kind of starts with entry kills, right? You mentioned Acor, that was the case at round 3. These are moments, these are rounds where that entry kill goes from a round you're supposed to win to a catastrophe really quick. You are not supposed to give away that Deagle kill. And that's the same scenario in 14. Just once you get that kill, you can roll over. And this is where NIP pounced and really hurt.
Yeah, the problem is like you're just under so much pressure, especially on a map like Ancient in a 45 situation. So many, Hampus always likes to, sneak around somewhere, right? So there's just so many gaps you need to fill. You don't have enough players to do it.
So what happened here exactly? And I think it was you, Maniac, that pointed this out.
You're talking about Hampus. I wanted to bring out a situation, actually 2 situations, as we have these stats coming over right there. Hampus, I believe, had the key to the castle somewhere towards the end of that game. 12-12 scoreline, 12-13 scoreline, where everyone has a buy-up, and then look at this. He takes charge, he takes responsibility, he pushes towards mid, plays at the edge of that smoke. He's going to get a double kill here, and he's going to do exactly the same the next gun round. So it has it all if you're an IGL. Not only do you figure out the solution at the crucial point, look at the scoreline again, I'm talking full gun round from Mouse Sports, full investment going into this.
Yikes.
And then Hampus is right in front of them, and that hurts. It hurts so much because it's finally where Mouse Sports are supposed to figure out a plan. And this man, he destroyed it.
Yeah, and this is a guy that we've seen have that freedom of movement. We saw it back in the group stages, which for them really wasn't that long ago, Yanko, when it came down to Hampus, pushing, poking, prodding, whatever it took across Ancient. But where does it go on Vertigo?
I'm afraid that the manner in which Mouse Sports lost this map and some of the rounds that they lost, I'm afraid it's going to stay in the back of their head coming into Vertigo, right? I like the pick. I like the confidence from them, and I like the punish. That's the point of saying you play 7 maps, is when someone tries to gamble against you in a playoff game, you're still confident enough in it to pick it and to play it at such a moment. I'm just hoping that, the mental fortitude is going to be there after all the anti-eco losses.
Yeah, and the flip side of that as well, when you take the risk of punishing onto Vertigo, and I'm looking at the side of NIP and Threat, and we know how tactically sound they are and how they prepare and thorough they are. They know it was going to happen, right? You're NIP, you decide to leave Vertigo open in the that's a possibility.
I don't think they. I think NIP was like, we're gonna leave Vertigo. There's no way they're picking it. Like we just smashed them 16-3. It doesn't matter. It was like an exhibition tournament, but you know they're gonna pick Mirage and we'll be ready for that. Something like that. I think that's more what.
In tune with
what they expected.
There's going to be plans.
That's why we have post-game interviews.
That's exactly why, which is why we're not there quite yet. We are ready to take another break and go into Vertigo, the second map of our first quarterfinal. You know what it is. It's ESL Pro League Season 14, y'all.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Good evening or late afternoon. Welcome back. We're heading into our second map, and this one has got our analysts a little confused. Some love it, some hate it, just like Marmite. We're not sure which way to cut it, but Vertigo as our second. And Chad, you've been diving through the stats, trying to make sense of it all. Have you come to a conclusion about this Mousesports NIP curveball from Mouse?
I don't know. I think Matthew and Yanko have interesting cases on this, right? It is Mousesports going for what they consider the punish. Was NIP doing this on purpose? Were they leaving this as a little bit of a nugget for Mousesports to kind of gobble on up? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we are. Let's get into it, because it is pistols. NIP starting on the CT side. Mousesports to give us a look at their attack. Dexter pulling the strings, the first to ever do it. An Oceanic in-game leader imported into European soil, and they're up ramp. We're ready to get this one underway. An A commit, sandbags Molotov down. Process of elimination dictates that the plant can now go down. Smokes are up. There's no way for them to contest other than that nade, and damn, Dexter's gone down to 3 HP from that. A gap, though, in the first of the smokes has enabled a frag, and now the bomb across. Beam is safe, bodyguarded across. They just used the one smoke, and it's enabled them to get it down, Chad.
Did they miss a smoke?
Uh-oh, I can already see how this goes. Linus had a smoke and a kit, and the smoke is down. Both of them are down. The kit loose. They'll have to pick it up. A brawl now around the smokes. Frozen needs one, needs this one. And they're charging at him with knives out. Oh my God, Frozen will get him. On the bomb now, no kit recovered. It's 3 from Rez. Plopsky has to finish the job for the boys.
What is going on?
Yeah, and I just can't quite explain that one. A knife to finish. Acor will finish the job. Mousesports will take that chaotic pistol.
What is well, okay. Well, we knew this was going to be an unusual affair. Did Mousesports miss a smoke while taking the site?
Or did they just never throw it?
Well, I looked at the radar in the early stages of that when they all got kind of paused on out. Yeah. That's a good reaction out of Frozen, because that is one way to kick off this map. Now, Mousesports have converted every single pistol round. Well, they picked up every single pistol round. Converting the first has happened. Converting the second, not so easy, right? So let's see. They've already had their woes against the lighter buys of the ninjas. And this little boost has been assembled here. Now, this is on a bit of a timer, right? You'll see every now and again, Rez will pop up his head. Maybe when they molly sandbags, that'll be his go, but needs to be careful because he can be spotted and then they will get spammed on through by these rifles.
Yeah, trying to be as low profile as possible. Now he'll look to confirm any info he can get here, and short to constant threat. This is what he was waiting for, but Dexter does strike and looks good for Mouse here to convert. The hard part's over.
Plopsky's committed. He has to fight.
And he will. Fights off the first with a FAMAS and a high flash to get him back in behind the smoke if he desires.
He'd love a teammate right about now.
Where are they? No one has arrived in time. Linus just about gets to the elevator position. Device still working on that flank.
Okay, we're just holding on to these upgrades here. I'm sure Linus would try and get something on the way out the door if possible. Device is already in T-spawn here, covering off the exit. But Mousesports won't have too many worries here, right? They were able to pick up the rifle that fell in Bimus's hands. They're actually hiding the FAMAS right now, so that can't be picked up for Linus either. You can see Acor doing his housekeeping right there, so that's good stuff. And the only thing that they lost, really, in the scheme of this was a MAC-10. So, all good. All good for Mouse in a round like this. It's going to be very, very interesting just to see. Like, NIP leaving this open, there's always the potential that can be picked. You're calling the bluff of your opponent. There's a lot of different things that go into that. Oof. Okay, well, Device has just been absolutely wreckaroonied. Nice shot there from Rops. And that'll be the round, 2-0 with just one saved Eagle. So surely, this one doesn't get out of hand. Mousesports should, right? This is the best opportunity they've had to convert against one of these, right? It's the least threatening third round that we've seen for Mousesports so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It is a single saved Desert Eagle. One whole flashbang. I mean, I don't know how they plan to implement it. I'll be interested to see if they do go for anything quick and aggressive. Yeah, up mid, I like that. A chance to get a weapon, an early duel. Linus might go a bit aggressive on this, and, well, Rops has dealt with it. Lovely, easy collection. 2 Deagle bullets to the center of mass you'd think would have done enough, but just out of that range. And Dexter's cleared A, like he's actually pushed the entire thing. That gets really, really awkward about now for the Ninjas.
Definitely. They have no idea. Look at this. Easy collection for the Aussie.
Oh, that's lovely.
Let's see if he can get them. Fourth. No, Acor wants that one. And Acor, with that knife kill he had on the pistol, you know, he's looking swole as far as the cash department's concerned right now. He's got 6.6. So if he wanted to bring out the AWP, he could. But I would say Mousesport's going to carry through with the MAC-10, with the Galils in the mix. They're just changing the guns up. I'm wrong. They are going to get that Acor AWP out immediately here, and that is one thing that they have in their back pocket that NIP can't afford going into round 4. Device will have to operate here with just an M4. There is a kit in play for NIP, though, so retakes are possible.
Quick up the stairs. Device is going to be tested here. Has to fall away. Plopsky well ahead of that lurk smoke dropped out by Frozen, so he'll be able to keep him contained. Device, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for this B defense, and they are coming knocking. Sending Acor in just to clear out that default box, and Device, if you put your head in the vice, Acor will pull the trigger, and it's as easy as that. Nice movement as well, trying to maintain that space. Hampus to rotate in. Linus fully flashed off the line. It looks great for Mousesports here. That AWP investment already justified as it's given them a way into this B site. Now it's time to get across. 2 smokes to be deployed from Mouse. You'd expect to see them now. The reactions from the CT is in. Oh, back turns. Linus a bit late to the draw, and only 1 in the feed from the Ninjas. Not going to be easy by any stretch.
They're hanging around, though.
Oh, and he's smoked off again. Hampus has got no way in, and stray bullets into the smoke will force the save.
That position that Hampus is in, right? It's just teams going for boosts. That's one of the only ways really back in. So the pre-spam through the smoke, as we always talk about, it's not a wall. Even though they do seem very, very threatening, those smokes. And that's going to be the 4th round here for Mousesport. So great stuff for Acor, right? This is an individual who I think we could all agree is inconsistent at best, right, with the AWP for his team. And if he can show up and have impact and he can find opening picks, especially onto Device, that's great, right? That is fantastic. So that's what we're looking for. And they will be walking away here with all the goodies. Only 2 save rifles. Lost bonus. Oh, maxed on out here for NIP. So Plopsky and Rez can drop rifles across if they'd like to be threatening again. And we're about to find out, do NIP think that the AWP is essential for this CT side, right? Because if they do drop guns, right, it's signifying they don't want that AWP, or that they're happy to buy without that AWP. And I can tell you, as I see the purchases coming on through, they have opted to go all in here. So NIP just with 2 rifles saved to continue to keep themselves in a threatening position. Hampus with a silent stem 4. And they have a decent chunk of utility. Look, it's not great. It's not everything you want on this CT side. So let's see, can Mousesports keep the pressure up? 3 over towards A again, and this is their default spread. Noisy as you like. Smokes an exchange, and Plopsky held at bay. Will throw out a molly of his own. Nice little boost here. Frozen looking for whatever info he can.
Whoa, that's quite the mid setup. Good luck, have fun, Rops. But knowing him, he'll hold this tight line and worm away. No, he's going for a bit more. Pre-aiming some boosts, and that's the end of him. Doesn't get a chance to really think about it. He's eliminated immediately. And talking of partnerships, you can see Plopsky and Linus in a potent little crossfire of their own.
Yeah, this is pretty jarring as well. As Mouse trying to send up this ramp here, they could both swing.
I say crossfire, definitely not by definition what it is, but a couple of warning shots, the bait and switch works out wonderfully. It's a 1 for 2, and it's a deal that favors the Ninjas because it's left Malzo only operating with Acor's AWP and Bemis behind him. Yet to see this AWP go down. Let's see if Acor can keep flying as high as he has. They're re-aggressing short here. Plopsky and Rez staying together. The Ninjas using this partnership system. Yeah, Dink exchange. The AK's just better. Plopsky found the 2 to pull NIP into this man advantage, and now it's down to perhaps him to finish it.
Well, good util here. Time a bit of a problem, though. They need to get this bomb down.
Yeah, and the flash could enable it. It's not going to be easy. 1 single bullet or even a nade, some shrapnel to finish off the job. Acor's just got no hope. Hard committed to the site, and NIP, yeah, just convert off of Plopsky's handiwork early.
And I'm sure Device is going to be loving getting his hands on that AWP there. So that AWP problem, it's been solved pretty much immediately here for NIP and a great round. Just note, in every single fight there that they took, they had 2 bodies, right? The 2 players stacked up, Linus and Device both ready to fight. That hampers Plopsky combo to get them another double kill. Here they were smoked off. It was the combo of Util ready to play off of Plopsky's position. So really good stuff there from NIP. That's what you want to see. But Mouse, plenty of cash to splash. Back on in with a buy of their own, and Acor has that AWP again. They're happy to be held at bay by this initial smoke, allowing Acor to search over the top. Looking for any NIP members getting a little bit cheeky about things, and here they go. The crawl begins.
Okay. Notice how little util, other than that initial smoke, they use. So Rez is going looking dry. Very dry here. There's so many members on the other side of that scaffolding.
Oh, they heard him.
And Plopsky, hard shot to hit. How does he take Frozen down so efficiently there? Hampus good for one as well, just on that default box. So again, these A-Jules have given that man one-man advantage over. It doesn't look like it will last forever.
Nice
Acor
shot.
snaps to Hampus over the smoke. Divider smoke left side provide from Dexter. And there's another one on Acor. Robs could throw one out as well. Do they want to use that for the plant? They're running out about 10 more seconds on it, so they'll just let that one fade away. They've got 2 more for the go. That bomb's still right open in the open. Here's the util. Linus has a stop molly, could try and get that onto the default box. 25 seconds. See if Device has got the wall bang lineup. He does. One more bullet. He pulls off Dexter's plant. Repositions though, the leader just about, no! Linus again with the denial, and now Rops has got so much pressure on his shoulders. He's got to plant another fake at 8 seconds. That's unreasonable. And now there's no time. He cancels it again. He'd need all 3 frags. He needs all 3 frags! Oh my god, it nearly happened. Device just gets himself up on the box in time, saves his AWP by virtue of the no-scope. But that's the closest way you're going to see an NIP round.
Fiery right there. Look at that. Both teams just holding on to their util, right? You like what Mouse are going for? All right, we'll wait out the clock. We'll wait out the clock. We'll get the util in a little bit late. Lovely shot there from Acor. The molly with the tagger Device was great. It forced Dexter into only one place. The awareness of Linus. Great shooting here from Robs. The timer just hit 0. And then going down. Device getting him there just as it flicked away, and Myth up. Oh, I think he knows how close that one was.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, you always think about it, even when you're playing yourself, when you're like, you've got 3 people pushing you, there's only really the option of fake and frag. And he gets 2 of the 3, Chad. I mean, most of us don't get that close.
Yeah, he's done a great job there. And actually, all things considered, they've kept NIP in a manageable position right now. You can see Plopsky here only with an MP9. Everybody on Mouse is able to get what they want. AKs for 4, Acor back into the AWP. So Mouse are in a position right now to really break the ninjas.
And Rez is going to feed the beast. Acor, as you discussed, happy to be kept at bay by that ramp smoke and just posts up for peaks like that.
They just respect that smoke, right? They're like, if you're going to peek behind it, you're going to get a little bit lazy with how that and you think we're running up. Well, Acor, he'll find you.
I can't believe Hampus is as brave as he is, though, just to be patrolling the periphery of that angle that we just know Acor was in.
Yeah, very cavalier.
Lucky smoke dropped. Peek over that, covers the aggressive line onto the scaff cross, but they are maneuvering back to B, and it's wide open right now, Chad.
Yeah, this is the right call. NIP are coming to bolster this A defense. They've given up everything else on the map right now, so it is just likely to be a gamble into a save here. Plopsky's about to call this one completely empty. And now, with these noisy steps above, Frozen's hearing this. He's calling this rotation. If you're Mouse Sports, you better start moving.
And move they will. Molly's a little short. Doesn't really have anything or any ramifications.
Oh, they haven't cleared him.
Oh, Linus was aware of the possibility, but Rob still strikes true. And they might have to save now. You can see they're already starting to Scarpa, but Acor's plucked another on the retreat.
I can't even believe they even went for it, right? They were completely out of position there. I think the fact that they got the info and the bomb wasn't down just yet, they thought they could beat that rotation. But as I mentioned, Frozen can hear all those footsteps above him, so just noisy. And now it's about holding on to these, well, guns. It's just one now, singular, Device, AWP. We'll have to contend with all 5. Gets Rops, but he's given up his position here. I don't think he's long for this world.
Oh, it just gets around the corner, but an ambitious repeat. He knew the gap was closing fast. And there you have it, completely exhausted of funds and weapons. This is the catch on Rez.
Yeah, and there actually, I think you can see the flash assist. Now that flash is designed to land behind Plopsky, so he's not going to be fully blind. He's just going to be a little bit flashed on up. But Mousesports, one thing that if you're NIP, you need to be noting, they're not contesting that smoke. Now that's something that Mousesports can change in the future, because if NIP are just throwing the single smoke and not fighting, Mouse can maybe be a little bit more aggressive. They can maybe push through that smoke and take a fight or two. Now, boosting up in middle, that is Linus elevated. We've already seen from NIP a couple of tendencies, and I know this is an eco round, so you're more likely to go more gambly and heavy in the stacks, but they've played 2 mid and leaving B open. Linus has heard a step or two. You'd love to see him get one.
Oh, and he got away as well. Maybe that will bait Rops into this fight with Device's Deeg. Nade looks good for Linus. Oof, perfect trajectory. He catches that one, and Rops with a high-speed Pokeball has pulled us back to the 4v4. Only really Deagles. So as they dump their util B, there are going to be bodies behind it. No one from NIP is actually on the site. Plopsky's trying to flank. Rops would have heard this or suspected it the same. And that comes easy.
Well, this is 6 already here for Mouse, right? They are going to mop up these final few kills. It's just Rez and Device now. The bomb getting planted by Frozen as we speak. And this is already a very, very good T-side haul. So it looks like, if things continue as they are right now, Mousesports are looking like the much better team on Vertigo. And that should be lining us up for that 3rd map. It's what you want, right? The playoffs.
Consider yourself punished, you know? Like,
yeah.
I mean, this is a move you probably don't whip out in a round-robin groups, but when you're aware of your opponent, when it's winner stays on, and it's for the playoffs of the 4-week-long event, you're going to want to pull out all the stops, and they definitely have. Mousesports Vertigo looking fierce right now. Dexter calling a good game.
I just like the fact they're not rushing anything. You know, they're just really taking their time. Oh, look at that. Special delivery for Rez right there. He'll be happy to take that AK. So will Device. That's 2 really good finds to carry on through to the next round of play.
Second timeout threat. Definitely feeling threatened. 6 in the bank for the Mousesports T side. If this keeps running away, if this snowballs, we could be looking at an avalanche of a half.
It's a really well-placed nade there from Rops. On the nose there, Linus. Just a couple of eco kills right there. We always love them. Device not bringing out the AWP here, so he's going to be operating with that AK. Plopsky and Linus, however, will have some scopes. It's the Augs. Acor, already good impact out of him. We'll continue to talk about it. 8 kills. Finding frags with the AWP. And I guess, like, even the rounds that Mouse have lost, it's been the heartbreakers, right? It's been close. They've been able to keep NIP in a very humble position. And hopefully they're forgetting about those anti-eco losses on Ancient, because that could have been their map as well. So here we go, just a single smoke down the ramp. Rez gonna lob out one of his own, and yeah, the thing is, if you throw everything in the kitchen sink, if you're NIP and they don't contest, right, you drop your mollies, you throw in everything you got, then you have nothing to play this more passive side defense with here, and crawling on up. Mals have the open runway. They have so much space, and Acor's baiting.
That's gonna go. 2 straight up, and Plopsky loses his head. Frozen takes off, Hampus is as well. Rez with a defensive smoke to try and aid the gap for Linus. Good counter utility from the CTs, just to slow their roll a little bit. But during all of this chaos, you've already got the late lurk out mid from Rops. He's planning to strike should his team require it. They haven't gone for the plant. Frozen considering it now. And there's no warp in place, so no wall bangs to be seen or heard.
That molly's late from Linus. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, not at all. They've already got the bomb down and then some.
And Rops is coming.
Whoa, they may as well pull this 1-7. Rez, that's great. Is he considering the flank? He has Device looking for him now, trying to clear out Rops. And yeah, no, not a very diligent clear. Can't really fault him either. Rops just completely under the enemy lines. And already a 7th.
Yeah, they're really running away with this. It's good to see Mousesports here, showing a strong face. You don't really know what Mousesports map pool is, you know? They seem to always play something different. There you go, a nice find. Rops will find Rez, and there it is. This is running away with it now. There's still, look, if NIP can turn the half around and get 6, then we can have a bit of a conversation here. But I think anything less than 6, we should just be considering this one done. I love this pace change. And Acor was still down in forklift room firing the AWP bullet, right? So he, from a distance, is making it seem like they're doing that. This is what I spoke about, because they're not charging straight through that smoke. They've waited every time. So then this time they're throwing something a little bit different. And it's been on a gun round. It's been on a key round. Oh, look at this.
Oh, you want something different? How about charging into Device on B stairs? This time, however, Dev has come up trump.
He's actually bought into this with a bunch of extra cash. Did Rez drop him the M4? He may have done.
Well, it may be paying off. Hampus, oof, loses his life. He took one shot onto Frozen, does leave him at just 33 points of health. Vulnerable now to the rest of those CZs and Deagles alongside for the Device M4. Now, they know the M4 was B, so they're trying to counter their losses by pausing and hoping that there'll be some aggressions elsewhere. Device hasn't moved a muscle. Klopski's having a little look, and it may be powerful if he gets himself tucked in on this tight corner. At least makes the CZ... Oh, you wouldn't go further. Oh, Klopski. Oh, Klopski, this is what they were waiting for. He does go down. Feeds them exactly what they were waiting for. The information is going to be transferred, but... Yeah, one flash is all Rez has. Good luck, have fun. You better hit some scorching Deagle shots up against this Rops AK-47. I really don't fancy your chances. Device is here now. Bomb to go down. As soon as he does rattle off a tracer fire or two, there will be bullets in return. Bomb has been This is great. Mouse backing up this Vertigo pick with a stunning T-side and a T-haul to win out the half already. This is going to be for 8.
They're going for it. Rez has a kit.
No smoke on that bomb. And a nice, happy one to finish off the job, but it's just the frag onto Frozen. That's all they can celebrate. It is going to be that 8th. And last timeout remaining. They have 1 left after this, Chad, and we're only in the first 10 rounds of play.
Yeah, look, you can justify it. Take as many as you need. Try and get as many rounds on the board as you can. And I thought that right there, it was Rez dropping the M4 for Device. I think he had about 7K. And Device just bought it himself, so Rez must have been offering his teammates up with a little bit there. But yeah, as soon as Plopski pushes in for an info play, and he goes on down, straight in towards that A site. Great util usage there from Mouse Sports just to make their life as easy as possible. And with the scoreline at 8-2, I don't know. I don't see a way for NIP to really put up too much of a fight here.
I mean, this is it. This is their last pot shot. You've got the Device AWP, all the nades you desire. What's the call out of the back of this timeout, though? It's probably not going to be giving them all that space ramp.
It's just strange they have Device over towards B on a consistent basis, right? So with the AWP, it's not a bad weapon to hold down that B site, but...
Hampus, he's just jumped straight down the B stairs, and there's more to come. A tag into the shoulder blades of Acor, but he leaves with it. And now Device down and out. It looks like NIPR too. Linus has to be the hero, trying to beat Dexter to the punch. He's done that. Acor, a missed shot, a baited shot. Linus trying to keep him busy. Brave to be sticking around there. A missed Molly, that would have killed him. That would have been Acor dead. Dead to rights. Rops has worked through mid. Rez responsible. He's got so much freedom, though. Not even concerned about elevator. Look at this. He's so focused, so aware that he's got the full CT commit. And that relieves a lot of pressure.
Where's Plopski during all of this?
Rez. Expecting another one. He wasn't, and now Linus has got his head on a swivel. Acor last seen B stairs side, and a loud one behind you. You really have to hold your nerve here if you're LNC. Now focusing on Frozen, it's the right call to make. We'll take him down, and that's the finish. 3 from the rookie. Impactful fragging, putting a 3rd on the board when no one really thought it was going to happen. NIP have managed to finally voice some concerns after a slew of 4 from the boys of Mouse.
That's huge from Linus, right? His first kill, the one where he scrambles over to the site, right? These are 2 near misses. You know, you get Device just missing that shot and Hampers unable to convert. But when Linus scrambled over to the site and he stops the initial player from taking control, that throws the whole round up into question. So Linus has done so much here. It's not just the kills, it's the impact of that first. Oh, and look at this. Hampers, hello.
So,
be careful.
People firing bullets into the smoke at you. Hampers is catching them, and I don't know who's going to leave with a frag here. It's up for debate. Great nade, just shy of the mark, though. 55. Dexter, however, takes both heads down. Rez and Plopsky, nothing to report. Nothing from their A-ramp hold.
Oof. That's another round. They've just stomached 2 deaths straight away here. So NIP, they did it before. I don't know how they're going to do it again. Surely Linus has done enough here. You can't expect him to have another big round.
I mean, the ground's set for something. He's going to be cleared by Acor, it looks like. Oh, the whole squad will clear him. Okay. Looks like Mouse Sports are being incredibly thorough.
Yeah, and Device is just going to want to save, right? So, geez, this is 9. This is out of control now. It's not starting to get out of control. It's not just looking good for Mouse. It's a great T-half here. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer can be if you're NIP. You can't be starting rounds in back-to-back fashion, losing 2 players here, so...
I'm going to see how warped my memory was. Like, in my mind, the old full Swedish NIP were playing Vertigo actively. You remember? I remember, like,
I think we have a highlight where it was like...
USP, 6K or whatever.
Yeah, and he killed Rez or something with him. Yeah, one of those.
But was that just a flash in the pan Vertigo?
That was, like, last year.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that was last year.
What have I become?
So it's a long time ago, right? And I think, like, especially since Ancient came out, NIP have been prioritizing that. It doesn't feel like they have a super strong map pool, because if they're feeling that they have to ban Nuke against Mouse and they're willing to float, like there's a lot to be kind of dug into there. But here you go, you can see where the money is at for NIP. Not great. This double here, Dexter literally just holding down the trigger, controlling that spray. 2 kills. There was a chance for Linus, but yeah, slowed on down.
It's genuinely never been like a feather in their cap. I think I was definitely overly stimulated by the one good moment that NIP's ex-player had.
I think even Twist was on the team at that point as well, right?
That's how much I'm living in the past. Oh, Linus with a real attempt. A Hail Mary, if you will.
Let's get this one over, shall we?
Yeah, I think NIP have decided the same.
Yeah, I just think with these crazy all-in maneuvers that they're going for here, like it's been a clear shift. We've seen through the entire T-half that Mouse Sports, other than 1 round, are just willing to play and respect your smoke. And when you do want to push and try and contest and your tells of smokes and spam and nades through, they'll just throw their own at you. And they're getting, in the last 3 rounds, they've had the opening 2 kills. Now there's another one, right? You're operating with a huge advantage against a buy from NIP that's already crippled. They're operating with a far weaker scenario here, and this is 10. Double digits for Mal's already. They are really running away from this, or with this. Inferno next. I guess we should see if we can get there quick. Just keep it fast, just keep the pace up, because it's looking dire right now. Okay, they know where he is. Regroup, go to the other bomb site, plant the bomb. And do exactly that. So isolating the kill here, and max loss bonus, you guys know the drill. Device just immediately purchasing, right? Just immediately buying, straight on in. I'm not saying he's tilted. I'm just saying that,
Oh, nearly getting a full double rainbow all the way.
Hope that's not the most exciting thing we all have to write home about of this map.
Of that round? Yeah, actually, probably the most exciting part.
See, look, Device has bought an M4 and everything, and everybody else is on a partial.
Yes, well, we
and
all know what's going on.
And he instantly bought.
We all know what's going on there. Like, you're down 10 rounds. He has the mindset of, we've got to do something. We need something now. It's not like we can afford to give away 1 at this point in time. You've got 2 opportunities. So he wanted to go for the double bite of the cherry.
Yeah, this is really coming back to bite NIP, isn't it? I felt, even if Nuke was picked against them, I think their CT side would have looked a little bit better than this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to probably lead to the Vertigo bans in future, right? They prioritized the removal of Nuke.
Well, think about this, right? So in the first map of Ancient, Mouse Sports had to stomach, right, and get through the mental anguish of losing 3 anti-ecos.
Yeah.
Now you're NIP, you floated something in the veto, you didn't think you would get punished on it, right? Because that's the way it's starting to look now. You get punished on it, so you basically, the series is just starting at 0-all.
Yep.
So what you did on Ancient, all the work that you had to do, it doesn't matter. Like, and if you're Mouse, you forget about that. It's like, okay, well, we just won the second map, outpick really easily. So let's just go on the third, shall we? Like, the anguish of losing those anti-ecos, I don't feel that that blow is as hard anymore.
No, far from it. And I mean, we already know that Mouse Sports can hang with the big boys over on Inferno. I think they actually had 2 of the longest, if not most exciting Inferno games of IEM Cologne. There was that ridiculous OT versus Liquid.
Yeah, that was a good game.
25-28, that one finished, and that was for the team's fate.
This is just, it's hard to watch a game like this because it's one team who, like, we need to sing Mouse Sports praises here. They're looking very organized, their flanks are great, their pace changes are really good. I've enjoyed the approach of this. Acor's been finding impact with the AWP, everything working, right? The mojo in that camp of Mouse Sports right now needs to be at an all-time high. And we already know that NIP's has been a little bit more fragile. Just picking up the last few kills here. The man who bought the M4, last alive, and I'm sure he'd love to save this and should be doing exactly that. 11 now. As the bomb goes off, Mouse Sports post yet another round.
Dexter decides he wants to shave 1 kill off the old tally. Leaping off of the building for cool boy points.
Cool boy points?
Yeah, you're a cool boy. If you time it right and you jump off of Vertigo repeatedly, but time it just right so that you take TP to spawn before you crater.
Okay. How many points do you need before you get called a cool boy?
At least 4.
At least 4?
Yeah, I started the club and I've got about 7.
All right, nice. Nice, I'm glad. All right. Yeah, I hope there's a Steam group.
Join the
Cool Boys.
Cool Boy Club. Shadow books him. Look at the tracking. Oh boy, and then Rez a bit late to the trigger there, does not have a rebuttal. Acor, again successful on these NIP ramp maneuvers. Hampus does well to find one on the edge of the smoke prior to the fade, and Rez wants to stick around for more here. Trying to peek under that smoke. Acor seems wise to his tricks, and one between the legs there. And that's quite the response. Hampus just long range into the AWP, his eyes looking elsewhere, and it enables NIP to at least try and finish with a 4th.
Imagine.
No, what? Finish
Imagine if their CT side was just like, their CT side's actually really good. Mouse are just super legit on the T side. Then NIP crossover, and then they go, like, what are we talking? 10 rounds straight out the gate? Right, that's not going to happen.
But let's just John Lennon for a second. Maybe this one's still up for debate, Chad, because Device has been caught with a nade pull.
Yeah, and it's Frozen and Rops to clutch.
Yeah, probably the scariest pair. Smoked off, Linus, a lot to do here, and Frozen's really not going to give you any respite. Rez, the 1v2, just for a little bit of pride at this point. Unless they line up for him, get some sort of dreamy collateral, not going to happen. He now knows one has slipped to the default plant, bomb down. Both their crosshairs now looking in your way. They're not going to give you a frag. You have to come to them. Not going to be fun. He rounds the corner, sees the barrel, knows there could be one close, and it's all Frozen. Damn, Mouse Sports looking to finish this one quickly, and they are within touching distance already. Consider NIP punished. Vertigo has been picked up, and just moments away from picking it up completely. 12-3. We'll see you for the 3rd.
So how far we can go in Pro League, I think that we can reach the top 4. We want to reach the top 4 at least. But to that to happen, we need to step up our individual and as a team to just play better as a team. Because yeah, as Linus said before earlier, we have been pretty inconsistent. And I mean, we can beat any team, but we need to be like really good as a team and individuals to that to happen. And I think we're really close, but we just need that little bit of a push. And I think this Gambit win could definitely help us in that.
UGLY, getting exploited in the veto is not an alibi. This one has been ugly for NIP. And
look, they already have one map up in the series. We didn't think Vertigo was going to go swimmingly, and it hasn't. Unless you're a Mouse Sports fan, this has looked fantastic. They've come on here, they've rumbled the Ninjas, and they're setting themselves up with some momentum for Inferno. Let's see how quick they can close.
Yeah, I might have to borrow the pajamas off those Ninjas because it did put me to sleep in that first half. Absolute disaster. And it's a punish from the Mouse Sports boys. Let's see if they can finish it off with all those spice and everything nice. An open and shut Vertigo would start with a pistol, and pistols haven't been hard for Mouse Sports to come by. You can see 1xBet does only just lean Mouse Sports' way. Of course, 1-0 advantage to Ninjas after a great Ancient.
It's gone back and forth, but it's been the tightest of margins within the odds there. And I think the sentiment for everybody coming into today's game was this is a pretty 50-50 matchup. Right now, it's a B-lean, a heavy B-lean from Mouse. They have 3 players, BMAS, Acor in the quad position, and Rops up close and personal. Dexter overseeing mid on some jiggles, and
they're going for a mid to B, dude. Like,
they're going into the blender.
Are in the right place. Oh, Dexter run down, and this Glock train is on its way. Suddenly, the USPs are filling the feed, every single one. Hampus, Linus respond. Frozen with 2 to deal with. He does have the bomb, or at least he did. It's now been retrieved. Hampus has it. He's got a nice stop molly lined up. Hampus will get it down regardless, burning slightly, but heating up with a bullet of his own. Okay. NIP will slow the Mouse Sports roll.
Okay, well, that's the first pistol that Mouse haven't won. So that is at least a change for the better.
But
it is a 12-3 half.
And all of those disruptive second-round forces that NIP have tried and thrown into the mix, maybe it's time for Mouse Sports to have one of their own.
Let's see. Let's really see here, because if NIP come on and they turn it on and have a crazy T half, we're going to be blown out of the server here.
Sign me up. Blow my mind.
Yeah, give us something to sink our teeth into. Acor, interesting.
Yeah, what are you cooking
Look,
up there?
He's got some weird wallbangs, right? Acor loves a cheeky wallbang. He's used to the biggest gun, so... Deagle sounds scary. I wouldn't be pushing through that smoke anytime soon, but they've lobbed out a few extra, and now they're starting to take some space. Hampus up on the scaffolding position, has Device and Rez in just behind him for support. Hampus, that smoke is fading any second. You know Dexter's close too. Who's going to relent first? Dexter seems like he's hanging about. He wants some traction here. Flash in.
Not bad, and the shot is better. Hampus with a quick reaction through the tarpaulin. Game on. Game on indeed. So
look at Rops. He's pushing through middle.
He'll have a
he
bit of a
loves
flank
these maneuvers.
here,
He did it on the T half, and now he's doing it on the CT side.
It'll be a late flank. Looks like Hampus is starting to crawl up. And Bemis unprepared for that positioning. He wasn't expecting him so far up. But feels like he's been a bit hard done by there, Hampus. Could have and should have perhaps been a frag. Acor's still on the site.
Problems now for NIP.
What's that Rob's flank status? Just as I asked, he puts his name in the feed and the bomb on the floor. Popsky does recover it.
Oh, this is going to get so hard for NIP to win now.
Yeah, because they kind of have to go A.
And they're worried about Rops the entire time. He's rotating too.
Oh, that's so smart. His presence alone, he can be in 2 places now, essentially. One ghost parked at ramp and tested. Acor only good for half of the damage.
Oh, they're all quite low here.
Oh, and another through the box.
They're expecting behind.
Yeah, he strikes for the first, but the jig is up. He'd need another, and Plopsky dances with him well. Oh, there's a lot of details to that round there, Chad.
Handled though, right? So NIP will get 5. Okay, now they should get 6. They should be able to convert here. Should, right? You're going to hear a lot of that.
Yeah.
Ifs and not. and butts and babies.
And scratches and cuts and ladies.
There you go. I don't know where that came from.
Neither do I, but let's pretend it's a real thing.
Ifs and cuts.
Ifs and cuts.
What's an if and cut?
Well, I mean, you might get a little paper cut on your...
Yeah, by ifin.
Ifin?
Be a little bit too iffy.
I fancy a couple of Mac 10 frags here. I want Device to get a little confidence boost. The confidence is far from boosted. It's an even trade. Could have been more. Linus is constantly looking more threatening than he has previously. I really am happy for him.
If they bring this back, Alex, I'm going to be more than impressed. I don't know what could be more than impressed.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I
think the hall was too big.
Isn't it?
Like,
if it was 10-5, maybe?
A 12-3 half, Chad.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Where did both of them go?
There's a little boosty boy maneuver.
Okay, I'm starting to get a little concerned. Picked up an AK, and he's taken another head. NIP, you need a multi out of someone. It's Rez or Linus. Rez looking like a man possessed in pursuit of another, and Dexter's at least got a read of the situation. Bemis working on a flank, I believe.
Oh, they missed the molly. Nothing looks good for NIP at the moment.
Just as you were starting to like actually build the first step in the comeback story, now NIP are warning us off. Looking a bit sketched out here and actually pushing off of that short flash with backs turned. It's damage, that's the frag. Rez expecting the partnership there and just a preemptive wall bang.
7 HP for Bemis too.
Yeah, he doesn't have much of a chance here. He's going to get preemptively checked. Oh, couldn't find it. The other was low. 2 clicks to the head could have resulted in a one-on-one. But there you go. That's a 6. They are all of NIP's rounds have been coming through some ups and downs. We'll see how this one falls apart, though.
Yeah. Dexter did a great job of being jarring, right? This is great from Rez. This is really good from Rez.
I mean, like, they did so many steps in the right direction on a full eco victory there. Rez bails his team out and says play on.
Okay. Well, now it's against the guns, so let's see. One's already slipped the net to the left of Device here. It is Robs. Oh, what a combo that was.
Yeah, that was lovely, and Robs should have them both booked. Mousesports, that's a perfect start. You couldn't really ask for more. In fact, Rez was flashed off. The smoke's the only thing that guises his advance. And if he tries any funny business, Dexter will receive him.
Take that and immediately, right? And this is going to send NIP's economy into question straight away because those rounds have been so close. They've already bottomed out. I really like that little maneuver right there where they dropped the molly scaff, which forced the player trying to take control either to run forward or run back. So that was a cool little wombo combo.
And that partnered with Frozen not only wall banging it, but then pre-aiming the exit. Didn't see his toes, so Rops will find a third. Also worth noting that Rops was about to be tested on the B stairs and went for the most aggressive of holds. He throws the smoke, leaps down, and catches them with their backs turned. We'll see it again. Like 1 minute 39. They weren't slow to that. Make no mistake, Rops was just quicker.
I wonder if that was a T-smoke as well, right? Because I know teams, they'll drop a T-smoke there because the CTs like to molly it. And that one right there didn't land in the middle of the doorway, which actually is what felt like it enticed them in, right? So, well, you can see the red button hit over there for NIP. Immediately purchasing straight in with whatever they can.
Oh, the double nade. All of the gimmicks have come through perfectly. First, it was Frozen with the Org frag. This time, it's the double nade. Device now has to watch as this 20th round transpires. That's very brave from Dexter. He wants to actively contest this, and he has been swung on. Rez only kept to 1. An A-core activated, called upon the departure of Dexter. He has to fill the gap of short. And this is an angle that usually favors AWPers. He can post up, take as much or as little as he desires. And that's the end of Linus. Good reaction out of A-core. Slither gap and hits the bullet required. Looking like a 14th here.
You're kind of hoping this one gets taken care of pretty quick here by Mouse. I think if you're a Mouse fan right now, you don't want to let this one get back to close affairs. Not bad out of Plopsky to get one. I think that's probably all he's going to get here. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Bimus will strike. That is 14-6 now. And just 2 more rounds of play. And with that force buy in the previous year, NIP don't have any money. Device is straight in again. Everybody else is following his lead right now. Util skimp. Weaponry average. Below average.
If you had to, just for my own knowledge, if you had to try and break through like a little punishing mid piece, who are you running into from the Mousesports camp? It's Bemis. Okay, so here they come. Nade from Bemis already promising. The molly extinguished, and they're coming straight into his domain. Acor 1 holding down Mouse 1 for 3. Quick maths. 15 for Mouse, 1 frag away.
Come on, Hampus. Just get us to Inferno, mate. The 1-on-5 with the Deagle from the B lobby.
Yeah, I mean, so it's going to become like a best-of-1 elimination game between the two of them.
On Inferno.
On Inferno,
we all like some Inferno.
Perfect.
Yeah. I think if you're NIP and you end up losing this series, you think, you know, what if we just banned Vertigo?
How scared of Nuke were you?
Apparently very. Or apparently you're going to call Mousesports bluff. And they're ready and raring to go. They got pocket aces. That's a poker term.
It is quite a call out. Yeah, I think so. I think it means you've put 2 cards in your pocket and they caught you.
Damn.
Yeah. That's what he's trying to do, you rascal. Trying to hit bridge players. And Plopsky, a bit of a kerfuffle. It's all falling apart. Dexter to finish it up right here and now. The bullet's just shy of finishing off Rez, but yeah, Mousesports, they've come and punished the NIP float of Vertigo. You don't think we can play this? You don't think we can play this? You don't think we're going to pick it and make your life utter misery? Well, think again. Because there you have it, spotless. 16-6, Mousesports respond in the series. Call that 1-1. And it's all going to boil down to it, the head-to-head over on Inferno. But first, the analyst desk. Do stay tuned. Tristan Sorrenthus, Matthew Kikre, and Janko Paunovic are waiting in the wings.
Hey Future Pros! Continuing the advanced pro tips trend, I analysed a pistol round strat that Liquid like to perform on the A side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, and 3 flashbangs. It also helps to have some form of apps control, just so you don't get caught with smokes in your hand. The idea of this execute is to isolate the CTs playing in pit and on the site, allowing your team to overrun each position. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short-sided smoke and a supporting flash. To throw the smoke, first get into this corner near alt mid. This smoke lineup requires the classic view model as the lineup is quite precise. Position the right corner of the top of the smoke to the corner of the highlighted railing. Then throw the smoke. This smoke will block out vision from any pit players. This will allow the rest of your team to storm the A site as one pack. There is no real specific lineup for the flash, so aim high and jump throw. As this flash is about to pop, the rest of your team should start making their way up mid. Then head into apps and peek out with your team as they make their move. Future Pro number 2, you'll be throwing the smoke to block off long, accompanied by 2 flashes to help your team take the site. To throw the smoke, line up with the middle of this grate while up against the wall. Find this plant part and aim to the top left corner of it, then throw the smoke. Next, you'll be throwing your 2 flashes. For the first, aim to the lower left side of this window and jump throw the flash while running forwards. This will flash anyone on the site, allowing your team to pounce. The second flash will land over the pit and also help Future Pro 1 get out of apps. Again, there is no specific lineup, so just aim above the roof's overhang and running throw the flash. That's about it. Unless one of the CTs goes absolutely cataclysmic, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time taking the site as long as your team sticks to the strat.
It's too late to backtrack, get back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you. Take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine. Show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster. Gotta get better. Gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now.
It's NIP, it's Mouse Sports, and it's a playoff matchup in the quarterfinals. And right now, many questions. Hopefully, we can answer some of them for you. But as it stands, we are going to be going to Inferno to decide this bad boy. And when I say we, I'm talking about you, the viewer at home, as well as Yanko and Matthew, who are both standing here with me, ready to go and ready to talk about how this map veto just got crazily weird.
Yeah, I am a little bit confused. I am perplexed. I gotta be real. I thought NIP allowing Vertigo to be in the pool, knowing how their nuke might be, should being the operative word, that they have a plan. Right? There is some sort of preparation behind it. But you could clearly see that was not the case. There was a league, 2, 3, 5 leagues of difference between these two teams on the map. You could see NIP had no idea how to start rounds. They were losing men time and time again. It was messy. It was not nice to watch. But if you're Mouse Sports, you push it to a third map at least.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it was just a confidence gamble, really, not thinking that Mouse would go for Vertigo. It didn't turn out great last time they played, and also Mouse Sports doesn't have any wins on the map, right? But Mouse Sports called NIP's bluff. I think they also had a good plan coming into this one. Relatively simple, right? But after winning Pistol, converting first gun round, they focused more towards B, and Acor was doing a good job early on in that half. He got an entry kill on Device in that round, and also in round number 7, where both teams were low on money, he got another entry kill. So not the amount of frags, but the impact is there.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned Acor, because I called him out at the beginning of the series, saying,
did.
you know, you need to do more than that. Just have a look at how it looks like when you have Acor finding these entry kills. He wasn't having a 35+ kills. It's not needed.
No, he got 9.
You just need him to find a couple of entry kills and make that difference. And he made that. And things look amazing. This is how Mouse Sports can look when you have Acor that's activated. Let's just flip that 1 second. Talk about Device. Where the hell is Device in that series so far?
I think it shows that the fact that NIP doesn't really play the map, and Device is a player who benefits from not necessarily like a full rigid system, but at least like a sort of a setup being in place, right? If everything has to be done on the fly, I'm not saying he's incapable of doing it, but that's not where you're going to get his best games, and a bit of a rough start in this map didn't help him
I know,
out.
and I agree with you. Device obviously benefits from a system that's working, and we've seen that from Astralis. I just feel like moving into NIP, that was going to be the next step. That was going to be the evolution, saying, you know, maybe if there's a little bit of mistakes and approximations in what we do, doesn't matter. I'll have the shoulders. I'll carry you guys. Just don't worry about it. I'm here. Yeah. And this is just not happening right now. There are obviously flaws and mistakes in what NIP is doing, and that's quite clear. But I'm hoping for Device to be a man that can just take the AWP and make the difference. He's got that kind of tenure behind him. He's supposed to do it, and so far we haven't seen it.
We've seen it time and time again, but now would definitely be the time to do it, at least within the confines of Pro League. Again, there are no second chances here in the playoffs. This is it.
Hey, man, also, like, look at Device. He comes into NIP. These guys just start grinding Ancient, like a new map where you can't really opt that much on the T side. They played a bunch of Mirage, permaban of Astralis.
Oh,
like,
no.
Give my man some, you know,
let him play.
Give him some nuke, give him some dust too.
Let's look at this.
At least now he's going to an Inferno.
Look at this, though. This is the sort of run and tenure that you're talking about when it comes to the Device. Big old question mark there under the Season 2 finals, but the realities are this. This guy hasn't missed when it comes to playoffs, and if he has, it's been very rarely.
Yeah, it's been quite rarely, and again, that was the assumption behind that move to NIP, thinking, you know what, he can take it to the next level, because if he can have even close to the type of success he was having with Astralis, then suddenly he transcends that line, right? He becomes an individual on his own. But now, the legacy might start to be tainted a little bit. What if NIP gets eliminated here, 12th place? What do we say? Where does that leave us?
Do you think he believed more in the NIP side of things, or was just tired of how Astralis was back in the day?
Are you tired of winning?
Well, I mean, there was a time when it wasn't necessarily winning. There were some struggles there, obviously.
I think definitely COVID made some problems seem worse than they were in Astralis, and sure, like a change of pace, you know, he does live in Stockholm for a couple of years now, so just like playing there probably makes life easier on him as well. There's definitely some quality of life choices there, I believe, but I think he also believed in the squad. He wouldn't have gone just, you know, to chill and like be the star player of some team that he doesn't believe in, and I think the confidence must have been really high after that Flashpoint tournament. They were top 3 there. With Mouse and G2, but after that, they just can't even get into the playoffs of a single tournament.
Well, look, we're still deep in the playoffs, and by deep, I mean we just put our toes in the water because it's the first matchup of the playoffs.
Shallow, of course.
Yeah, of course. We're going to be going to a break. We're going to come back with some Inferno action.
Shallow in the playoffs.
Mouse Sports and NIP. Who will drown in the shallow water first? Let's find out.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Songs in a helpful hand.
Who doesn't love a bit of Inferno, especially as a third map to side, when we do need it to separate Mousesports and NIP. The desk has equipped you with all the information you need. If you missed it, well, too bad. You'll be getting it through the lovely vocal drawl of Chad Sponge Birchall and myself, Machine, now, if you did miss out.
Oh, everybody in the room. We got the papers out. Plopsky even having a read right here. So just going over their notes before we kick this one off. We have Mousesports starting on the CT side. We have NIP starting on the T side. And if you remember NIP's most recent Inferno game, that was against Gambit, which they actually picked it up and surprised everybody. There's Visor Guy, just hanging out on the outskirts.
Ex-Olympic rower.
Yep, from Perth, Western Australia. I think his name was David McGowan.
Well played.
Now, I don't know if that's one of the key factors for this matchup, but we're about to find out here as the papers have hit the floor. The hands are going in. What do you reckon they're saying?
I reckon he's saying, look, boys, if it's anything like rowing, I just recommend that you keep your upper body tense.
Quite straight.
Keep it straight.
Yep.
Activate your muscle groups.
Power from the core.
Warm up. Make sure you're doing your physical stretches before you get into this one. And keep a clean head. I do think, actually, jokes aside, visualization is probably something he's working with them a lot.
Okay.
All of the successful...
Visualize the headshots.
All of the successful is obviously what I was trying to say. All of the successful sports personalities do seem to be preaching about visualization of their victory. You know, all those MMA boys, they always say, this is exactly how I pictured it. It's exactly how I saw the fight going. Like, it was exactly what I gave him. Well, I hope you've been visualizing a stomp on Inferno if you're both of these boys, because it holds a lot of weight. ESL Pro League, the trophy, yet to be lifted, and both of these squads are down in the dumps. It all comes down to Inferno. Vertigo looking very convincing from Mousesports. How much of that was NIP just giving it away, not being prepared for the map in play today?
We are live, and the first kills come in. Device is taken out Frozen.
Wow, that's punish for us and punishment for the boys of NIP as they catch a nade in response. But this man advantage will still be held, and that tightest of lines pre-fire Device has come into Inferno looking refreshed. 2 quick kills out of his pistol has given them a huge leg up in this one. And it'd be very hard to trip over your shoelaces here if you play this right. We do have Rushley gracing us with his observing goodness today. So Acor, I don't know if it was the bomb he spotted, but Linus and Plopsky were both there, and they've been allowed to wrap. Look at that, such a passive hold from Rops, and Bemis has led to a full isolation of the only B defender.
Yeah, well, that's it. This one should be done, right? Rops and Bemis would have to go around the world against 5, and they're still walking in. Look how patient NIP are taking this. They're not rushing the issue, clearing this one out, keeping their sleeper of the wrap under cover. But they will be picking this one up, and the smoke towards CT spawn, I think, just secures that. So Linus will be planting. 40 seconds on the clock here, and for Bimas and Rops, it's about either getting exit kills to get extra cash or keeping on their armor without taking any damage so they can upgrade to head armor for free in the next round. Or maybe they don't want head armor. Maybe they want a couple of extra bits and bobs along their side. Plopsky tasked with trying to find them. Same with Rez and Hampus are already clearing out A. So this one here, they are actually trying to hunt these away. They don't want to give any legs up for Mousesports into the second round of play here. And this is NIP's second pistol, I do believe.
Oh, that's a good point. They got one on Vertigo. This one will hold a whole lot more weight.
Oh, not clearing.
Oh, having a look. They know where you are. Don't forget, Rops would love to keep that 100 Kev.
It's like hide and seek.
Yeah, and he has managed to do so. Oh, he hit him.
94.
He hit him.
It went down to 94.
Well, that's a small loss in itself, but of course, NIP will be able to convey that information. Hampus has hit one last little bullet. And this is how the first one came about. Crosshair just waiting for it in the drive-by. This second shot really did seal the deal. Bang! One bullet, all that connected, but it does stop the extra helmet. He goes for the scout instead.
2 scouts, and neither of them for Acor here, so that one's curious. One for Dexter, one for Rops, and they're actually aggressive, wanting to find some tags here early. Throw NIP for a bit of a spin, and that's one way to kick it off. Rops, a big shot onto Rez here.
Ooh, and that's Dexter's shot taking a chunk out of Hampus as well. The scouts Mission accomplished. Oh, more tags.
Get out of here.
Oh, God. Their limbs are barely hanging on.
Safe?
I mean, you're not far off. If they lose another one, Chad, it's probably the best course of action.
2 almost dead. A third softened up. All right. Give it a go, NIP, I suppose, but you're about to give over a lot of rifles right here if you don't convert this one.
Mousesports with such a good denial if they can convert this. It's almost better than winning the pistol if you can take this and take all those AKs for free. AKs. Don't know why I'm pluralizing for dramatic effect. But there's another. Dexter will finish the job he started onto Plopsky. And Acor boosted up. Does go down, but will they clear? Linus. Oh, he does.
He's doing it all.
Head on a swivel.
With full HP. He's just taking all 3.
Yeah, but now they know where they both are. The scout from Rops has filled the feed, and it was through his teammate Bemis. Both coming in from Banana side, and a full sack of util as well. Maybe we can see that.
Look at a molly.
Smoke and molly used. Bemis could drop this towards the position. Device is not ready for this. He's going to have to reposition as the fight comes in from Rops. Linus could have to do it all here. He's hiding behind the pillar. Device forced forward by the flames. He lives on, though. Tucked in on the second. That's the duel. Linus has got all 4, and he's saved NIP from a pantsing. That was supposed to be a Mousesports conversion of all that early damage, but courtesy of LNZ, NIP will make it 2.
That's huge, right? What he's done right there is massive. We were talking about, and I was joking about it, but the fact that they were softened up and they're in low HP, Mousesports were in the power position. Mousesports were favored to win that round after these early exchanges. Robs does this. Bang. See you later. You like your head? He does too. And then Linus strolling on in, just being able to isolate all these fights. Diligent on his clear here as well. A lot of players they'll get to and maybe leave it, but the third is insane. And at this point here, the little attempt from Rops and Bemis, you like it. You know what they're going for. You summarized that quite well, but denied. And NIP stay alive here, 2-0.
Acor's turn.
Fool me once, I think.
Yeah, Nade to push them off. They have boosted here, so Device is vulnerable if he does quietly expose himself. Realize how that sounds. And just a warning shot.
Quick reactions. It did tag him up, so they're chipping them away here, Mousesports. Clamp down on mid now. Oh my God, they just continue to find the accuracy.
He actually gets them both. And there's one from Robs' Deeg as well. Again, NIP conceding these openers. Great nade in response. Bemis and Rops both caught that, but it's Acor who still wants to force the issue. He knows where you are, and they might send a Deagle after you. Bailing him out of trouble is Hampus. Doesn't have the bullets for this. He's lost his teammate now. Oh, even less this time. Device catching Frozen will at least give them the plant.
Well, we needed Device. We had him on the pistol. He's been a little bit missing in the last couple of maps. If he can combine with Hampus right now and they can keep NIP above water for one more time, they'll be very, very thankful.
Couple of flashes. Maybe Hampus can flash above Device on contact. Let's see if Hampus deals with this threat from the construction. Rops is down. Okay, threat neutralized. Device playing the off angle and will catch Dexter's walk up. So now only the armored Acor. And time getting a bit sensitive. They're on the way out. He'd love to take a rifle away from them on the way out. Really, Device?
I think we can see you, Mr. Acor. Your long, scouty barrel. Very, very visible. Device does keep them in it. That's great. We've had back-to-back rounds. One from Linus, one from Device, where they have the necessary kills to avoid losing the pistols. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider how map number 1 went, right, and Mousesports were on the receiving end of losing 3 anti-ecos, if NIP find themselves in a similar situation, they lose 16 to 13 or something of the sorts, they're going to be getting a taste of their own medicine. But they've been able to keep their head above water.
Yeah, but I mean, the water's been pretty close to swallowing them at times. My God, Mousesports have made a very competitive 3 out of this one, but looks like Device using that T-side orb immediately to ply his trade. He's got a kill and a half there, and Frozen catches a second. The nade brings him down to just 5. As a B defender, you can't be left a solo on the site with a health like that.
It feels to me like Dexter's going to have to go for a gamble call here and potentially even go play over towards A with his teammates. Now, he still has on his belt a smoke, so maybe he'll hang around top banana until he feels threatened, drop that, and then that's where you made the decision. Do I gamble A? Have I done enough to scare them to the other side of the map, or should I stay here at B and put up my best fight? Frozen opting now to tuck on in towards this graveyard position. He's going to be a sleeper, right? You're going to see BMAS and Rops taking contact first, and then Frozen's going to peek up his head on that low HP and see what he can do, and he's about to get an offering here from NIP.
Here comes the parade. Swedish by design.
Dry.
Yeah, completely dry, but they actually got hit 2 of the 3. They only have to get fast drops, and yeah, he's been kept very honest.
Wow.
That worked so well. Was there even a flash, Chad?
I just think there was the Moto smoke and they just went, right? To go 4 players, basically contact out of the smallest choke point into the bomb site is insane, but that's profit. That is money right there.
Yeah, and I guess now you see it, you think about it, when you're at this level of Counter-Strike, no one does it, right? No one goes out bulk dry.
Yeah.
So, of course, the pit player isn't in the position to punish because he's ready, he's staring at the floorboards with a smoke in his hand because that's usually step 1.
This could be one of the problems right now if you are Mouse Sports. If Hampus is making calls like that and making plays like that, he might be able to individually find those gaps, right? I know that was as a team-based call right there.
Too.
Should be dead in the back yet. Yeah, it doesn't hear it at all. Easy one. Hampus even gets a second shot, so lovely jubblies right there, and they already have that AWP on Device, so they don't need to pick up another, and this is how it kicked off. Device just on his own. Hey, boys, I'm going to go find us a pick banana. Don't you worry about that. Next minute, at Apartments, they trundle. And yeah, you can see the smoke hasn't even hit the ground before the initial 2 kills come in, so that was just a contact play. Just pop on out and get yourself your 4th round here. NIP looking schmick.
Schmick and span, as the expression goes.
Well, they've been threatening on these Deagle and Scout rounds. Let's see if they can do it again. Up close mid with a couple of HEs. Hampus going to walk into the den here, and that feels very scary, doesn't it? Close up mid crossfire without a flash. They could be rumbled. Don't worry about the flash. BMAS ahead. Uses the sound cue, gets himself an opener, and NIP under the pump against the pistols again. Can't get it,
I just don't know how Threat has any hair left. Like, how has the dude got a full head of hair when he has to try and keep a cool head watching rounds like this on the daily? NIP, they've made the first 3 up against Deagles and Scouts, and of course the pistols a bit bumpy. This one again looks threatening. And Beamer's given an opportunity. He will seize it. Rez swinging out for the punish. He anticipates it perfectly. Huge. And Beamer's is doing it all on his own. Anybody else fancy their chances up against this man's Deeg?
Hasn't even reloaded yet.
No need. He'll just get another headshot for free. No, back away. AK to play. And 3 fires for the finish. Oh, it's been stolen from him by Linus. Nearly the ace. Just a magnificent sequence out of Bemis, and you can see, I mean, the round has been handed to Mouse in a silver platter. Instead of victory now, Linus just considering his options to save. He'd have loved to have not let those weapons fall into enemy hands, but Bemis has killed so many people in such close proximity, there should be plenty. And there's another one now. Rops has taken his head off, and we'll see at least 2 AKs preserved.
Yeah, would have loved that save right there. It meant Plopsky could have had a gun as well. So NIP will be threatening, and they can continue to have another buy here, but you're already seeing the ramifications of these close scenarios here, and this is fantastic from Bemis. This is what you want. Just pouncing on that reaction in mid and standing his ground, not letting him take that space away from him, thinking on his toes as well, gets the AK and almost gets the bloody ace. That would have been a great round there for Bemis. All right, well, Plopsky into a Galil. Working on this second mid control, Device, Rez, and Linus. Plopsky and Hampus dealing with Banana in the mid push right now. And, well, to dissuade any early window... Oh, it's a pop flash. They want to find it again.
Yeah, and look what they find. Oh, perfect. Rob, Bemis partner up to completely smash through the Ninjas in Pajamas setup.
That is insane. When do you ever see a mid defense like that?
Not for a couple of years.
But they know. Oof.
Oh, okay, Linus.
He's won a couple of clutches.
Yeah, and he's just wormed away through that smoke. He's paused within it. Is he hoping to catch the banana flank as it fades? I mean, Frozen's there. They're aware. He's got a full stack of util. He has looked a little clutchy recently.
Yeah, he's won a couple of nice ones, especially when it didn't feel like he had any chance in those rounds whatsoever. So right now, with the position Dexter's playing, he should be able to get out of the apartments and get this bomb down. Now the question is, where does he plant and where does he consider first? He can smoke off one of these choke points, can molly the other.
He's still very worried about a CT lying in wait. Now they're giving him so much room here.
Wow, he's been allowed to clear the site completely, dude. So with a full load of util, this 1v4 starting to feel a little threatening. Linus hit a great shot onto Acor to make it possible. He smokes off long side and is in float. He's clutched from here before, and he's getting for the graveyard position. It should enable another headshot. He's only got 20 HP, but he's doing it. One remains. He knows where you are, Frozen. Linus for the hero play, but Frozen denies. Strafes under the crosshair, and a valiant attempt from the rookie for the Ninjas there.
He's had a couple of really nice clutches, and this one just what an attempt that was from Linus. If he turns out to be the clutch factor for NIP, I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
Yeah, I would be as surprised as Perfecto being Na'Vi's clutch master.
Sure. Check this out, though. This is just absolutely wild, that mid defense. So if you combo what we saw just there with that mid defense, and then you take a little bit of a look at the way that Mousesports have approached mid with the Scouts and the Deagles, it's been the same way that they've made it jarring for NIP. NIP are walking up mid like they have so much room.
Yeah, it's just assuming it's clear.
And Mouse are saying, all right, well, if that's the way you want to play things, we'll fight you. We got some mechanical beasts on our side. Oh, and that was a quick shot.
Yeah, kind of feel robbed. Device is now going to have to play the rest of this round barefoot. His shoes have just been blasted into another dimension, and that's a shame for Rops.
I don't think you can quite believe that one.
Nope, just a stray bullet right to the face. Preemptive Deagle bullets, and yeah, I mean, that's something for the Ninjas to hold on to.
Yeah, both throwing punches, right? Acor's shot onto Device was one swing. Rez's uppercut another, and over towards B they go. So this is an execute where they're looking pretty tidy for this. Both playing spawn at the moment. Frozen's floating.
Surprised Dexter hasn't got that smoke out, but he's waiting to play reactionary. It may be disrespected, though. Yeah, they're going regardless. Good flashes. Plopsky does go down to the spray, and Dexter has enough bullets to take 2 down. No trade available from the Ninjas. A boost now, well timed, as they cross in. And Linus caught clearing. Great defensive maneuvers here, but the flank from Device, or rather the lurk, has paid off.
They got the bomb still. They could pivot A.
And they'll get a lot of space. The rotate was on its way. Dexter's going to be the first to receive them. Will be Library side holding that short cross. Does he have it? He does. Missed his shot. Device, chance to plant. Dexter at least confirms his suspicions.
Oh, they're planning default as well here.
What's the setup? Device gets himself into the balk, and that's an effective position to at least deal with this Dexter flank. Oh, and he reacts very quickly. Exactly what the doctor ordered. And Rez, maybe not a doctor, he would have to be surgical with these three, and looks away, averts his gaze, can't find one. Good play out of Mouse on the retake there, making sure it's safe and sound. Dexter not overcommitting.
Dexter did so much, just by the way. He was the first guy on A. He was the only player defending B.
That's true.
Just so we can keep a rough cap on what just happened there. This is, yeah, just taking a blind pot shot. So good stuff there from Rez. Now this is really wide spacing. I understand why you want to have wide spacing through the smoke, so it's not super easy, but I felt like nobody was coming, and there was a lot of flashes in the feed that appeared to be team flashes, so maybe a little bit of miscomms there for NIP, but Hampus is in with a hero AK. The rest are up to pistol upgrades here. Let's see if they can keep this interesting. Still have the lead just by 1 round, and hello, Robs wants a fight.
Acor's farming flash assists, and Mousesports are farming Ninjas. Quick couple of engagements. This Deagle armor buy is left with nothing, and Dexter, despite the vision, is still alive. Finally, he goes down, but 1 casualty for Mousesports to close the gap. There is 0 complaints from them. And what started looking oh so promising for the Ninjas has been responded in kind.
Well, I think these last couple kind of tell a bit of a picture, right? NIP in the first 4 rounds were lucky to get across the line in a lot of those. Right? The pistol round was quite clean because Device got 2 bangers of openings, but when they were up against the Deagles and the Scouts, it was rough. They required heroic performances to get them on through. We're back into the guns. Hampus, unfortunately, only with a Deagle. Took that AK, didn't get anything done. And Acor posting down mid. A flash scuttled on through. And that's enough to hold him back, as I think that NIP now need to start respecting this mid corridor, right? They're not able to just be so relaxed about how they're posturing in it. The pop flashes have been potent from Mouse, and here they come again.
Oh my god, if Acor was just to clear this, he'd
They're
have
just sweeping.
Free frag. Uh-oh, Hampus gets the first. They know the AWP's close. He's forced to stick around. He will just be traded one-on-one. Bemis to defend the site solo. The whole squad's coming. 1v3 on A right now for the Bemis, man, and can't quite deliver. Some damage, though. They are bleeding internally. Frozen and Dexter with it all to do.
Is that enough, though? Right, like they've been mollied, they've been re-smoked. Are they going to give this one a crack?
I think with the damage, it's threatening at least, but he's pre-aiming the boost. Look at Rez's angle here. He's actually just looking for the head above the smoke, and he wasn't far off. But, Chad, yeah, your suspicions are backed up by their positioning. And regardless of damage done, it will be Ninjas in Pajamas pulling together for an A-plant success.
Yeah, you can just see that Mousewatts have a very clear way that they want to approach this, right? Just willing to fight mid. Now, this time, it didn't work. And that's what it looks like when the shoe's on the other foot, right? Both kills going against you. Bemis doing his absolute best there. But if you don't trade, if you don't find the first, right? If Robs gets the first, then he dies. Then Acor gets on, then he dies. Then we're in a 2-on-2. Then maybe the likes of Frozen and Dexter go for this. But when you're down a man, it's hard to justify that, especially with the CT-sided economy here. They've held onto their guns. They've made another buy work. Rifles in everybody's hands. Acor back with the AWP and even a defuse kit for Frozen here.
Okay.
Looks like they're just going to execute B pretty early here, I think, Alex. Look, they've got all this control. They already have 3 players in Banana. The bomb not far behind, and that 5th man of Rez bringing up the rear. Retake utility. It's only going to hold them at bay for about 20 seconds. The question is, do Mousewatts go for another one of these mid-clears, or have they already been disparaged from doing that because of the previous outcome? And Plopsky's actually braved the smoke. He's through. They know this is clear. They can just execute and go.
You'd think they would. Plopsky likes to be the first man in. You see him strafe around this corner as soon as that smoke blooms. The flash is in, so is he. It's all about Frozen now. He's holding that pit jump up, but Plopsky's well too aware. He came prepared, and now the site is all Ninjas. Oh, a good bit of damage found by Dexter. He puts device on notice, but it looks like Mousewatts going to scurry away from this.
Yeah, and a great round from NIP. They just changed it up, right? So they were able to buy the respect top mid. There was no more flash and peek as anybody home. Oh, Hampus is getting a bit hunty here as well. Look at him, already on the arch side.
Huge gap at this moment.
Oh, knife out.
Oh,
see you later, Acor.
Pip the gap. Dead sniper, irretrievable. Hampus not aware of that library player. Maybe Dexter can sneak away.
Let's see. Does Hampus want to keep a lid on this? Oh, wants a bit more than that. Pushes it into library. He will go down. Dexter trying to get to the AWP. Yikes. Okay. If Dexter lived there, he could have dropped the rifle.
Everyone would have everything.
Everyone would have a gun. He probably actually could have afforded an AWP as well. So, a little bit of an Orky Momo, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the bomb's blowing up.
He wants the AWP. He should have just, yeah. Anyway, hindsight 2020.
It's left Acor with a FAMAS.
Yeah, better than nothing, I suppose. They're close mid again, Alex. Maybe they go for another one of these flash stuff. The 3 players at A are ready to biff. Everyone on Mousewatts is ready to fight.
Counter flash, keeps him honest. Hampus is coming knocking. Frozen, ooh, just as he gets up on the sandbags.
Look at this.
The aggression into the mix. Mousewatts continue to punish NIP's mid setup. You try and set anything up around second or mid, you're going to have a late CT push. Look what it's done to them. They're forced, corralled into B. A lovely 3-on-3. Acor is providing support from downtown, and they will smoke him off. Or will they? Oh, he's got a gap to work with as well here. They won't find anything from their boosted venture.
I think they'll re-smoke with Linus here. So this will fade, they can re-smoke and then go. Now, if they can get into the site here, they will need to trade in their favor. They're going to need to take out all 3 and try and keep at least 2 alive.
Here comes the fight. Dexter's in a powerful off angle. But they do isolate the first, and there's Dexter activated. Frozen locks it down, and it is Frozen that sticks around long enough to confirm a 5th. Gap closing. Hampus a little, well, hampered in the finances, but other than that, it's still tickety-boo for the Ninjas.
Yeah, so there's been a couple of different showings so far from NIP, right? A lot of their T-side stuff has been relatively explosive. Remember the 4-out apartments, just dry in towards A, catching Mouse off guard. They had that B execute after they got that banana control. I think right now, they need to force back this close mid and this boiler setup because that's such an issue for them at the moment. And again, like Rops is just running into apartments. Look how much room and confidence he has. Like even if you just had a player on the bridge in second mid spamming on through, Rops can't take that space. He can't go for that.
But if you're on that bridge, you know there's a precedent set that Acor could be there.
Watch this.
And that's dead straight away. Linus just pokes his head into the apartments and he's sent packing. Bemis unlikely to lose his life to the Rez bedroom lurk. It's 3 CTs here. Rez really is borrowed in between the two of them, and oh, that's the end of him as well. You better hit some shots here, Hampus, because the rest of the map has fallen into enemy hands. Frozen does not convert. A new lease of life. Hampus going aggressive.
Hello.
13 bullets and a dream. A lovely angle over this smoke. Bomb planted, slips off, gap held, and that's the end of Hampus. Frozen's patience rewarded. Brave to be dropping the molly there from Device. Partners up with Plopsky. The molly has found one, but now he has to find the remaining 2. And they got so much util. Bemis can smoke him off. It's not planted for Banana. How is he supposed to do this? They don't know he's Banana. Oh, they do now. They heard the sound cue. They see the plant. They know it's not for him, and this is just a lost round. He just has to accept it. Brutal. Falls nicely into place for Mousesport's 6th.
And there it is again. Rops, right? I think knowing that Linus is defaulting there, he is just straight up, I will kill you, right? That is what they are doing right now. It's like, we will just shoot you, right? Like, this is cool, but I can just do this. And then I can get another one on Rez. And that is really jarring because on a default, boiler and halls control feels like it's mandatory, right? Because you can't really apply pressure to top mid if you don't have boiler and halls control. You're either just going up that one choke point. They don't have to worry about any other leaks. So NIP not being able to get that consistently is actually pushing them into this B bomb site where Frozen and Dexter are keeping it scrappy. They're keeping it very, very honest here. So NIP, they have opted to purchase in again. And you can understand why. The nature of a few of these rounds, the loss bonus, the economy where it lies right now, if they can get this and they can take all these rifles away from Mouse, they can win the half in quite a convincing fashion. So you've seen here some AKs, some Galils, most players with more than 1,500 in the bank balance remaining. With their loss bonus in the next round, they will be able to buy here. So just getting the most out of the spread of rounds that they can. They love to do some more damage than that. Dexter aggressive, Frozen not that far behind him, and up close again. This time it's Bemis locking down boiler and halls. And it's just stalled Nip out. They can't go anywhere. You can't go banana. You can't push up. You just are waiting right now.
Well, this is a product of the Mousesport's defense. Linus is undeterred by his previous battle with Rops. It didn't end well for him.
They did wait about 50 seconds before having a look.
Yeah, Abs is clear. Trying to test Dexter and Frozen. Frozen will have the info. And
are they even clearing?
Not sure they will. Oh, they both go down. Dexter takes 2. Plopsky responding onto him, but mission accomplished. Advantage maintained. Mouse now have a 1-man lead. And they have to execute B. God, it's quite dry, quite quick. Plopsky's super far ahead. And Rez still gets the frag, gets the head. Here we go. Oh, Rez.
Uh-oh.
He's pulled NIP back into contention and then some. If anything, Acor and Bemis may not even be a voice in this one. He'd hoped for a stray smoke shot to isolate a 2v2, but not happening.
That's ridiculous. That was a 3-on-5.
Yep.
Dexter got 2 kills immediately. And then they stomach this round loss. That, not ideal whatsoever.
That is a really big loss for Mousesports. In the context of all this, remember I spoke about the loss bonus, where it was at, where the money situation is at for Mousesports.
They just put all their pennies in.
Yeah, and for NIP, it was a managed buy, right? They were going to be buying in the next round regardless of what happens here. So now they're going to be buying even more so. This is great from Dexter. He gets a double up, right? The swing out as he's being cleared. Gets a perfect little lineup there, but Rez, only with 2 kills before this round gets underway, walks away with a double up, gets up to 4. So his impact being felt in a big way. And I was about to be talking about how this CT hold from Mousesports, it feels like they're choking NIP out, right? They're just suffocating them across the map. They're taking away a lot of room that they'd traditionally be getting. But now NIP, they're really in a great spot. Their buy looks great, right? For Rez, Linus, and Device going into the next round, which will be the last round to play, they're all going to have residual cash anyway. They can take this away from Mousesports now, and NIP can win this half 9-6. It's a change up here as well.
Acor. Yeah, careful with that one.
Look at this play over towards A right now. They're going through halls with 4 of them.
And this time, Props, with only his Desert Eagle, doesn't have any smoke to hold them at bay. Takes some confidence to walk so cavalier up the apartments and all their rifles.
The Rops Deagle close range.
I mean, this is the counter to the dry balk. If you do try a dry balk, even Device is going to get pushed by Dexter as soon as he pulls this pin. Dexter's coming behind you. And Robs is only good for the 1 on the balk. The flank from Dexter's not really got much to report either. Beamer's to be cleared by that pit player. Rez is on his way across. Oh, and Dexter spots out Hampus, executes Hampus, and Bemis activated as well. Punishing now. Device's util usage is very good. Double molly to at least buy time to post up. Try and find one. Oh, aggressive. It was Bemis, and it's enough to feel fine. The round, Mousesports recover. And it's courtesy of Bemis. He's had 2 multi-kill pop-offs upon the fast A plays.
They just contain them to pit there, right? Like, it's really good if you can get pit control on the T side, but if you only have pit control on the T side, that's exactly where they want you. This was really good by Dexter, that push, confirming a lot of the information that they needed, able to lock down any late mid plays, and then Bemis has had a great time. Sort of has a pretty good Ancient. They didn't pick it up, but had a pretty good Ancient. And he had an earlier round here on this CT half. Remember with the Deagle where he got 4, almost got the ace.
They're doing it again. Flash from Acor. No one's going to be home this time, and he's not at the same capacity. Hampus more passive from Tunnel. Okay, now the counter flash, and eliminating Device immediately. What was that? He's just gone. And Rops has finished off Hampus as well. This mid-round aggression again nets them an advantage. Coming into the orb. Acor does go down, but this is a powerful angle from Robs. Just playing under the balcony. You catch you as you leave. Rez is his first, and Plobsky is second. Nice recovery. Mouseport to be weird if they hadn't have won the half, considering how dominant it felt. Mousesport's only the 1 round, but a lead all the same in our 3rd map. Winner continues at Pro League. Loser is out.
Hey Future Pros! Today we travel to Inferno to give you a hot smoke. This smoke will land in Arch. You are visible to mid when throwing this smoke, so make sure you already have mid control before lining it up. To do this smoke, get in front of this broom. Then aim to this window and move your crosshair up to the highlighted area and then throw. This will block off anyone playing in or outside of Arch, but be careful as they might try to re-peek from Library.
2 pairs.
Go and get them, roll up, get your dualies here. If you're here for the dualie action, you're right on time because we've got the double dualies, the dual dualies. There we go. And we've got some Kevlar alongside for the ride. And NIP have 7, Mousesports 8, and of course a map apiece, which leaves us here, the final half of play in our first of the playoffs. 1 day is all the break they got between NIP concluding and securing a spot in the playoffs and being straight back into this head-to-head with Mouse. Mouse, well over a week, so they've definitely a bit of a contrast, bit of time between the two.
Yeah, and I think that there's a debate to be had with that, right? We just have a little bit of a player cam situation. We want to get that one online so you can see all their beautiful faces. But one of the things with that, right, is for NIP, they can carry through the momentum or the fact that they're warm, right? They're already in tournament mode. They didn't have to go on and off from tournament mode, whereas Mousesports, you can look at it from their angle. Maybe they're coming in a bit cold or, right, they've been grinding. They've been working hard on their prep and practice. So there's a lot of different ways that you can frame this. We'll only tell which one is better after the result comes on in.
Roll it back to your pro days. Would you rather be super warm and jump straight back into your next official, or would you like to have a week umming and ahhing about it? Because they only got their opponent yesterday.
Sunday night, right? Yeah. So I think with that, knowing that you only get your opponent the night before, I think I'd probably prefer to be in NIP's position, right? You also have to talk about the context of how much stuff they maybe had to fix, right, as well. So because there was a couple of holes, maybe they wouldn't have minded a couple of extra days, maybe to make their Vertigo look a bit better. You never know. So it's one of those things where the framing is always going to be a little bit different, but I miss the good old days. You know, you play the 4 or 5 best of 3s in a day. You know, you'd grind all day. You'd play plenty of games.
Hello and welcome back to I'm Katowice. It's 3 a.m.
and we're still going.
And we've got another best of 3 to look forward to.
It's like obviously now with Tier 1 Counter-Strike, it's very, very rare that a pro team would ever have to play more than 1 match in a day, right? Some of these we have it so they have to do like a best of 1 and then a best of 3, but very, very rarely multiple best of 3s in a day. But anyway, enough about that and a bit more about this. We're getting this one underway. The freeze time has 5 seconds left, and we've got 2 pairs of dualies, as we mentioned, Linus with a kit and a smoke. And I'd love if we could get on in for all y'all.
Let's fly into our final half, and as discussed, we've got the double dualie setup. So Device and Rez given armored dual Berettas.
And they're both holding A.
I'm intrigued to see how this one works out.
I'm very curious about this. Very, very curious.
Watch them do nothing and suck for a retake.
It's just, it's different. Maybe it pays off.
Yeah, or maybe it doesn't. A single Glock bullet to the head would make all of that money be for naught.
There we go.
There you go.
We're being sold.
Yeah, that was all it took, actually, was it, Chad?
Well, we need a couple more.
Okay.
But combined, they've already got a kill.
Oh, a very deep one from Linus. Underhands his smoke and takes the fight in pool. He's managed to isolate a duel. One slip through. And they're actually cancelling that, but they've parked Frozen here, and I don't think Linus is going to be anticipating this one, but from behind, oh, Rez is going to lose his life. Now that's a cancel from both ends, and Acor's got a very messy one to piece together again.
But look how good the dualies are here, Alex. Watch this. Watch Acor wield them against them with supreme force and accuracy.
30 bullets and a dream. And he only needs 1 to finish off Linus, but the bomb's being planted, and Linus has a kit, so might want to wait for his squad.
No, believe. Believe.
Acor going to keep darting in and out of this angle and fires off a warning shot, couple in fact, and Linus drawing the crosshair as best he can, looking to slow down the roll of Acor, and it will just be the one.
You didn't believe hard enough.
I wasn't, was I? I wasn't ramping at all.
I was believing, but the dualies retained, and that is the main storyline here. How long will they maintain the dualies? The greatest pistol in Counter-Strike history.
Watch them not bother upgrading and just go armored dualies into the second. Oh, no, they're not that brave.
Well, Acor's been able to get an AK-47 in his hands here, everybody. So this one here might have a couple more stories as we do tie things up 8-8, and this is a playoffs game.
Can we address that pistol a little bit more as well?
Sure.
So was the fact that Linus did that slightly deeper smoke and Plopsky got nothing through it, or whoever was the jump through it, excuse me, from
Frozen.
Frozen, got nothing for it. Was that enough to repel them out of Banana and lead to that?
I think they called a cancel because he got space and they were just going to pause and wait, but then as soon as he's denied, it was just seeing what came their way, which was a plant, right? And because of that plant,
they've been able to get 2 Galils, an AK, a MAC-10 and a Deagle, so not too shabby, all things considered. Rops 17 kills to his name, and I'm sure after their antics up middle, they'd love to have a little bit of a look in again. So Rops is on his lonesome. The other 4 are kept together in a bit of a wolf pack. And it does look like late banana control is on the docket. So they're going to get this for free here. Now, it just depends on how much mousesports want to throw behind this, right? They can do a half-wall flash. They just don't need to. And they don't know that right now. So creeping on up. Frozen leading the charge. Boost just to be safe. And now they can just set up for a B execute. They've got a smoke for Coffins, 1 for CT, and Molly there for Nubox, maybe Dark, mid-control now for Hampus, and Device and Rez are both rotating on over. So right now, NIP know exactly what's going on. Hampus just needs to play to contain. You want them to finish B. Don't give them an option to go back towards A. That's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, and he's actually letting them throw their util. Finishes off Rops, and that's going to propel them forward through the flames. One's across. And now Hampus is dead too.
They can fall back
Yeah,
now.
there's one underneath you there.
Oh, they're committing.
There's the commit. That's what he was waiting for, and he does eliminate at least one. God, he's not far off onto Frozen as well. These SMGs, they could do dirty damage. They do. Look at their health chart. They had 3 points of it between the 2 of them.
That is so close. And mousesports have absolutely no idea.
Bloody hell, that really is the finest margin.
You put the first 3 rounds of the game, and then you put these next 2. They've been very, very close. These have been so close. Like NIP, if you guys did get the first half, Linus saved them, then Device did. And that was in the anti-ecos. And now here, with the anti-eco of their own, it gets so close.
How does he get 2 more with 2 HP? That's mad.
Just darting around. Okay, well, the Deagles are out. Hampus has only got a USP here.
What more do you need, Chad, to peak window? Oh, he's kind of been hard done by there. It was body shots, 10 HP left on the A-core. Hampus going to stick around. I guess it makes sense if you're the only one in a forward position. Just don't want to be giving him an upgrade if you do go down.
There is a gap behind him right now. So maybe he's expecting to be cleared because here comes BMAS. He is coming through the apartments. He does have a Deagle in hand. This is territory that he knows quite well. You remember from the first half. He's going to get nothing for his troubles. So NIP, the first to reach double digits here. 10 for them. Now, this is where the game really begins. The full buy is about to come in for both squads. A-Core can go for an AWP if he wants. Has the money to do so. He's just going to leave him shy in a couple of other departments here. About 10 seconds left until freeze time has concluded. And you can see there's just a couple of emissions, right? A-Core into the AWP. He's gone with Kevlar, no head armor. Only has a flash. Rops with a smoke and a flash. Dexter smoke and 2 flashes. So you can see Molly's missing, HE's missing. That's going to make conditioning a little bit more difficult. Frozen tasked with holding off this banana aggression. And a nice nade out the window there. Won't find anybody because you can see, if you look at the radar on the top left of your screen, just how tight mousesports are playing this. Still very passive across the map. Now, right now, this is telling of 2 things. One, they want to allow NIP's early util to dissipate. The other is, maybe, just maybe, they want to pop on in for a banana take here after these smokes fade. It will just be Linus going for the jump peak, and A-Core, being the individual to pick this, it's one of the best weapons, if not the best weapon for the job. He might be able to pluck old boy Linus out of the air here. And he was spotting for it, so there you go. Just a little glimpse is enough to send Linus all the way back into the site, keep Plopsky on that leash of staying over towards the B-bomb site, and now they can start working on this A mid-control. They're up, they're flashed on through, and mousesports have got the space they're looking for. You can see they haven't had to see anybody, right? But they've forced the rotations around here, and NIP have actually gambled that this will be a B finish. Hampus, he's going to join the crew over towards the second letter of the alphabet as mousesports look like they are destined to finish on that site. Smokes in hand. 1 for CT, 1 for Coffins, and Molly and a few flashes. This is a big round.
Hampus, he's second-guessing himself, but confirmed now as the util is dumped. Plopsky's boosted up. You'd expect to see some impact here, and playing with him. What is that? Hampus pushing the smoke. Plopsky combines for 3. And it's LNZ, unchecked. What man is Robs looking to come up clutch? He has to plant now. He's faked it. What? He won't get the frags he's looking for, and that's an 11 for the Ninjas. There's some kills to come in, but consolation prize for Robs. I think he suspected they were both close.
Yeah, those situations, especially with where your team's money at. I know it means you could win the round, but your team could have had a bye with the bomb going down. So self-preservation there, higher on Rops's list, expecting them to keep the aggression coming his way. So he had plenty of time to plant. He had plenty of time to plant here and almost picks up the round. But unfortunately, by not getting that bomb down, it means that mousesports will have to go with the saved AK and some light upgrades around it. Whereas otherwise, they could have probably had 4 AKs. It's the little details here, but this is NIP's chance to grab their 12.
That plant cancel could be haunting them. Certainly. Only the one rifle now to contend with as a product of that. Hampus hanging out in mid. Fires off a warning shot and will tuck into a more passive and conservative setup.
It's going to be a waterfall at Apps here, so action on Hampus and Device crossfire.
Yeah, and Hampus is in such a good position for this. He's been flashed off, and Device does well to pluck the leaping Bemis out of the air, and doesn't matter about the flash. Hampus and Device have done it all.
A clean one as well. A clean one as well. After just stomaching everybody going down to Rop saving that AK, everybody staying alive in the next round, it's almost like that's water off a duck's back, right? Because they keep all their guns, they get the buffer of the round win bonus, and they set themselves up with a bit of residual cash going into what will be the next round of play, where their loss bonus is only 1,400. So as far as the economy is set, NIP are in a pretty good position right now. We would assume if they lose a site, we're likely to see a save. Mousesports, on the other side of things, they are really clamoring to get a T-side round. He have absolutely nothing posted just yet. It's been 5 out the gate from NIP. And that's why we see a timeout coming on through. Mytha wanting to get on the mic, wanting to be able to contribute here with how this one's going to flow, because we're getting towards the tail end of the 3rd map here, and it's do or die in the round of 12.
Yeah, Mouse have been pretty hard done by in terms of deep runs. We haven't got to be talking about them so deep into playoffs. And in our first day of it, it could be their last.
OG waits for the winner of this game, by the way, so they're watching on. Just seeing how these teams go through their paces. I'd love to see one of them pick Ancient against OG in that series.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's the end of Frozen. His adventure cut short immediately as he mantles up on those logs. And, oh, a cat caught nade for Acor as he tries to replace him. Bemis tagged down. Rez caught. Very uncharacteristic of him there. Just wasn't expecting the peek out of Rops up mid. So his smoke goes down from his cold fingers, and they're actually in quite a threatening position here on A.
Hampus is isolated. He has to stay.
Yeah, but he'd be hoping on the prayer. His toes do stick out, but he strikes for 2 again. The impact of NIP's leader. Oh, nearly more. The Tech-9 chips away at what little remains of Bemis's health. Bomb now retrieved.
Plopsky? Plopsky?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about that one at all, mate. Bemis is in A, but the bomb has to get there too. Safe passages through the apps. That's what Acors is working on now. Couple of weird deaths from the ninjas in this one. Rez and Plopsky caught as if the information wasn't there. So they should get the plant down, unless he goes for a default. I mean, he should be
able to stop this.
Accounting for this.
Oh my God, this could be huge. Like, Acor's just come through this position. He's not going to clear it now.
Yeah, he's into the site. Linus's timing could not be better. He's caught such a dream timing here.
Oh my Lord.
That's the denial. That should be the denial. Takes Bemis. He knows the last was planting on the site. A flash not bad, but Acor has to come up clutch here. Knows they're up against the AWPer. Device is crawling in behind him and baits the shot. Oh, Linus doesn't even need the help. He's done it all there, and another impactful round out of NIP's rookie.
Yeah, good stuff from Linus there. Just a nice little maneuver, getting himself up close and personal in those apartments, and the timing for him was great, right? He's really just found that window, threaded the needle, and that's 13 now for NIP. This was the opener right here. You could see Device is peeking exactly for that. His crosshair is above the half wall, exactly where Logs is, ready for the tendency of Frozen right there. Hampus bails them out, though. Without this double kill, the round is super confusing anyway, because Plopsky's just walking across mid. Acor can't believe his luck.
He did
had to do a double take.
A true Counter-Strike double take.
Wait, what? And then it was Linus, right, with that really good positioning and Mytha here on a hope and a prayer, hoping that his team can get something, because still blanked on this T side. Now 6 on the trot, NIP battling on through. And a close mid stack as Hampus boosted on up. Rez to support. And they're coming through.
Hampus, no vision. Does hold on, holding on. He's boosted up and again, finding 2 from the mid hold. That stops Mousesports from running away with it. The rotate is so fierce, and the bomb still T-steps. I think they want to see what April can find, but...
Found everything.
He finds the whole squad, and now Valk as well, still an issue. Device now keeps them even more on, as Frozen can catapult himself into a 1v2 with loads of time to reposition off the back of this.
Yeah, this is a very winnable 1v2 for Frozen right now. He's going to get the bomb down while NIP is still functioning. Okay, so the close clear, at least now he knows that he has lots of room, right? He knows that the site is empty, but he's playing very passively. And with the util that is left over for NIP right now and Device getting into an AK, if they use their nades here, right, they can get a coffin smoke in play. They can molly towards back of the site. They can flash. Frozen's going to have to hit some bangers.
They're not slowing down just yet. I think Linus is going back to line up his Molotov for coffins, interestingly enough. And oh, they caught a glimpse. Frozen's power is lost. And oh my God, strafes out for a quick headshot. But that's going to be another one. Just in the nick of time on the defuse. Trading off of one another, and NIP stay spotless on this defense.
This has looked like the best, obviously, with the scoreline here. But for NIP, like, obviously they picked up Ancient, but that was rocky. Vertigo blown out of the server. And this is now looking really good. A competitive first half, and now just running away with this CT side. Now, the rounds have been close. There's definitely been some brawls for rounds here, but if you keep coming out on top of it, can't be a coincidence. Hampus with another impactful double kill top mid, and Device just slipping in time. Good to see him with 17 kills to his name. Oh, and another timeout here, I think, called for Mousesports, and that's the real frustration. You're starting to see it all over Mytha now. Yeah. He has had a real change. Things are not going Mousesports' way.
And I mean, it's not for lack of trying. I mean, they came knocking on Hampus's, just trying to get some early mid control, actually, and it ended up leaving them with no one left. Frozen alone. It was like a 3v3 at one point. Akel finding nothing on his long fade.
They were all individual, if you think about that. They weren't grouped up. They didn't play that mid-round together by any means. And NIP are punishing that. Now, they're being kept honest. These have been close rounds, so just one is needed from Mousesports here to humble the CT side. Not committing anything to Banana early here, and NIP with 3 waiting. It's the right call for Mouse. They don't know that. They're working on this mid-control here. Rez and Hampus to lock down A again. Mid smoked off. Porch side flashed. Mid-control taken. Counter utility in return here. Now, they're going to go for another little gimmicky play here through that arch side smoke. It will all come down to timing, and nobody from NIP from the B defense has winced. They are staying 3 strong on the B side here. And there's so many unknowns. Arch, mid to B, it's all a problem. And Linus is just playing such a crazy angle.
Can't believe their stubbornness might actually be rewarded here.
Yeah, because, right, oh, maybe not. The bomb's going back up mid here. We've got 40...
Yeah, this indicates a commitment. So, Rez and Hampus, if you've got it in you, it's up to them to keep the NIP record completely untarnished. They're going for a long wrap. Rez and Hampus aware of the potential. And oh, just has been spotted out on the entry. Still allowed to activate. He's got 1, and he lives on for a second. Oh, and a third. No, Rez! You can't do him like that. It's only 1 man there in that mini pit, and he takes 4 of them. Not a single response from Mouse, and call this one done, Chad, because that's a perfect CT side from the Ninjas for 15.
Oh, they've gambled the other side, and Rez just does this. I don't think a single one of these were a headshot. Right, he's just mowing him down from range, getting the dinks, getting the body shots in, and just mowing them down. They felt like there wasn't any contest whatsoever. There was no mollies. They didn't have the money for the util, and now they got the money for nothing. No plant, Galil's, 1 AK. A Deagle here. NIP should be closing this one out.
Okay, Bemis with the Hail Mary, and it's not even been successful. Both of them dip away. Very battered and bruised. Linus going to have to try and find value in his util in a more passive stance, but again, opening Franco's NIP's way, and they're looking to completely run away with an 8-0, make it 9-0 finish. Frozen's not interested in that. There is still a B defender here, and Hampus has been called upon.
Ooh, interesting. The fact he's dumping his util and spraying, almost implying that it's no one on the site.
Oh, and he's going to smoke off top and under as well here. So locked out a B. And Rez, he hasn't moved from pit this entire time. If Mousesports pivot back over towards the A site, Rez is still fortified here. He is ready for any kind of an explosion. 40 HP on Dexter and Frozen. Rops is the only healthy member here. And the util, well, it's a smoke, a flash, and a Molotov. They're operating with nothing, and now they're operating with less. Hampus with all the info. They know it's going to be the A finish. This is surely done.
Don't catch him with their backs turned, and he has both of them. Takes down Frozen. Rops was there as well, slowed down now by the Hampus push, and he's rightfully passive and striking as Rops gives up. Brutal. The timing on Hampus, the impact his frags have caused. Not to be dismissed, and this will be the perfect finish. A spotless defense to wrap it up. 16-8 the scoreline, a 9-0 CT Hall. Quite the runaway performance from the Ninjas in Pajamas, and promising as they advance to the round of 8. Mousesports eliminated in the round of 12, and that is the end of them. NIP continue on, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the analyst desk has to say about the Pajama Ninjas.
Streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife.
And just like that, we have a competitor to go against OG in the semis. It's Nip to secure it and lock it in over Mouse Sports after a 3-map affair. The second one, not nearly as pretty as the first three, or the first and the third one. There we go. I got there at the end of the day. I got Yanko and Maniac here to get there as well. Any takeaways from this off the top, Yanko? Is anything kind of alarm bells here?
I don't know, man. I'm just looking at this series and no T-side round wins. Obviously for Mouse Sports, a big deal. On the third map, they lose both pistols, can't get any momentum going, and just like Acre again, pretty much nowhere to be seen. I think for me, really, that's the biggest question mark at the moment for this Mouse Sports lineup. You know, no team is going to make changes prior to the major in a month and a half or so. But I think after that, if they don't see a significant improvement from him, I think they have to look towards an upgrade in the upper position.
Something tells me you agree, Maniac.
Yeah, I do. I truly do. And we have to take off the gloves here. As it currently is, Acor doesn't have the shoulders to stand with top competition in Counter-Strike. It's as harsh as it is. We have, over the course of a best of 3, we see night and day. We see a second map where he feels more comfortable. He certainly has that impact. He finds the opening kill on the T side. Everything looks easier. Everything looks more polished. But on the first map and on the third one, he's nowhere to be seen. And this has nothing to do with him personally, just the player. In Counter-Strike era nowadays, where you need your AWP to give you these opening kills, to give you these clutches, he just doesn't. And on the course of a best of 3, we see the impact.
So how does something like that happen? I'm just going to throw it out there to you two. Dexter's been with the lineup for about 7 months now. So is it, inadequately using that of Acor, or what happened?
I don't know. You can't. We don't want to speculate too much. You don't know what's going on inside the team. Sure, like Inferno isn't really the Opper's map as much, but even on the CT side, he only ended up with 4 kills. Like Op on Inferno on CT side is very, very important. And it might be just a case of overvaluing a player before bringing him in, right? Like maybe you thought his ceiling was higher. Maybe you thought he was just playing better than he actually is. I think, I don't want to be too harsh, right? But I think there's been an extended period of time that he's been on the team and has plenty of opportunities to show us some of that potential.
Yeah, I mean, potential for the Robs is not the term. Potential is not. Realization is the term that we need to use for Robs, because he was probably the sole reason, and the game plan for Mouse Sports on that City side, that they were able to mount 8 rounds, which basically they will end up at the end of the game. Robs was everywhere on that City side. He was being very aggressive, and after the first 15 rounds, there's a case to be made that Mouse Sports is in a good position. You could see how they were harrowing, they were so bickering at NIP, finding kills left and right. I thought that's going to be enough, but then it is so flat on that second half.
So let's bring in Linus. They call him Linus. His name is LNZ. And quite frankly, I just want to say congratulations right off the top, Linus. You guys have secured your spot within the semis.
Thank you, guys. Hello.
Hi. First question I'm going to have is right out of the gate. Let's talk about this map, Vito, and going to Vertigo.
Yeah, I think didn't really end up the way we wanted. We kind of let Vertigo float a bit, and I think it was fine. We were really confident that we're going to win either way, even though Vertigo was the second map. And yeah, I think we're all really happy with this win.
Linus, I have a question for you personally. When I watch you play, I have a sense that you feel quite comfortable in clutches. 1v2, 1v3, I feel like you have a plan. How can you explain that? Because you're definitely still a rookie in Counter-Strike, but a good game sense.
Yeah, I think I'm honestly just playing my game, I'm just playing the CS that I am just used to, and I don't really think too much about it. I'm alone against 4, and I think you kind of have to approach it that way, because otherwise you're just going to overthink and you're going to lose. You just have to isolate the duos and then fucking shoot heads.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think so. So obviously you guys, just kind of limped into the playoffs with only two wins and some other results going your way. I wonder, now that you guys had a comfortable win against Mouse, where do you feel like how far you can go in this tournament?
Yeah, I think we all would be really happy with the win, of course. I think everyone in the world would be. But I think that we're comfortable that we can reach at least the top 4, since the highs that we have had have been really high. I think we kind of crushed Gambit. And also with this win, I think we're even more comfortable. We just have to make sure that we can find our consistency and not be as low as our lowest has been in this tournament so far.
So, Linus, I got to get you out of here. There's a whole other game going on. But my question is this, yes or no? Will we see you guys play Ancient against OG?
We'll see about that.
Okay. Well, we'll take that as yes. No. I'll take that. That's fine. Hey,
right.
thanks. Thanks a whole lot, man. We'll get you out of here.
Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
Cool.
OG with that 4-map map pool.
You love it. Somehow it just keeps getting sweeter for him. So for us, you know, we obviously need to take a break here. Is there anything else to unpack or pack away, rather? I mean, mouse sports are out. That's it.
Pack them up.
Pack it up. Pack it in.
Top 10.
I'll tell you where we're going to begin again. That's Complexity versus Vitality, and that's coming up after the break. Another quarterfinal is staring you right in the face. What are you going to do? You better be here. We'll be right back.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Past.
Just a glimpse of the elbow of Hades, and ZywOo's not missing much into the head of Dota, the only man waiting to receive you on the side.
Vitality picked up 4 wins and only dropped 3 maps on their way to second in Group A, losing only to top dogs Heroic.
And even Junior walks in, Apex has got 4! That's flash from ZywOo, diligent.
Oh, come on, mate!
2-0 wins over Ents, Bad News Bears, and Astralis secured Vitality a playoffs berth.
Doubling down out of the park.
Yes, no help.
Oh, bro, ZywOo is
While a final game win over Spirit underlined the Frenchman's championship credentials in what is their first playoffs appearance at ESL Pro League ever.
We don't really care about playing any teams. The only focus right now is ourselves.
Towards lobby, just which angle did he push from? It's going to be Squeaky, and oh, the no-scope. He spots out the second player as well in the site. Could still win this one. He tried to go for the wallbang through the site. Doesn't like it. Go! ZywOo!
We definitely believe in our capacities to beat anyone.
It's also the first time since Season 6, 2017, that Astralis have missed out. They were soundly beaten by rivals Heroic, a new look Ents, and Vitality, and will have to watch Vitality's playoffs debut from home.
doubling down. He's taken that as back. Double porch side set up. Oh, and ZywOo's taking heads off. He's up for the ace.
We stare down the barrel of another matchup here, this one being quarterfinals that feed into the quarterfinals. The round of 12 feeds into the quarterfinals. Yeah, okay, we got there at the end of the day. Nonetheless, it is Complexity Vitality, in case there were any spoilers there And we're actually going to get a little bit of tidbit from that side right now. So let's check it out.
Before we kick off Complexity versus Vitality, let's take a look at the captain and the kid who would be king. For a man who likes nothing more than stabbing his enemies in the back, Complexity IGL BlameF has discovered a new joy in-game in the wake of Rush's departure and Config's medical leave: shooting players in the face. After success in Group B, the Dane currently has an event impact rating of 1.32, with the third highest ADR and the third highest opening kills per round across all players in the group stage. Over the past year, Masuta has risen from newcomer to super shooter, proving he has the firepower and the potential Vitality needs to challenge for the top spot again. Equally lethal, making plays on the offense as he is anchoring sight, Masuta should be the perfect second star to ZywOo. But as he lacks the consistency of his notorious teammate, his status is yet to be confirmed.
So just to clarify everything one more time, it is the round of 12 into the quarters, into the semis, into the grand. And I'm pretty sure you all knew that. I just felt like I needed to reiterate that.
It's a good time to do it.
You just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to say it out loud for myself. But no, welcome back, guys. We're jumping right into a matchup here that's it's got some heavy hitters on both sides and a lot of question marks about one side, obviously, with the config side of things. You know, Maniac, where do you want to start to unpack?
Well, I mean, if we're talking firepower, obviously the absence of config will be noticed. There's nothing you can do against that.
Spear, man.
Yeah, he's just, his wrist is like, you know, anyway. You talk about BlameF, talk about an armor. I really like that move.
Sorry.
It's like, BlameF is like a tank, right? It's an armored tank, an armored convoy with bulletproof
Is there
glass.
an unarmored
That's what
tank?
he's doing. It's a good question, actually. Is there an unarmored tank?
I'm going to go with...
No.
Hold on. No. Actually, no.
So a good tank at that, and take it away.
Tank it away. Let's tank it away right now into what Vitality's got going on, okay? Let's start it with them. We know that firepower's missing over there with Complexity, but when it comes down to the side of Vitality, I want to start talking about Masuta.
Yeah, I think for me, he's the big, not necessarily question mark, but he's the player that needs to perform. Here you can see his rating, and right, look at this jump at IEM Summer. That's when we really saw Masuta for the first time be that second star of the team behind ZywOo. Bit of a similar performance at the play-in, then at Cologne it dipped. And now it's come back to that level, you know, closer to IEM Summer. And I think it's, you know, there's never going to be question about ZywOo having, you know, doing ZywOo things, same with Simple, right? It's always, but both teams need to have that second star. Obviously, Simple for a long time has had Electronic. For Vitality, you look at different times, maybe Shocks here and there, Alex way before, right? But Masuta is that young guy who was brought in and who's now supposed to be maturing into that role, and I think that's the key factor for Vitality to have good games, deep runs, beat opponents. Like ZywOo needs to have some help.
He turned into a win condition. Masuta turned into a win condition. Okay. And I guess some of the things that we have overlooked with Vitality over time is that Masuta was a pure rookie. Vitality was his first actual high-profile team. He was still studying high school, for Christ's sake, when he was playing with Vitality. And now, with Kyojin being in, obviously the resources are all focused towards this new guy, and then Masuta stepping up, and he's doing a lot of good job.
Do you want to say he graduated?
But yeah, there's something there.
I was way too hyped for that. It's not a...
No, it was okay.
But you know when you know you have a good one coming.
It made sense. What doesn't make sense? Well, maybe it does make sense. Would be the map pools between the two teams. What is the comparative?
This is where Vitality has a big advantage, right? Like obviously a tenured team and something like Overpass as well, right? Like for me, that's the map that stands out a lot. Obviously for a team like Complexity is going to be hard with a stand, and you can see the win rate over 80% for Complexity. So on the other side of things, I'm not sure if you guys can quite see it, but Dust 2, I think that's the way to go for Complexity as their pick recently, and Poison has had some great games on the map.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Poison pop on this too. It's also a map that I guess relies obviously less on the tactic side of things, so native Sapphics could fit in a better way. The problem, as Yanko is pointing out, is for me there is no way in for Complexity. There is no punish. You cannot punish Vitality with that map pool right now.
I mean, there were already question marks about what happens to Complexity. We'll find out in the video, though. Yanko, walk us through it.
Yeah, the problem is as well, Complexity, sure, they had a lot of time to practice ever since their Group B finished Vitality even more. They were in Group A, but they didn't know their opponent up until two nights ago. So in that sense, not really a huge amount of time. The bans are no surprises here. We have to see
Mirage,
that.
maybe? Vertigo.
Wow, Complexity coming out completely out of left field with that Vertigo pick, and we'll see if Vitality just sticks with Overpass as predicted. I think that makes the most sense, and yes, they do.
Yeah, it's been a stable map. It's been a go-to now for Vitality on Overpass. They've been having great results. When it comes to Vertigo, it relies heavily on BlameF again. Not going to take that tank conversion anymore ever in my life. But he is
Don't
truly...
tank about it, man.
No, I should not tank. But anyway.
So Vertigo,
milking that one, aren't we?
Overpass. Oh yeah, we're gonna milk it. Vertigo, Overpass, Mirage to settle it. So we do get down to the normie one there at the end. But what's on everyone's mind, Yanko?
If anything, they already played it twice in Pro League. Complexity, I mean Vertigo, right? So they have some experience even with NATO Safix on the squad, and something that they could have in the 2 weeks, right? Okay, so this is what went wrong on Vertigo for us. We need to improve these things. So it's not completely like terrible for them.
Okay. So let's just talk about what's on everyone's mind. coldzera going to Complexity. Thoughts?
I don't know. Depends like how long he sticks around. Maybe a little bit too many passive players. So some players will need to change their style a little bit to accommodate him. Because I think if what we saw translated somewhere is that he wants to play and just play his own role. He doesn't want to.
So he just kind of wants to run around?
No,
it's more like a second line. Like
okay, yeah, you know, I get it.
Stuff.
Just a lurker on T side, right? So we'll see. Blame, he hasn't changed his role. He's just changed the way he plays his role. It's more like he's still on the side, like he's still, you know, on his own, and the team is grouped up, right? He's just going for more plays, being more aggressive. Sometimes even him initiating the fight, and then the team exploding on the side, on the different side of the map.
So Maniac, real quick, 3, 2, 1, who wins?
Vitality 2-0.
Of course you'd say that. But they probably will. We'll find out, though. We're going to be going to the game right about now. A best of 3 encompassing Complexity and Vitality in the round of 12, not to be confused with the quarterfinals, which is where you go afterwards. Let's go ahead and jump to the game. And I'm pretty sure it's Harry and Hugo on the other end of this Styrofoam Cup.
Oh, yeah, it is, Trace.
You ready to
be? I couldn't be happier to be here. Ooh, I'm excited, right? We got Masuta taking a little peek down through ramp. I think Masuta was a very sound guy to highlight. It does feel like he's become one of these, you know, win conditions, as Maniac said. And so let's see how he opens up this little CT pistol. He's got Shox alongside him, holding this top ramp area. Poison gonna run him down, and Shoxy, well, respond with one. Having a duck out of there, because now he hears all these footsteps coming up the ramp towards him.
Yeah, Poison, he's stuck close to the wall there. Masuta never got the info from the jump spots, not peeking wide enough. And Poison looking to open up on A. It's been all we've seen all throughout the groups for Cole. He will get denied by ZywOo. And Apex moving in, trying to stop that bomb on. Aztag trapped to the corner. He needs help. Kyojin providing more cover to Vitality. And even though Aztag gets a kill, it's default stick and they won't respect it. Apex is moving back in. ZywOo again providing cover, but the kills are all coming up for Cole. ZywOo in the 1v1. 1 bullet left, needs the reload, and Flames running him down. ZywOo, couple more body shots, all to do it, and he goes over the top to close the pistol. Oh my goodness, Cole. I don't know how they even make that round close considering some of the shots out of ZywOo, but just as you think they're ready to take the pistol round, well, that's the ZywOo effect, Harry. Top-rated player of the group stage, 1.36 rating over 12 maps, and he starts strong as he always does.
I'm really excited to see what this Complexity squad have been able to do with a little bit more time, right? After finishing their group, having a couple of days to get ready, get pumped up for this.
Damn, this is a full faith buy. You didn't even get the bomb plant. You're going for an AK with a bunch of Eagles here. Cole believing, but got to be careful with that Molotov down. They tried to boost over the smoke. Apex is going to get right up in their business.
They've been forced to respect ramp, though, and play behind this smoke for now. Poison, he's seen you, he wants you, and he's going to tag up ZywOo. ZywOo will get out of there. Finally, Cole have earned this little bit of ramp control that they were looking for. It's pretty measured. Pretty slow right about now. BlameF with the AK. Looking to make these entries happen. Reaggro back in though, and it's all on the back of Apex's flash. That's S-Tag knocked out of the round. And they're even wanting to get stuck in again. Another flash goes over, this time enabling a short peek. Masuta tearing through them at the top of ramp. Even though Poison gets the better of him, it's still hanging in the balance. In amongst all this chaos, JKS has taken out another. So Kyojin left now as the last man. It's another one of these clutches needed out of the Frenchman. Kyojin going up and over, drops the bomb at ramp. And now with just 15 seconds, JKS, he either needs the kill or he needs the plant, and he can't find the former, so he's gonna go looking for the bomb. Kyojin knows he has to stick it, and so he goes up, he looks for the fight and locks in that round for Vitality.
Oh my goodness, back-to-back 1v2s from the Frenchman. I love that re-aggression call. Complexity waits so long at top ramp to get comfortable, to get situated, maybe calling across what they want to be doing with that one. Then Apex flashes Iwu up short. He just swapped to the SMG after getting tagged down low. He gets a kill. Masuta comes back in big, and as Blame sees that flash come over, the AK that we talked about needed to perform, he gets scared of sandbags. He thinks, well, we haven't got a molly. It might swing us from there. He looks away, and then he gets hunted by Masuta. Nice little clutch for Kyojin as well, and now they want to get involved once more. Finally denied at the first hurdle. Saiwu dropping into the smoke. It should still be fine for Vitality. It shouldn't get out of control. They've started these rounds a man, or sometimes even many men down, and still managed to dig themselves out. Apex has retrieved more utility. And he started to tap them out. Only pistols. Oh, and Apex is making them look nice and crispy indeed. Oh, got to give it up eventually. Let Masuta get some eeks, make some money. And so that's a nice clean round out of Vitality on the anti-eco. Cole with a game plan of going A every round right now, and Vitality are always there ready to receive.
I'm really curious what we're going to get out of Poison here, right? If you remember back in the group, he kind of took on the role of an entry fragger almost a lot of the time on Vertigo. And it was actually a real treat to watch, right? I wonder if we're going to see more of that responsibility fall onto guys like BlameF now, you know, like your JKSs as well, maybe. Or if Poison is still looking to be the man getting a lot of these opening kills. There wasn't money for him to bring the AWP out now, so he is on the AK, so maybe we get a repeat of that. Once again, there's this ramp aggression out of Vitality. They're always looking to force you to respect these smokes. And now replenish it with Zaiwu dropping another. Apex is still sat on one as well, so they can really, you know, waste a lot of the time off the clock here down at the bottom of ramp.
Oh, chunky grenade. And Vitality, they actually evade. They get out and go home, eventually giving ramp up. Now this is the play for Poison that worked on the pistol round, and it works on the gun round as well. Taking down Zaiwu traded by the FAMAS though. And now Vitality 4-on-4 back to the bomb side. Poison doing what you wanted it to, Harry, and that's a nice grenade for Blame to make things a little bit softer for Cole. 4-on-3. Mollies are going to slow you down, but eventually Complexity will have to commit.
Yeah, Blame collects that kill on the short side, and now this little bonus round is looking to get laid to rest. Complexity come through with the big guns, and they're hoping to reap the reward. Kyojin, it's a rough spot to be in. Getting a double out of that situation is all well and good. Is it enough for Shox to close out the round now? He's waiting up here on the boost. They don't have utility to clear him. So they're not going to know till they tap that bomb, till they force this peak, and Shox goes up and then over. Sees the guy on the site, and finds NATO as well. He clutches it out with the FAMAS. Shoxy with the 1v2. And clutches have been Vitality's friend to open up this game.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 rounds have come down to 1v2s that just get... And think about these 1v2s as well. They're all from boost. They're all Vitality just jumping up boost and clutching it out. I don't know if he heard NATO. Maybe NATO climbed on the fence and fell off, but he was so assured that NATO was there. Even before he tried to stop the bomb plant, he went first to NATO looking in that direction. Great awareness from Shox. And 4 rounds up for Vitality. You barely get a second to react there if you're Cole. And yeah, that again started strong for Cole. They've had these opening picks. They've had the 5-on-4s and untraded in a lot of these positions as well. Not just has Poison been doing a lot of opening kills, a lot of entrying back in the group stage on this map specifically. I feel like we've been getting that as well from Blame on separate maps, right? He's often been, you know, one of those IGLs on the other side of the map at times, getting the info, finding a pick, causing frustration, rotations, and then sending his team in elsewhere. Not so much on Vertigo, as we've seen Cole go for 4 rounds now, just waiting behind this ramp smoke till they can attack. And close rounds, but Vitality with them all. Still no AWPs in play. And, you know, you want to talk about Poison on the AK rifling and trying to find opening kills. The one danger of that is when you've got ZywOo on the other side, you really love that AWP to try and take him out. Good mid-take for Vitality. They switch things up. And finally, as Cole start to default a little bit more, Vitality have so much more room. Spawn taken, and Cole none the wiser.
Yeah, I thought ZywOo would have to catch wind of this player eventually. Doesn't matter, because this is the mid lurk coming in. Cole are learning that they can't just go 4 behind this ramp smoke and have a guy holding B. That's not going to cut it, because Vitality are going to take this mid control away from you. This really should be the round.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't even save.
In T-spawn, nowhere is safe. You're trapped in between Vitality players. Oh, this is a horrible way to lose a round right here.
I think the first kill is the bomb getting dropped in spawn. And Vitality, it wasn't just one man that you can try and flush out. No, Shox push B. You have a double upper mid take. 3 players now in T-spawn.
Yeah. I don't even know what you would call this, mate, because the fights don't ever happen here.
The middle finger. And now ZywOo's even re-aggressing. He found a pick on A earlier. He's going full send, and they're so distracted by these smokes that are about to fade. ZywOo should have the backstab. Now, Shox has moved away from B, giving Blame room. But S-Tag's light, and round is over. ZywOo shoots him in the back of the head, and Blame, even if he gets this trade, it will mean nothing in the grand scheme. 1 on 5, he's taking the first, but 20 seconds, it's a done deal.
Have you ever seen a round like this? You ever seen a round play out like this before? Ooh. Oh, that's ugly.
And it's a perfect time to call it as well, because you've just like wrecked Cole's confidence on A 4 rounds in a row, like not just winning the you know, ramp fights, but also or delaying them with smokes, but also clutching out. You know Cole are going to go do something different. And so what a time to throw in the old T-spawn take. Insult to injury for Complexity. And now, where the hell do you go? Maybe you just sped faster, right? Pistols round this saved AK from Blame, try and get a quick mid-round. Vitality so far have had the reads down pat.
Yeah, so that's 5-0 now for Vitality. Complexity yet to field the round. That's what the 0 means. Just in case.
Any new viewers here? New to maths?
New to numbers, aren't we all? So look, we've got this little hero AK on Blame, right? Still in play. And the rest of the guys are going to try and partial buy around it. You know, if you want to look at silver linings, you're maxing out on loss bonus here. So even getting, you know, like a bomb plant really solidifies that even guys like Blame F will have guns into the next round. Alternatively, he can get a couple of kills and suddenly he's armed, he's well equipped. So this is fine. Bit of action. Bit of an assault down towards the bottom of ramp. But once again, mate, they've got you so conditioned to never go through this ramp smoke that even though, like, this round, Vitality didn't really have many people leaning top ramp, like in the past where they've had 3 guys fighting here early. Well, this time it was just the lone ramp peak out of ZywOo, and he had that late support from Apex on short, but Cole don't want to go through. They've been so used to getting mauled at any attempt at the ramp play. They're taking it slow, they're taking it respectfully. Ooh. Finally, Blame F decides he's had enough, and actually they line up for Apex. So yeah, this is what happens when you don't respect the smoke. This is why they're so scared about a ramp.
In the 2 rounds, Blame has had the hero AK. He has been completely timed, right? It was him looking at sandbags off the back of that crane flash, and then he just checked the short smoke that they have been pushing through, and then they get lined up, as you said. All dead now. Shox will make it so. 4 health doesn't stop him from fighting down deep, and he removes the pistols from that round. Apex is all over the place right now.
Literally.
Yeah. 6-0, this is an excellent start for Vitality. And yeah, like you said, you well put, that was the one round Cole could have gone through the smoke. They did that close Nafany smoke, they could have jumped up short, taken a bit of space. And the funny part is, the fact that they didn't do that is their undoing. But I can't blame them, right? Like you said, conditioned. Vitality have had this when they want it. And they still don't have an AWP, they don't want it, they don't need it. Kyojin tasked at B, and he delivers the goods.
Yeah, this is looking a little brutal right about now. Poison has been spotted
goodness.
and spammed out, playing over that one-way smoke. And so already this round is maybe reaching a conclusion, and not one that Complexity fans are going to enjoy. S-Tag and NATO back here in T-spawn. This time not under siege, but they don't really have a lot of room, a lot of really anything to work with here, Hugo.
Vitality have 4 nades on 3 players. Like, they have every reason to win this round. Shox probably won't get to use them if he stays in this corner, but that's fine. 1 and done will be enough for Shox in this position. And that's presuming he doesn't double up. Quite the presumption to make. However, Molotov's available. It's down to whether Cole wants to alert their presence or keep taking it contact and sneak in. Shoxy, patient as ever. NATO's coming his way. He looks the wrong way. NATO jumps up, and Shox has not got the drop. It's NATO with the entry. Now the util can fly in. Now Cole alert their attack.
Yeah, with Kyojin low from past battles, you know, he could be an enticing little opener into the site. Flash is dodged, but the kills still come through for the low HP Kyojin. He gets 4 in the round to put Vitality up onto 7-0. It must just feel like you can't set a foot right, you know, if you're Complexity right now, you know. Blame F. It feels like they're in his head. Everything that Cole are trying to do, whether it be going for these A ramp pushes, and it feels like you're always, you know, having to walk through a smoke into the meat grinder, or you're getting pushed in the back line on B aggression, on mid aggression. It must feel like you are getting perfectly counter-called, not even having a chance to run whatever strategies Blame has cooked up here.
Yeah, we haven't had a single A execute with smokes, right? When Cole have actually gotten up A, you know, battered and bruised, they've either not had the util because it's an eco, or, you know, Vitality re-aggress and catch them at the perfect timing. It's very impressive. And hey, you talk about, you know, graduating players in Masuta. Well, Kyojin, yeah, sure, a few years older, but you know, similarly inexperienced. He's having a hell of a game right now. Zywoo flashed out of sandbags and they let him go. The flash keeps Cole back and Zywoo escapes with his life.
And here, you might be looking at this saying, Complexity, they're playing scared. Why aren't they just, you know, taking some of the gunfights they normally win? Well, it's like, have you seen what happened to them in the other 7 rounds where they were trying to be more confident? Ooh, it's been ugly. So thus far, it kind of feels like it's giving almost Vitality more margin for error, like that round where Zywoo's able to escape, right? Normally, they would have been hounding you down there. They would have been chasing that frag down, but they are worried that with every fight they take, it's going to be another one of these setups from the Vitality crew. This time, they get a bomb plant, and they get themselves a 5-on-4, which is fine, you know?
It's only pistols. It was never meant to be a 1 round, but they're just happy Zywoo escaped and gave them a sight for a change. Bomb plant gives you room. It gives you options, but S-Tag's been tagged, and that will have been hurt by Kyojin. No doubt about it. Vitality are ready for this close left position as they set up flashes for the retake.
Oh, NATO swinging wide. They clear out S-Tag. Time is ticking away, but not gonna happen today. Vitality grab 8-0.
Dude, it's like a train, Harry. They're just running at you. Think about the B site last round. They just swung you together.
You saw Shox on HLTV confirmed, I'm sure. This is one of those games where Masuta, you know, he probably is commenting a lot, and he probably is saying, Richard, there's 2B, or whatever Shox said that he's screaming out.
Yeah, close enough. Not quite the accent, but
no, I can't do the accent, and I don't want to do the accent. It would be.
Yeah.
But y'all know what I'm saying. We love Shoxy.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be loving this Vitality? Look at the, like, ants, dude, in a line right now, carrying a crust of bread back to their home.
Mate, they got the whole loaf. Yeah. These ants, damn, son.
They've been
they
baking.
getting bread, all right. Shit.
8-0 and Cole, you know, this is just destruction on all fronts. They finally got a full buy. Finally. Everything they need, except the AWP, but that's by choice, by design. Poison could have afforded. And I don't blame you for not wanting the AWP. It's not like Zywoo's had his. It's not like there's been a reason to run it. So Shox has now pulled in the first AWP over Zywoo. Zywoo's probably like, yeah, mate, take it. I've got the AK. I am absolutely fine and dandy. Back to AAA. Guess who's there? Cole with a vengeance.
Yeah, finally. Oh, no, I was going to say finally they want to go through. And this time, they decide to respect it late. Blame went all the way through the first smoke into the the corridor smokes, and then runs back and goes, all right, boys, no, I'm not going to face. Let's just play 5. Oh, Nate's dead.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, Apex is absolutely manhandling them right now.
This is a playoffs tier Vitality.
Yeah,
this ain't
man.
just 4-1 in the group. This is playoffs. And Cole, too hot to handle. Everyone's falling off the rooftop right now. S-Tag.
Like, this is a Vitality that are trying to send the message to everyone. Like, we're here to win, okay? We're here to take names. S-Tag all alone, and he's going to get double swung. Of course he is. It's been your whole damn life so far. Bear in mind, this is Complexity's map pick as well.
And it's one that they've leaned into a lot in the Pro League, right? Only played it twice. We've had a lot of teams first banning it in these series, and if Cole don't first pick it, they float it till third. They never ban this map. They're always keen to take it on against, you know, pretty much anyone. And obviously a bit of a surprise to see it in this series. We know Vitality love a bit of vertigo themselves, but, you know, Cole, it's already coming down to what they've been working on, what they've been cooking up in these couple of weeks while the other groups have been playing out. For Vitality, it's been a bit of time since we've seen them show such face on this map. Always good in the past, but not so much this season. 9-0, this is a very different Vitality, a very heads-up Vitality.
I like the change from Cole, though. We haven't really seen too much effort to take this mid control. Oh, that's a little ugly. They're a tiny bit wide on the angle, and so Masuta, oh my god, it's all going wrong. Kyojin's 13-3 as well. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
This B aggro has been relentless. The bomb is now dropped outside of B. Blame F. I don't even know what he's thinking at this point in time. How do you want to recover this? How do you want to make something of this round? How on earth are you going to get past Kyojin now that he's got Shoxy here backing him up?
Yeah, if he goes through, make sure he checks the corner, right? Can be hiding out in the shadows there. Kyojin's aware, and he's going to have a look, but Blame finally went to fight back for Cole. Oh, no more than one, though. Apex going to trade, and there's 2 more CTs who are ready to drop in right together. Zywoo closes, everyone in the right place thanks to that bomb drop for Kyojin. And yeah, you mentioned his score, 13-4. He is having a ball right now, 10-0. And Cole, there has not been a round where it feels like they're in control other than those opening 3, or opening 4, 3 of which were 2-on-1s on that A site. And Vitality jumping over Boost and boosting themselves to this flawless scoreline.
So what do you think of cold plexity? You know, the idea that run boost, baby, NATO throwing around, but has he just been fed to the wolves? Is he like the goat from Jurassic Park getting lowered into the raptor's den?
What happened to it?
You can imagine. It was a goat with raptors. NATO does a good job of demonstrating it there. And Kyojin, here he is, lighting them up. Kyojin time, baby, USP. Oh, Shox. Yoink. You son of a gun. Steals it away. No ace today. Just S-Tag left, coming in late on a mid-lurk, and, well, he's probably going to face the same fate as the rest of his crew.
Yeah, Kyojin, great flashes as well from Vitality, just lobbing over the backside. Like, even when he runs out of ammo there, he's at no threat to death. Cole can't see a thing. And no way, Vitality. What a game to start off the playoffs like this, in this form, on your opponent's map pick. I don't know how you reset if you're Cole if this continues, if this keeps up. You at least want to try and get, you know, these kind of games, especially at this level of CS, they can turn around very quick. Cole, you get 4 rounds, you win a pistol, next thing you know, you're believing again. But those are big ifs and not when. Zywoo is behind you.
Crikey!
It's a pantomime.
Oh my god. Oh, baby, there he is. Zywoo realizes, well, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment.
Where's he got to?
Where's Blame F got to then? And he's found it. And now they've got this 5-on-4 once more. Tired of respecting smokes, Blame thought he'd caught a lucky break, but in the end, it was just teeing Zywoo up for even more. Little double from him over at ramp. Now he does get traded after that, so finally Cole have got this ramp control. They don't have the smokes to throw and execute, though. They've only got Molotovs and flashes, so there's no smoke pool. Instead, they're just going to run in dry, and this is going to leave a bit of a shooting gallery open of Vitality. Apex almost can't believe that there isn't a smoke in his way. And now he's waiting with this little pop flash, going to rain in through the top of CT. Plant coming in, Molly, try and make JKS uncomfortable, and it has, forcing the swing out of him and leaving it all on S-Tag. Dead to Kyojin, who is having a game of life right now. Another multi-kill out of the guy, and 12 rounds on the board to the 0 of Complexity.
I love that move for Apex, right? Like you said, couldn't even believe he got out. Well, the reason he did try to get out, not only the Molotov, obviously, but the rest of Vitality, even in that round, they're looking for the adaptation. They're looking for the change-up for Cole. We had, while their exec, if you want to call it that, is coming in, double mid-push for Vitality. They got all the info. They realized there was, no setup, no flank, nothing to worry about. It was all up on that A site. And then Apex is able to dodge death for a moment. And we saw exactly what we've seen all game from Vitality. Everyone swinging at the same time, facing together. They've been so good at that. And the more times it succeeds, the more rounds they build up, the more they're going to peak you. There's absolutely no room being given to JKS in that post plant. And it's not going to start now, Complexity, I can tell you that much. You're going to be given gunfights whether you like them or not. And I'm guessing they don't. 12-0. And seemingly no way back in. Poison's first AWP. ZywOo yet to don it. Shock still running one as well.
They hear all the footsteps going A. The mid guys are like, well, boys, we're in. ZywOo gets all the info, and this is where the mid players have got to shine. What do they want to do? They're just going to both fall back. No one committing to this wrap round, because you're getting dealt a fast A play. S-Tag with the opener. This is one of the first 5-on-4s that Complexity have had. You're hoping that this can be how they find their round. The kills are going either which way, and finally, Complexity might be onto something. It's NATO to close. And it takes them 13 rounds, but they get there first.
Yeah, Poison's up. That's when you want it to come through, right? Actually gets up the ramp firstly for a change. As you said, it was the mid-take for Vitality, only one man on A, and ZywOo sees them all too late. Does decide to get out of dodge for a moment on short. And once Poison's up on ramp, so many open sight lines, so many options for that AWP. He's just trading kills left and right. And good to see NATO coming in with an impact round as well. He's had a very quiet one here, 2 and 12 at the moment. But how are you supposed to build upon that? Cole, go back for it, go back for more. Vitality again, don't stack up on this A site. Leading away, it's only ZywOo. Gonna get flashed into play, and this could be a good one. No one's looking, and ZywOo traded. NATO keeps things even, and Blame up on the bomb site finds Mizuta. Only just gets out of dodge. Vitality still throwing themselves into the round, and it might fall apart at the seams. Lots of damage done. Someone needs to capitalize.
Yeah, Kyojin's getting mollied, getting naded out of the round. Shoxy's flank has now got to do it all. He's got it down to a 1v2. Now, I would like to say this much, right? The Vitality Twitter account did put out just a minute and a bit ago, when does Complexity play? Since then, Complexity have found a round. They're looking to get their second. Is this the dreaded social media manager curse?
Yeah, the casters have been there. They've done that, but anyone can jinx, anyone with the power. You just don't know about it. It's like the Harry Potter wand, It finds you. Shocks, 1v2. There's the D headshot, and now they know which side he's coming from. Blame dead, and JKS just one shot from death. Shocks drops the smoke, and he might even be able to stick it. Quick tap, forces the shot. He's got all the info in the world, and JKS holds off. Shocks another, and tagged again, but it doesn't matter. There is no time. The kill comes in. I think it's a Cole round. NT for Shocks, but that long rotate, even with the instant kill, is not enough. He knew coming up ramp there with an AWP, he's going to get double face. He's a dead man. And so NT, but not quite. Cole looking for 3 at the end of the half.
It's 12-0. Then the BM tweet comes through. Now Complexity are reinvigorated. They're bringing it back to life. 3 rounds, not a lot of rounds. Doesn't take a genius to work that one out.
Or a mathematician.
But it's better than getting 15-0'd, right? It at least gives you that little bit of breathing room. We've seen comebacks of this magnitude happen before.
At this event already, we've seen teams bottle 13-2 halves.
Think about FaZe Fnatic to refresh your mind.
Oh, it
it's
still
one
hurts.
that still hurts even now.
Oh, Masuta, mid-info. He's setting up shocks, though. He's just trying to get their attention drawn to his side of mid, and S-Tag creeps into the angle shocks. Oh, missed shot. Now they're getting closer. Molly doesn't give him a lot of room to work with, and Apex has been smoked off too. Good util for Cole. Flash through, and Apex, oh, it could have been a double, but instead is nothing. Now Cole walked the A-smoke right as Vitality peel away. Zywoo goes back to check mid, and that has given Cole space to find his third round.
Mid players looking to regroup. They might not even be needed with all the progress that Cole are making up into this site. Shoxy brushed aside by NATO Safix, and now Kyojin in a 1-on-5 while he's given us some great moments here. Sutton tells me this one might be a little too far gone. He's going to set himself up back in CT. He's been spotted now, and there's NATO to put 3 on the board for Complexity. It's not a lot, it's not enough, but can they do anything with it? Complexity have got a tall task ahead of them. Can they pull the fast one over Vitality? Well, Vitality fans should be very happy with the game that we just got out of these Vitality boys. For Complexity fans, maybe a little quiet right about now. You know, you're still reserving some faith for this squad, but only 3 rounds to their name. You know, a pistol loss, that could decide your fate here.
Yeah, that will.
Even losing a first rifle round could seal the death warrant. So a pretty rough spot to be in, there is no denying it. Vitality, are they going to give you any room? Are they going to give you any chance at a comeback here? It's 3 up through ramp early, but that bomb and Apex waiting outside of the B bomb site. This is the Hugo Byron special right here.
Yeah, they've even faked it out with a smoke from Spawn that landed on the bomb site. That wasn't thrown from ramp. That really sells this hard, and everyone's left B. That gives a lot of room. However, NATO doubles up in A. Masuta, the longer he lives, the better it is, and he gets out with 30 health. Bomb planted, but really, as good as it can get, Cole should be winning this round.
Apex with a flash. It's got to be a damn good flash at that. ZywOo up close, and him and Apex will get a couple of kills each. Apex dancing around, and he's made this possible with the dink. Flank coming in for Masuta, and this was meant to be a complexity round, but now it's just Poison left. He's sandwiched between two enemies, a rock and a hard place for Poison, and Masuta just will not give him this mid-fight. Smoke on the bomb, that's his only chance now. He's sticking it, deals with the first man, but out of time, out of chances. Masuta gonna seal the deal, and with Vitality winning that, they're looking to put Vertigo to bed very, very quickly.
Oh, that should not be Vitality's right. Even though everyone gets drawn out of B, Cole fall for the fake perfectly, exactly how Vitality wanted. But that double kill for NATO, you'd feel like that would set them up for the round. ZywOo and Apex locking down the B post plant, and Masuta, who just lived on 30 health, comes in with a massive backstab. Like you said, even if he peeks to Poison there and dies, that might be the round. That might be it. Like, Poison can stick the smoke with the kit, with the bomb, you know, on the site. It might be his. Instead, Masuta doesn't give him a chance and even shoots him through the smoke on the end. 13-3. Forced by has to work here. Everything has to work. You have no room for error. Shocks flashed off, falls back to the smoke, and now they discount the position. Now they consider B to be clear. It is not. In fact, it is getting stacked by the second. More players moving over. Shocks has made the call.
I really like it from Shocks, man. He waits in the smoke, he hears them coming down the stairs, and then he hears it go quiet, and he's like, huh, that doesn't sit right with me. He gets to the bottom of ramp, and now he's pieced it all together. Yeah, they've gone for an early info play at B. When they didn't see us, they're probably stacking the A bomb site.
Yeah. Cole love to do these saves, right, where they keep 5 alive and they get rid of the Deagle, and they save Deagle still next. But Vitality, I love this play. They're not planting. They don't want to warn Cole. They walk all the way through spawn, and Masuta is still on A to kill these saving players. Cole wanted to run this force by round twice in a row. They're not going to be allowed to if Masuta was to get away with that. There's still time to hunt, but you don't want to lose rifles when you know there's nothing to gain.
No, I don't think you're too dismayed with this save, right? You say, like, yeah, okay, they get to have another go at it. Maybe they can do some damage with this. You acknowledge that, but, you know, you've still got all the rifles here. You threw your one SMG at it. That little anti-eco seems very much by design. You know, like, throughout the entirety of what was left of the group stage when we saw Complexity play, we were referring back to how they play these force buy rounds, like you just said, right? Really not uncommon to see them just stack 5 players in a bomb site and then save. And it feels like Vitality tried to counter-call that to a T. They pieced together very early on what one of the 2 sites was getting stacked. They left Masuta there with the goal of trying to remove some of those saving players. It just shows that Vitality have clearly done their homework here, right? They've clearly looked at what Complexity like to do. And now I hear typing, and I thank goodness.
Worry.
What was
Very
that?
brief tech. No problems here, though. And now Cole, yeah, it's just... To put it any other way would be lying to you. This is a Vitality game. This is a lock-in. This is as good as done. You just got to make it so, get the numbers on the board, head to Overpass, and that's the big worry as well, right? Vitality, sick Overpass team, and this was Cole's map pick after all. Here we go. Couple of nades for Complexity where they try and save them for the post plant, or at least to stop the bomb from going down. Obviously, teams even throw them in fairly late, even when you're trying to play, you know, bomb plant denial. Usually, you let the animation go through sometimes.
In our little break as well, I saw Tigris come out from HLTV with a tweet saying that a 10-0 CT side in the 38 times it's ever happened has always resulted in a win for the team that was up 10-0. So
Yeah, not for the T-Bow in 10.
No, unsurprising. So it feels like, you know, that stat is going to be kept in good order, at least.
History gets made. It's a win-win, really.
Yeah, either we're here when history was made or here when history continues. And boy, are they both cool.
Forced forward by the Molotov. Oh, they line up! And a bit of team damage done. You had to take that shot. You had to shoot through your teammate if you're ZywOo, but that just gives S-Tag even more room. 3 kills. And then straight desperately. Good shot for Shoxy. One more man at the A site. And the late rotate of JKS. Life of a B player has pushed through and needs to have Poison stay alive if he wants to have any room to get this flank going. Vitality stalling gives more time for JKS, and here he comes as the smokes go down. Poison. Oh, they're out short, just dodging death, going back for a little bit more, but Vitality can get the planting right about now. It's all on JKS, the round in the palm of his hands. Oh.
Yeah, they've dealt with the first man, but now JKS had retrieved an AK, was hoping that could have been his golden ticket, but instead he's denied entry at the door by Shoxy.
Life of a B player, man. Walks the entire flank, gets there. You know, no better timing,
not
really.
only that, right?
Immediately headshot.
Exactly, and it's like, you know where JKS is going to be. You know that if you haven't seen him in the site yet, when you hit tab and you see who's still alive, you go, oh, he could be ramp flanking, and Shox just reads it like a book.
And Vitality are missing shots, right? You know, that's that goes without being said at 15-3.
I mean, so once again, like, draw some attention here to Kyojin and the fact that, you know, like, with us getting this performance out of him, Vitality is scary enough, even if he's giving you, like, a run-of-the-mill game. Right now, with him stepping up and, like, you know, looking like the most capable player in the server at times, it's making Vitality even more terrifying. I don't think you could have asked for a worse situation if your complexity here.
Cole with that one rifle round they're able to field on this CT side before it's all said and done. Can they keep this game going? Can they prolong it? Poison CT AWP. The one round he had at T side, he doubled up. He's got it towards B. Good timing on this peak as well, but it's actually JKS to steal the kill. Lets him rotate, leave Poison there with the AWP as JKS goes back to check mid. Coles still have ramp. They're doing exactly what Vitality did to them, but Vitality have a different answer. Flash through, forces some respect. The molly already pushed past it, mate. And Vitality are up the top ramp. Oh, good trade as well. More players at short reaggressing, though. Good timing for Cole. Vitality have yet to clear this. They've got Molotovs, though.
Oh, yeah, that molly is trapped, BlameF. He has no choice but to fight, and luckily enough, he's able to win them all out. Apex will get the trade, but now finds himself in a 1-on-3. And so finally, Cole, you know, they bring the rifles out, they're able to put up one more, but is this just, you know, stemming a mortal wound, right? Is this just stemming the bleeding, as it were? Are you still destined to fall here? It feels like, and I'm always one to root for impossible comebacks. Even I find myself struggling to make much of a case here.
And Vitality much the same. Gonna buy up double Deeg or double rifle, just whatever we can get our hands on at this point. ZywOo have yet to really see him AWPing in this map. Shox had it on the CT side. You stop being held, Blame can't see them. Even when you're aware of what Vitality is doing, that smoke is more favorable for the T's. They're doing it for a reason. Both players push back low, more so on Apex, thanks to that grenade. And ZywOo all this time has been looking for a B pick. This is a very common position for JKS on the B bomb site. If Vitality have done any homework, they'll know this. So Molotovs can be thrown, but they might not be needed to if ZywOo can find a little angle here. Poison going to move in at the right time, flashing JKS. This is a perfect play, but they're up in front of it. Good shot for Poison. JKS now attacks from the sidelines and mows down 2, dropping the bomb in the site as well. 5-on-2, Shox up close. Attention drawn by Apex, but he's dead as well. And it's all said and done for this round, unless Shox can do the undoable.
Yeah, spammed out, and it's 6 on the board for complexity. I'm a little bit, you know, bewildered as to how JKS goes unchecked in that position.
Yeah, Poison draws him in.
I get Poison's drawing the attention, but when you think JKS, there is one spot on the B bomb site that springs to mind.
The flash certainly helped, right? Poison gets this kill, fully blind, and then he just lobs one over the top of the half wall. And yeah, everyone's looking at Poison. Everyone's worried about the AWP. He's so patient there. As I was calling, maybe it's clear he's looked as far as he can look from the stairs. A lot going on and not a lot of time to react. For this round, not a lot to happen, as it's just default pistols for the most part.
Yeah, I think it was that Sinners matchup, if I'm not mistaken, where they seemingly had a set of nades specifically for JKS on that B side. Ooh, that's a nice little spray out of BlameF. And the Glock round has been laid to rest nice and quickly. This is Complexity up onto 6, pretty much guaranteed. Something would have to go really, really astronomically wrong for this to ever go the other way. And with this double setup in mid, it's nasty, it's naughty. And, well, there's the Mo down secured. S-Tag gonna nail them both. Now the guns are coming back out again for Vitality. Your little 1 round of respite is over.
The pain is only just beginning. We won't have to wait long for it. No AWP in this one either. It's just the bare bones buy for Vitality. Smoke flash on some of these players, but that should be enough, you'd like to think. This is where Cole have nothing to lose on the other side, right? They can play loose, they can play free, they can just keep taking these A-ramp fights. Shock selling some noise at B, and a more passive setup on that A side, leaving NATO behind the sandbags, position that Vitality got a lot of value out of it themselves. Flash, they run through the smoke. Blame has to give it up, but it's all a bit of a bait for NATO. They see him, poking out behind the sandbags. Now they know there's no Molotov, no nade. They're gonna have to clean it manual mode, and Masuta will, checking the back of the site. 5 on 4. Poison looking for anything with the AWP, but this wall of smokes has really not helped out NATO here, nor the rest of Cole, who can't catch an angle. They don't know how many players of Vitality are even here. They've got to leave JKS at B out of fear and fear alone. And the re-aggression, Vitality are ready for it this time. Or are they?
Yeah, the swings at short always get a little bit awkward, right? Very narrow, and so everyone's getting stuck on each other there, and it leads to Kyojin getting dealt with. A 4 on 4, Complexity able to restabilize this somewhat. You've still got the 2 smokes needed to execute into this A-bomb site. That's on ZywOo and Masuta. So right now you probably just play a bit of a waiting game, wait and see if any re-aggression comes through for Cole. Now they're gonna line up these smokes to try and make the push happen. Only 1 down, and they try to spot the player close, but ZywOo will land that little flick, and JKS is once again left in one of these clutches. Life of a B player. It's a horrible life to lead, all alone on this rotation. A lot of time ticking off the bomb just in getting him here. He doesn't have any utility to force engagements. He's got no way to bring the fights out. And so Vitality can just play time. They don't have to peek this. Shox and ZywOo as well are 2 of the best clutches in the game. This is a really rough spot for JKS. He taps the bomb. There's the peek. Double swung from short. And Vitality lock in Complexity's map pick with a crazy dominant scoreline. Vitality are here looking to make a statement, looking to take names. And as we get ready to head to Overpass, they're looking for a 2-0.
Main reason why we made it to the playoffs is because of the really, I guess you can put it like when you create a new team and you have new players and stuff like that, you kind of have like a honeymoon period, which is kind of what we're going through right now. I think we have a really good chemistry in the team. Me working with BlameF, we used to work together for a long time. Same goes for ECTag. So we have a lot of good energy in the team, really good vibes. Everybody is like with a really good attitude and open-minded to improve together as a team, and just everybody's putting a lot of hours. So I think that was a huge factor. Also, the fact that we had a boot camp during the group stages, so that also helped that we're all together bonding as a team, and I think that was a huge factor.
Wow, so I guess they played Vertigo, or well, they tried. It was Complexity's pick, and they falter it, fumble it, droplet, stumble all the way to the very end, sort of like me with this sentence. Vitality, on the other hand, looked hot to trot right here, and they actually put them right where they wanted to be in this series. Nice dominating showing from the French side. Leaves us a lot of questions here about Complexity from the side of Yanko and Maniac, who are here with me.
I guess we have to start a conversation with the first few clutches that open up that game. You have 3, I believe, 1 V2s being won by Vitality. Propels them, puts them in that very dominant position, right? And that's the problem for Complexity. Is there a world in which they can beat Vitality? Probably, maybe, but you need stars to align. You need to win these rounds. You need to have some sort of momentum, have the money on them. If you're going to lose these clutch, let Vitality go. That's it, you have nowhere to fight.
Yeah, you need to take advantage of the opportunities that come your way, really. And they lost those 3 2v1 clutches early on. Vitality got to a 4-0 start, got a little bit of a buffer. That's when they started with their aggressive plays, really, you know, and they were just dismantling Complexity. They couldn't even start the round, you know. Vitality was in T-spawn. Yeah.
So tell me this, guys. When you look at Vitality that show up today, I mean, we had the Vitality in Cologne. We know what happened there. It was pretty big pummeling almost. And, of course, they had, FaZe in their way. So that didn't really help. You think they came here with vengeance?
Yeah, I think so. And what transpires from Vitality in their interview as well is that the idea that they're only focusing on themselves, right? I feel like Vitality is a team that's been trying to solve issues for a while. And hopefully now you've had the break behind you. You could work on whatever you want to work. You made it through the group stage relatively unscathed. A good showing from Vitality. And now is the time to show that whatever you've prepared is working. And the first man we need to mention is Kyojin. Because obviously if you look at the stats, past him on, he's behind, he's at the bottom. But whenever he's got performances like this, I think you're building a bank of trust, a bank of confidence. We're moving into playoff, and that could play a really huge role moving ahead for Vitality.
You said Kyojin. Kyojin. How do you say it, Yanko?
Kyojin.
Kyojin.
I like yours way better.
Yours is better.
You got to put it like that. Well, he was better, at least in our Air Force aim high head-to-head. Obviously, Blame F stacked up on the other side. Not a whole lot to say about what was shown from Complexity right here. But you're
130, he's in T-spawn.
Yikes.
Deep in T-spawn.
That is fast.
Yeah, that was a real weird round, too. They had control of T-spawn and the bomb for the whole round.
Look at the way Kyojin is being used and utilized in some of these setups we see. He is the tip of the spear fighting on the CT side. And I like that. I like that because we know, mechanically speaking, he's extremely good. If you see his highlights on YouTube, it's completely stupid, by the way. I could never do that with 5 million hours in Counter-Strike, but he can. So if you can set him up, if you can put him in positions where early on in the game, he gets a couple of good trades, good fights, maybe with a good flash or a nice timing being found, then suddenly he builds up that confidence. And late round, finally, he can have an impact.
Yeah, we'll run the numbers one more time right by all of you if you don't mind. Kyojin, definitely someone to look out for as we go forward in the series. Yanko, a couple things I want to look out for, maybe even touch on and talk about, were some of the woes when it came down to entry kills in this game.
Yeah, I think it was just apparent for Vitality after they got off to that good start. They just didn't want to let Complexity get any space, right? They were going for aggressive pushes early on. This was the round we saw previously. They were in T-spawn, 1 minute 30, just that really fast mid push. They were fighting for A RAM, they were fighting for B lobby, like just constantly in the first couple of gun rounds, really, we saw constant aggression from them, even against these half-bites. Didn't want to give Complexity any room to breathe, make the game uncomfortable for them, and yeah, the players were just executing really well.
So when we take it from here, we obviously have to start to consider the next map. The pick of Vitality, Overpass, as we all know it to be. Is there a chance that Complexity could take an Overpass? Could they steal one away right here to keep themselves alive?
Look, it'd be a great achievement. It'd be a great achievement and a surprise if Complexity were able to push us to a third map. They've been able to take it away from VP during that group stage. That was with Blame F had a very, very good performance. So that built up a little bit of confidence, but we have to be clear, we have to be honest. Vitality have made Overpass their stable map now. They're on a 6-maps win streak as well. There is Na'Vi in that list. Yikes. There are some decent teams. So if you're Vitality, finally, you've built that map pool that you want to have. Did I shock you or something?
No, I just something came crashing down somewhere. I mean,
do you mean was that Complexity?
It's been like an explosive day all around.
Yeah, really some weird stuff going on around here. But that's a totally different topic. I'm not entirely sure we could go into that. What we could talk about, Yanko, is finding a will and finding a way for Complexity.
Yeah, I would say there's like a 10% chance for Complexity to win this map, really. They would have to have a lot of things going their way. Vitality just seems to be very much on point, you know, like they put some good practice in, the players are really confident. So it's not even so much as the map, just they look like a very well-oiled machine at the moment. That's why I think they're going to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, it could very well be that. Maybe we get the Mirage. Let's just say if we did, does it become an even playing field of sorts?
I'd say there would be a debate. There'd be a conversation, because in terms of momentum and shift of confidence, then Vitality would be the one with backs against the wall. Then in that hypothesis of yours, probably frustrated not to have one overpass, which they should have. But the problem is for Complexity right now, this is the Vitality at peak altitude, right? It's cruising control for Vitality. Everything is looking fine. Apex is having fun. High five. By the way, he had 16 kills, 17 assists. I don't think I've ever seen that in a game. He was shooting everyone and everywhere on the server, but he looked happy, and that's already a pretty good start for Vitality.
And we hope you're happy as well, because that does bring us to a close within this segment. We're going to come back with the next map of this series. We're looking at Overpass. We're looking at Complexity, trying to grab a lifeline, looking for the life rafts. But who knows? You always got to watch out for the ever-persistent iceberg. We'll be right back after this.
Yes, nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hello guys, it's Vinny here, and today I will show you some pro tips on the Be Overpairs anchor and what to do in some certain situations. So something basic that you should always have when you want to stop a rush is asking your rotator to do the smoke. It will land it like really fast on the monster, and they will need it to. If they are rushing, they will need to go through here. So if you're normally it doesn't even matter your spawn, you're just gonna jump right here. You can do a pop flash for you, then don't need to ask flash, just turn and spamming the right corner this here, because normally people rush in a single line, so if they're rushing pistols and stuff like that, you will be able to get some easy multi kills. Another rule that we like to have when doing this is always playing together with your teammate. Doesn't matter if guys gonna play the safe setup when you guys just holding pit. What I like normally to do is having my molly and my smoke. I just do this little jump on the ledge, because in this way you won't be able to get an insta headshot. It's really hard to get to kill like that, only if you get lucky. And right away when you spot someone, you can do that molly, and your friend will be holding this smoke here. You see this black line here. When you spot the guy and you just they're gunning up monster, he's smoking for you, and you land it real fast, and you just block the path from them. And that's an easy way to just block the CSG, because they would need to go out from this right side corner, and pretty much they can die from every angle on the side. So this is my pro tips from Overpass. I hope you guys learned something today, and thanks for watching.
Part of my story, I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win. Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big.
Team Vitality stormed the board to open up their playoff run, and what a run it will have to be with Gambit waiting in those quarterfinals for them. That's if they get there. Overpass is the only thing that stands between the Frenchmen and the next round of the bracket. 6 wins in a row on this map for Vitality, looking to make it 7. I'm here with Harry. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Vitality, they're doing good as well. They just farmed Complexity back on Vertigo, and so now we get to their map pick. Let's see how things are looking. Already a nice start for JKS and Blame F, as this boost is used to put a stop to the short water control. And now for Kyojin and Apex, left in this in a 2-on-4. The odds heavily stacked against them. And it should be around for Complexity.
Yeah,
there
just
we
stall
go.
out the should until they win, and then you don't have to worry about whether you're right or wrong, and you're not, because Cole, they do take the pistol round and start as they needed to in this second map. No sleepers to overpass themselves, but they are facing the kings of this one. Cole, actually, they played it once during the group stage, Harry. They took down VP 16-14, a known overpass team, but at the same time, VP didn't really live up to our expectations in their group. Vitality certainly did. Blame trying to get involved in middle, gets the flash nade combo off and gets out without a graze.
Oh, S-Tag's looking a little curious as to what lies back in Monster. We got this triple toilet set up for Complexity. And while this is happening, Vitality are working middle. So they might have to uncover the terrible truth that lies back in the toilets here. A lot of bodies there, ready to cause a lot of problems. Apex fires off, you know, just a shot through Monster, just to try to give the illusion that, like, yeah, I'm holding this. Don't come through that Monster smoke. But S-Tag heard the footsteps, and a part of me wonders if that shot might entice him in even more. While this is now happening, long control is going to be attempted. Are they ready for poisons? Good for the first, and on the swing, drops out everyone on the long side. As you look for this trade, this is where you uncover just how many players were waiting in the toilets. So wonderful little, you know, claps onto that attempt at the long and toilet take from Vitality. And Complexity are onto a second.
Insane shots out of Poison, making a Famous burst already. No, that's in full auto, man, and he's just tearing through them. Great shots, 4 out of 5 in the round. And yeah, only 1 casualty there, so no real problem for Complexity in terms of rebuying either. For Cole, just gotta, yeah, for Vitality, just gotta take the eco. Already a slower start, right? Just the fact that Vitality ran away with that, you know, 10-0, 12-0 lead back on the previous map just made us feel like this game was never going to go any other way. Well, when Cole started with the same momentum, the same dominance, at least in the first 3 rounds, that's got to feel a little bit better, a weight off of your shoulders. Now, these rounds can still get hairy, Harry, as a 2v3 ensues. Vitality grab the bomb and they evade.
Oh. Yeah, they're going to try and get cute with it. They're going to try and get a little bit tricky here in this 2-on-3. At the very, very least, right, they would love to do a little more damage, maybe get out of the round with a bomb plant. Sharks trying to clear short. Now, he should be ready for a player close right, but will he be ready for someone up on the railings? I don't think so. S-Tag able to remove the con component of this B play. Now, ZywOo will get into the B site. He's going to hit a weird timing onto S-Tag at short, but just looking away is as that peak comes through.
That's for you. That's CS for you, baby, you know? You never know when you're going to get peaked. If you're holding an angle, hold it a couple seconds longer before you look away. So we didn't have the time to do that, though. Bomb plant would have been nice, but without it, you're still going to be able to afford everything. Kyojin even saving a bit of spare cash. Going to be sent in first, I'd imagine, with the Mac 10, 2K left up, not even buying much utility. That screams that he wants to play a quicker round. And so in towards B they go. Vitality looking to start strong, flex their muscles.
Poison's here, though. That could be a lineup. It's a lot of damage, and he even gets back onto Pillar. Now dancing around with this orb. There's a second out of Poison and his AWP. And with the earlier tag onto ZywOo raining in extra damage, these players really are softened up for Vitality. Now desperately looking for a means to an end. They're going to try and get this bomb down. It's open for CT, but with no one peeking. Nothing offered up.
No.
That was your own flash, ZywOo. It's fine. Everyone does it every now and again, even dudes like ZywOo. He's still got the AWP. Can he tango with the best of them? Complexity moving in. Low on HP, even one would be good. Apex now left in this 1v2 clutch, hidden over at Monster. Smoke on the bomb. He's got to swing wide if he wants to put a stop to this. And there's the short peek getting rid of him. Complexity grabbed themselves a fourth. Vitality still yet to field around. They try to change the pace going into a fast B when they first, break ground with the rifles. And it ends up feeding this Complexity CT side another round.
It's still a very scary post-plant, right? As Poison, he may do a lot of damage here, but his AWP got gifted to ZywOo, and that's when you start getting worried. Luckily, Nato was already in water by the time ZywOo took out Blame. His own smoke actually gave Cole room to move. He just wanted it, to stall, to buy a bit of time for the bomb there. Apex forced out by the tap. And double AWP still in the hands, firmly in the hands of Complexity. Can't quite see the legs, they can see him. He does grab the shot. Poison, that's a bit obscene. Going back for another. Oh, the jump. All it's going to do is delay the inevitable, though. Apex will eventually fall. And now Shox doesn't expect a Monster repeat. He's found a bit of a timing. If he went there, he would have found players with their back turned. He still can. He still might.
Looking. Oh, now JKS is giving it attention. There's still all these timings where if Shoxy had gone, it would have been devastating. But now there's someone on his angle. JKS is here. Oh, mate, he's holding nades again. Shox has had all these opportunities where he doesn't know it, but there's been so many chances to have exploited timings at B. Now that he's smoked off, he's going to have to decide, well, do I want to hang around or do I want to go through it? He's waiting for a flash, but they turn away and they mow down this Monster push. Just Masuta left, 1v5 and a long way from home.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Vitality, right? Like, he's calling, all right, guys, I'm out Monster already. They don't know I'm here, group up with me. And they're probably going to go contact. They probably don't even want the flash, but then that smoke comes down. Shox, he either has to play in front of it and get peeked, and, maybe his barrel sticks out, or he has to go hide inside and wait for the flashbang. And it doesn't do anything to S-Tag up close. Him and JKS locking down Monster. And right now, there's a really good sign out of Cole. This is them showing some face today. In a series that didn't really have any of that. Mask on in the first map. 5 alive, the double AWP continues, and Masuta has to save his AK. Starting strong for Complexity. This was insane.
Yeah,
the first shot.
No, yeah, the first shot especially. Yeah. I've never seen, the Monster guy be the one to get out of it unscathed and dish damage the other way. All right, Vitality, we need to see some ideas now, because this is a little 5-0 start for Cole that they're very, very content with after how, you know, Vertigo was few and far between when we look at rounds that Complexity were able to field. Oh, they even silent boost the AWP of Blame up in Con. You can run and jump it from the stairs, but that makes noise. So throwing him up here on the boost maybe makes you discount this position on the mid-cross. That's what it's designed to catch out. Apex with a tag, but not quite the kill. And ZywOo dead down in Con. As you try to trade that, as you're tempted in by the presence of this Con player, that's where the little 1-2 punch of the AWP and AK hit you. Oh, Kyojin will dig out that AWP, but there's still a second man here. There's still NATO Safix to worry about. And he's being a nuisance in the backline of Vitality, just eluding capture and Con, not wanting to give this trade over. And now that you hear players spamming short, oh my goodness. Well, that pulled the attention away. Masuta does not want to face the connector player. A-Site only has poison in it right now. If you ever wanted to look at a silver lining, it's that. But even if you get this kill, even if you get in, you... Oh my God! All right, Masuta. But as I was saying, even if you get this, you don't know where everyone else is. You're worried about your backline. You're worried about the front. You're going to try and plant in the smoke. JKS can't find him through it. No. But there's that rotation up through Dumpster that will. And so it maintains this flawless 6-0 scoreline for Complexity.
Yeah, it looks good. All I'm remembering, all I'm thinking about there is that one tap. Honestly, that blows your socks off, mate. Warm feet. But still, Cole keep it clean. 6-0, as is NATO. You know, he was 1-12 at points in that first map. He was really having a mare. So this is going to be a lot more reassuring for him. Nice flick out of Poison, man. We're getting some sharp shots from either side in this second map. I'm glad Cole haven't gone down with a whimper and just gotten smoked on the second map of the series. No matter how it goes from this point forward, they've at least started strong. They've got that to lean on. Only one AWP per team. ZywOo now donning his. Wasn't really required on Vertigo. Did it for fun right at the end of the T side. But now he's got to find this opener. He's got to do what he does best and set Vitality up for success.
Poison and Blame are looking to fight you in mid. They peek ahead. Oh, Poison catches that Molotov, and NATO down in Con, he needs a flash to set him up for peaks. Timing's everything here, and there's the flashbang. NATO Safix has them lined up on a platter. Trapped in the connector, but still looking to fight. Will eventually concede some ground, give something over, and with Poison dead on short, it's opened up this 3-on-3. Look at the path that Shox has crafted all the way through long. Now, it might seem like a real gift having Shoxy here, but at the same time, all it's doing is making you say, okay, they've probably pushed B, they're probably flanking us through Con, right? The A bomb site is completely silent, and so they're going to be waiting around in middle for a long time, but the kills might come to ZywOo. There he is, patient for that lurking player. This all comes off the information that Shox has gained over in A.
Yeah. That makes you so mad if you're S-tag there. You're like, why is he still, there's 20 seconds left, he's still in middle, and there's another! ZywOo doubles up. You thought NATO had done enough in mid. Not anything of the sort. Shox with the information game to give ZywOo the double kill, and JKS didn't even know that they had that position gained already. Shox has been there all damn round. Lovely little path for Shox to get up into that MTA bomb site after he spots, you know, their very heavy mid setup. They clear Poison out. They know NATO's not going to repeat without a teammate there. Vitality, great reaction. You would still expect a third man on A, just given how much, you know, how many players of Vitality were spotted on that top site. But when you don't see them, ZywOo does everything they need with that information, putting Vitality on the board early on.
Oh, Blame trying to get confident with it. He's been very, very keen to fight middle with support from Poison. And so they're looking to make these mid fights happen again. Poison, dry peeked by Kyojin. That's a guaranteed kill for an AWP sat up in party, and they were never ready for the 1-2 punch of Blame F there as well.
Yeah, you wonder how much Vitality is still riding that high the first map, right? Like in the end of the game, in those few T-side rounds, we saw a lot of this. Like Vitality just confident, taking fights. Like nothing wrong with that, but you know, on Vertigo, it felt like inevitable that they were going to close that map. Here on the second, Cole coming with a new face. So Vitality are losing all their 1v1s right now, and that is giving Cole such a great route back to a win here. NATO considers nading the door, doesn't want to put himself in hot water. They're right beside. Will eventually come through. Shox has short all this while. That being said, it's still a 2v5, Harry. It's still not really a way back in for Vitality unless there are some big mistakes made by Cole.
Yeah, it would take some kind of divine intervention. It would take a bit of a miracle for you to close this out. And I think Vitality know that. They're not even really keen to move in here. Flash is going to go over, but Shox could just die to the short peak. ZywOo attempting to gain real estate out through Monster, dies with the bomb. And now Shox is going to get followed up onto as well. It's 7-1 for Complexity. You know, last time we saw these two teams go head-to-head on this map, we did have 3 players different in this server, right? Obviously, that was RPK still in over Kyojin. We're going all the way back to February here, right? That was Config, not out of injury, and that was Rush still in as well on the Cole side. But, you know, there, it was 16-2 to Complexity. ZywOo had a very, very quiet game by his standards. And so, you know, it shows that they've been able to nullify some of these key players on Vitality before. Admittedly, there's a lot of new challenges facing this Complexity squad that we have in the server. But, you know, if you've done it once, they're looking to do it again.
Yeah, it's certainly a route to that, certainly a good start. You know, we saw how keen Cole were to buy up the double AWP as well in the first few rounds of the half. The first rifle round they had it, so more than ready with what Vitality have to throw at them. And yeah, ZywOo, top of his team, but that's not really much of a statement there. It's a quiet one all across the board. This is where, you know, you hope Kyojin doesn't slow down. He was so key on that CT side of Vertigo. And JKS, honestly, on the other side, is having a much better time at things as well, able to have impact towards the monster position, a far more used position than maybe the B side of Vertigo can be.
Also, let's talk Connecto Sapphics, right?
Yeah.
This guy has been a nuisance down in Connector, mate. He has constantly uprooted these plans, you know, these mid-hits, getting flashed in by Poison. Well, this time, finally, he's not in con, right? Yeah. He's instead lent towards B early. So that's going to give you a little bit more room here if you're Vitality. You finally have this connector control that has been stifling you in rounds gone by. Are they going to be able to find anything with it, though? Because you're still going to get past this mid-hole to Blame F and Poison, and they are anything but forgiving, shutting down the first 2 that rear their head. Vitality left looking for trades that just aren't presenting themselves and aren't in safe locations to go and get.
Oh, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Good flash. Poison dodges it, though. Won't hang around and try and take a blind shot. Instead, he relies on the flick that he will hit, and Blame capitalizes upon it. It's only ZywOo. 1v4, 30 seconds to find anything here. And they're not giving him much. Blame's still in toilet, but double rotate up A with connector taken. You know there's no route to a round for ZywOo. He's going to have to save his AWP. And you talk about NATO, Harry. Well, I remember the first time, or the last time, he stood in for Complexity. I guess it was also the first time.
First and last time.
Well, it was a few seasons of Pro League ago, and I remember the debut map was Overpass. I remember it was T-side for Cole, and NATO was, you know, 10-0 in the first few rounds. I remember he was just running connector rounds on the T-side, popping into B short. I don't know why I remember that. I just remember how strong he started, and I was thinking about it because he again did the same here. He went 9-0 up on this CT side, was looking really, really good, or 8-0 I think, until they finally shut him down on that con flank round, where ZywOo got the double with the AWP. Vitality's only round in this game so far. This is a very different matchup to the one of Vertigo. 8-1. Complexity have flipped the script.
And would we really be commentators if we didn't look at the pseudo-psychology side of this as well, right?
Absolutely.
You imagine if your Vitality were riding this high back on Vertigo where it felt like nothing could go wrong, even when you were taking peaks that I think Vitality would admit were overzealous a lot of the time, you would still be reaping the reward from it. It felt like everything you did was working as best it could, whereas now you can't win a 1v1 to save your life. You can't do anything. It feels like every turn you try to take just ends in another dominant round for Complexity.
And we've had a lot of dry fights as well, right? Like Vitality just trying to peek angles that maybe you would get away with in a lot of games, but not this one.
I think the first, aspect of like having, feeling your mental game slipping away, it's like the first step always feels a bit like denial, where you go, no, I can still be as confident as I was. It's just a mind game at the end of the day. Like, I got this, and you keep trying to play, with what was working. You're being very confident, at least in how you're positioning and how you're poising yourself for fights. But you're not getting the results, and that's the problem, right? Like, you're dry peeking angles, it was working back on Vertigo, but now, what should have happened there is happening here. You are getting shut down. And so something needs to change for Vitality, and it's got to change quick. ZywOo's AWP looking to be that wind of change for Vitality has opened up into the A-bomb site. The rest of the gang hoping now to follow through. Misuta's Deagle has allowed for the bomb plant to come in, and now you're set up in a 4-on-3 post plant out in the open. Poison stripped the first man from the ranks, but he's surely dead to Apex. Double AWP for the hold. You're going to try and get them both out of there to play around this bomb.
Yes, tags are coming up quick though. He's walked the entire way. They don't actually know where these CTs are moving in from, but they've put AWPs in positions to hold off. Apex is not moving, and neither is JKS actually going down to save S-Tag. What's his plan? Is he going to try and sneak in at the end? They're running away now. He wants a couple of exit kills and backstabs, perhaps, and S-Tag doubles up. That's massive. Even if he dies here, those are huge kills for S-Tag. They can afford to lose a rifle here. Vitality, not quite as fortunate. Now, they do win an eco, right? They were planning for failure, and they end up with success. So Vitality still have enough for everything here, but those kills right at the end are going to have bitter consequences down the line for Vitality. So 2 for 1 right at the end is worth it. And yeah, Poison, he may get that kill onto Shox, but prior to that, firing blanks, man, if he was able to hit some of those flicks on Vitality's Deagles coming up into A, maybe that would have been a retakeable round after all, but JKS did not like the odds. And so Cole will re-roll the dice with another rifle round. AWPs are plenty. ZywOo heading short fast, leading with the AWP. The spam is in, and it's delicious. That's 2 rounds in a row. ZywOo's been put down to 30 last round. He went here, and he got naded really hard. Oh my goodness, they almost stop him right then and there. But he is taking a very dangerous angle.
Oh, yes, my boy. Wait. Oh.
Run.
Well, there was the chance. There was the opportunity. You're not going to get given that peek again by S-Tag. Not even he's wild enough to go for that twice in a row.
Yeah, and even, compare the CT sides, right, Harry? When we had Vitality up at this kind of scoreline, they were just taking every fight they could. They were swinging stuff together. Obviously, very different map, but Cole, they're not keen to give away picks. They're not trying to let Vitality back in. They're just playing their setups. They're playing their crossfires. It's a good read in this round, moving a 3rd man up A just now as Vitality leave the lower site. Only Shoxy there. And so that gives you an option to escape and go back down connector if you want, but you still have a lot of the map to clear first. 30 seconds, Shox leaves B, and it seems like Vitality will inevitably be walking into the stack.
Yeah, 5-on-3 up in A. Poison here with his AWP, and it's been a fantastic AWP to get to watch. Let's see what he can do. As now he's got to rise above it all again. First man in, first man down. Shoxy hits the deck. Blame F and Poison going on a tear, and there's Blame to close it. This double hold of Blame and Poison in mid has been, it must just feel infuriating to play against, the way that they bounce off of one another like some kind of pinball machine, mate. They're all helping each other out. The trades have been on point between these two, and then you factor in that NATO is there. Like, he died right away, right? Don't get me wrong, but it's the sheer numbers. It's the fact that Blame finally feels like he has a read over Apex. He has a read on the game. And he's in the head of the Frenchman right now, rent-free.
Yeah, absolutely. Apex, very different sights out of him on cam than the previous map. Laughing, getting boisterous. Apex is always loud, win or lose. But now you can see, I wouldn't even call that frustrations, but just shock or surprise from Vitality. How are we not winning these rounds? How are we, getting the first entry into a bomb site and still getting mauled like that? Great stuff out of Blame with a triple, and like you said, just baiting him for poison. He gets tagged immediately on that round, down to 10, and he still comes out with a double kill because Blame has all eyes on him. 9-2, Vitality back to the drawing board. They need something different. Poison's got a spawn. But Flash will keep him honest.
Yeah, I think that was a missed mid-Molotov, if I'm not mistaken, right? So Vitality were keen to explode onto the scene once that missed its mark. Blame. Waiting over here in Con. He would have heard the drop down, so he knows they're taking middle. He doesn't have support. He's here alone. And that kill is untradeable. Finally, this little dynamic duo of Blame F and Poison that have been so good at trading one another out if one of them does fall, well, you finally gotten past it. While this is happening, S-Tag and Co have taken Monster away, so they now know it's not a B player. It's not looking like one. They might start to shuffle players over towards that upper site as a result. We've already got NATO there. JKS still hanging around in the B site. You can hear these footsteps over towards Con. We'll take the gamble. We'll rotate up. So right now, this B defense is all hinging on how much S-Tag can get away with. Apex cleared it, but had already decided mentally that no one was there. He looked and then looked away. And now JKS is back in position in time. Molly it's short, denies the push. Poison catches Zywoo, trying to rotate back up to A. Now we can hear everyone else. Oh my God, a lot of bodies there. Too many for the AWP to deal with. This A bomb site defense now relies on NATO Safix being able to hold the line. He's pushed up at long. Vitality might not be ready for that. JKS draws the attention in, drops the bomb as well, and that's all NATO's playing for, baby. That's the round for Complexity with NATO Safix cleaning house.
Yeah, I love that round for Cole, right? The info, the communication, it's all pristine, it's all tip-top shape. Even when JKS makes that rotate up to AS, Tag calls very quickly that no, they are coming back down lower. I hear a guy running Monster that keeps 2 on B, and as Vitality lose this fight and they're all set up on short, they realize they can't even go, man. They're walking into what will be a stack, what will be early information for Vitality. They go back up, and the net is already closed on A. Poison's already pushed up. He's the early warning system. Yes, he dies, but then JKS throws himself to the wolves just to let NATO win the round. It's not about the kills, it's about the closer. And NATO drops the bomb with seconds to spare. 10-2. And Cole are just all over the board. Now they're starting to take more fights. Peeking down middle with the Org. It's Blame, Poison on Party, but they're already up past him. And does Blame know this fact? It doesn't look like it. Timing has been grabbed by Zywoo, but Blame turns on a dime and delivers the goods. 5-on-2. And this D ground is as close as it gets to closed up. Poison, he wants more, and he should have it.
Oh, Masuta. Wherever there's one, there's actually 2 is what, Vitality are having to learn the hard way right now.
This is insane. Like, this is such a beating. Vitality have had no room, even when they've tried on these default rounds to do, classic overpass, take water, get the mid control, clear connector, Complexity, push them back to the bomb site. So they do so, and they still always have the reads, whether it's, S-Tag getting aggressive and getting B info, or just stacking up A, because B is very quiet. Cole have had the right players in the right places in every rifle round so far. 11-2. And is there any undoing this scoreline?
Oh,
even that, how do you not get punished? Like, you get away scot-free. Back to the bomb site.
Well, they're trying to do something about this B aggression that they must have pieced together is coming through. They're holding on for it. Oh, Zywoo with the opener, and now he's out of there again. He gets the AWP off of B. And so now, finally, you're in a 5-on-4. No chance at a trade, right? And on top of that, you've kind of put a seed of doubt in the minds of Complexity. They don't really know whether this is postured to be a B or an A play right now.
I wonder if Shock's call to ZywOo may come back. There's an AWP in Monster. I heard the scope. Please check it, because that's such an aware peak for ZywOo. Poison was holding the metal great there, the fencing. That was so aware for ZywOo. It might have been communication from Shox. And even as you take this A site, you don't know about long. Your late long player is only coming in now. Shox is going to give that info, though. Now you know about at least one. And so Apex doubles up with a spray transfer. That's so unlucky that they peak deep long right as Shox gets there. Without that info, you know, I don't think Vitality are quite as aware just what's going on. And that might force a save. Finally, the money, it's not a worry for Cole, but if you want to have everything, you need these guns. And ooh, Vitality know that just as well as you do. Should be allowed from this point on.
Yeah, it's wild to me that Vitality are clutching at straws to try and manage a 4-round half, right? If they get 3-12 here, I don't know if that's enough room to recover. I mean, we already saw that be the case for Complexity back on Vertigo just moments ago. So you've finally been able to break this streak. You're hoping this is where you can chain 2 rounds together to close out the half. As you mentioned, because of that save, Complexity are going to have everything they could possibly need. Look, we got this replay. Wonderful shot out of ZywOo. Poison never knows what hits him. And it's that kill that really starts to have the whole round spiral out of control, because finally, Complexity can't go for those info plays. They're having to play very reactive. They get dealt that awkward timing over towards A long. And so you found your little momentum break. But was it just 1 round of respite before the dominance was set to continue? Gonna have this nade stack onto the boost. Woo! But the opener is actually Shoxy, spamming the smoke, dealing with JKS on the other side. Another early man advantage for Vitality. And so this is going to leave them right where they want to be to find 4 at the half.
Double orbs are always scary on overpass, and both still sit strong on this A site. That's where Vitality are just making a bit of noise. ZywOo throwing in his utility. We'll see where these Conga players go as they climb up connector, clearing corners. Orb is waiting for them, Poison. On the right angle. Oh no, he moves out. Good timing though, that's the bomb. That's all the info in the world. Yes, Poison dies, but that 1-for-1 allows you to stack A if you want. Cole are not convinced. They realize Vitality are gonna make a move back down connector, and S-Tag takes Apex with him. Still Vitality look to group down a B, and so Cole keep 2 here. This is still the perfect read. We said Cole have had every right play in the book, and this is no exception. Flash over, they don't know Shox is deep. S-Tag swings it though, and with a flash from NATO, takes out another. NATO's here to draw him in, and S-Tag's ready to knock him down. ZywOo will trade, and it's a 1v1 for the half between AWPers.
Oh, Blame's seen him. ZywOo, 15 seconds. He needs to get this bomb down or the kill. He's looking for the latter, but Blame won't give it over. Eventually just having to tap in these numbers. Blame fakes the run-up. On the angle is ZywOo, and there's 4 to close it out for Vitality. But is that going to be enough? They've given themselves a slightly easier time than Complexity had back on Vertigo. But to say it was ever going to be easy, I'd be lying to you.
Pressure in the tournament, I don't think so. I think honestly it's probably the opposite. Like the fact that we came into this tournament because of our situation, we didn't really set high expectations or anything like that. We just took a game at a time, and we knew that whatever we managed to do as a team, we should be happy with. So yeah, with that mentality of taking a game game, day by day and one game at a time, I think that helped us a lot at not feeling any pressure. So now going to the playoffs, we also have the same mentality. Like we're about to face, the best teams in the world, and we know that we are heavy underdogs in the situation. So I think if anything, like we have a lot of like surprising factors that could help us to keep going through.
Vitality take a deep breath as the halftime break concludes, and for Complexity, they breathe a sigh of relief. This series is not over before all is said and done after a dominant start on Vertigo for the Frenchmen. They have really been dealt their match here in the playoffs round of 12, and Complexity 11-4 up on Vitality's map pick. All right, I'm on board.
Yeah, I mean, they're out for revenge after getting dealt a dominant scoreline back on their map pick of Vertigo. They want to show they can fight alongside the Frenchmen here. How will their T side hold up? We've seen a lot of teams struggle here. Vitality apparently no exception to that rule. Oh, double nades onto Masuta. That sucks for him. He's just trying to jump peek for the info outside of B. Also, seeing a double nade stack onto the boost there, that might make you believe that it's going to be a B play, right? That's a decent bit of utility for a pistol round to have just been lobbed in to a bomb site that you might not even ever commit to if you're Complexity.
Yeah, the only problem with that is yeah, Vitality, they move 4 down B, and then they realize, like, nothing's coming, it's no rush, and that gives Cole time to go back up, and Cole has so much map control to clear out before they take A. So Vitality, it goes both ways. They fall B, and now they stack up on top. Shox' timing is going to be a bit awkward, a bit skew-if, and they might not respect that smoke. Why bother? Mizuta blind, great flashbang, and JKS gets the entry. He was only 10 health anyway after the nades. Apex has to give up A and wait for Shox to stab him in the back. But, oh, that's a light-out shot. ZywOo does the same through the smoke, and Shox is doubling back to long. The position he just gave up, there's no picks open to him, and not to anyone. In fact, Poison doubles before Shox eventually gets his revenge, and it's bittersweet. 1v3, seemingly undoable, even for Shox.
Oh, yeah, he's certainly trying to give him a run for their money, but they just won't fight him. That's his problem right now. They won't fight him till they want to, till they have to. And Nao Safik swinging at the end, puts 12 on the board for Complexity. What do you do now if you're Vitality? Do you want to force this? Do you want to try and, have you risk your first rifle round being against 14?
Well, there's this little map called Mirage, Harry.
Yeah.
And that's already entering the back of your mind.
Yeah, it does feel like we're destined to get there now, doesn't it, Hugo?
2 dominant games as well. Don't get me wrong, there's always time for a comeback. Pistols often seal your fate if the force buy falls as well. Cywu Scout, though. I've seen this one do some dirty things before. Already Cole playing a lot safer out of the gate, right? These are, you know, flashing party like that. I don't think Vitality ever did it, and Poison was able to get away with a lot on the party position with an AWP. Even in the second round, when you know only a scout can be out, Cole still play it as safe as they can. They creep up long, no one here. Cywu hears the noise, though. He knows at a certain point he's got to back up to the bomb site. Shox is going to see this long play at the same time. This is not fun for Vitality. They know they're getting toyed with, pushed back. And they still haven't rotated anyone up either. S-Tag's checking for B aggro. There's none of that for Vitality right now. And as a result, Cole are going to walk right back down into this lower site. Is Poison going to backstab, or is he going to sell the fake? He's thrown all his utility.
Oh, but now as you hear these flashes on short, Vitality are rubbing their hands together like, okay, boys, look, it's looking like we've made the right read here. It's looking like we've stacked our chips in the right place. It's just a pop flash through for Complexity. It's really all they can do. If you wait for that smoke to fade, you've got a matter. Oh, Vitality are rotating away. Vitality are going A, and it's only Kyojin left on the B site. Oh no, it goes quiet for so long that they start to doubt themselves. They start to doubt the stack. And they up and leave in the final 20 seconds.
I can't even blame them there, to be honest. They knew they'd given up all the room on A, right? They were playing back in the bomb site. Cole could be just around the corner on A, short in toilets, but they'd never seen anything outside of B other than the short control, which could have just been a ruse, right? 15 seconds on the clock when that flash came through Monster. There was no room for error for Complexity with that play, but luckily, as Vitality misread, as you said, well, there was no error to be made. 13-4, and a full eco before Vitality even have a say in this map. Gotta give it to Cole to get battered like that on Vertigo and come back looking this good. Not many teams can do that. Not with a standing, not in the playoffs. Not on their opponent's map pick. All these details pointed away from Cole. Yet they still held on.
Yeah, and power to him, man. I mean, I really didn't expect this. You know, even if you were looking at Complexity going, yeah, they can win overpass. They've done it before. I don't think you were imagining them picking it up this dominantly, right? That's the scary part. This is going to be 14-4 when the guns are next out for Vitality, and that's their one chance to embark on this huge comeback. You know, if they don't win that, then it's GG. Then it's over. Then we go into Mirage.
So these 8-legged creepy crawlies walking up into the A-bomb site right now. Flamehead making money. And, well, we'll split the check with NATO. It's only Kyojin's USP. And this is past the port of call. 14-4. So many similarities in this and that Vertigo game for the other team. And 5 alive is going to make things even finer for Complexity. I don't know. You know, you want to try and consider the comeback storyline. You want to try and hype Vitality up as a team we know they can be. There's a 6-win streak on the line about to be broken for the Frenchman on Overpass. None of these things matter with what we're seeing in this map and series. Cole, 2 rounds away.
Yeah, so as mentioned, this is your opportunity. This is your one chance to get anyone believing again, Vitality. Missed shot for Cywu on the opener. Nade stack back onto the boost, but this time doesn't find any damage.
Yeah, when you set the precedent of doing that play in a pistol round, you know Vitality are going to be very careful once the guns come back out. 3 nades this time as well. Masuta wouldn't have lived if he was there this time around. It's a boost up for Apex, gives you some con control, semblance of it. This is a B round. They went back up to A to show face, and Shock's timing could elude him. Oh my goodness, he has swapped sides with Poison. They look aware. Zywoo going to check it out, but oh, he saw the back. Zywoo definitely saw the back. Now Shox is looking in the smoke, and he's got the kill as well. 5 on 4. Vitality now know that was just one man alone. Where's the rest of the hit?
Oh, well, they piece it together now. Kyojin wide swings Monster and gives up that opening B pick. Masuuta's got to hold the line. The nade from Apex is good. And Masuuta's spray deals with the majority of these cold players. It's not cold players, that's COL. Just Nate Osapis now. And he will get spammed out by Apex.
Yeah, but it feels like exactly what Cole showed us at the previous map, right? Like just a couple of consolation rounds, or we got the guns out, or full try-hard mode, guys, don't give them anything. And yeah, okay, there are a couple of ways to slip up there for Complexity, but they have so much breathing room. I don't think at any point they're going to feel pressured. Not in these first 5 or so, at least. Poison's having a banger of a series as well, 26 and 12 in this map. Starting a T-side open, the first opportunity to do so. Him and BlameF were double orbing toilets come the end of the CT side. And Zywoo, not being quiet, in the top of his team, in fact, but not been much of a margin to work with here for Vitality. Cole again, walk up long side, no one here. No information. Zywoo's still trying to keep an eye on it with that front toilet smoke down. Shox is spotting it as well, but even a well-placed orb can find this pick. Flash does nothing. Zywoo hears it and he knows what's coming.
Yeah, but he's on a timer because of this toilet smoke eventually. He's got to think about conceding this. He does have Shox nearby to help out, and so striking the first man from the tally, Zywoo will now fall back, hoping that this baits them into Shoxy and this little double toilet setup. That was also the bomb spotted. That's why we're going to see this rotation out of Masuuta up into the site. Shox swings ahead of the flashes, and it's good for a double, dropping the bomb. Shoxy on a tear. Triple in the toilets and a 6th on the board for Vitality. It still pales in comparison to the 14 up on the board for Cole, but these are at least steps in the right direction for Vitality. Now finally breaking the money of Complexity as well. This 7th round should come pretty freely to the Vitality squad.
Yeah, very dangerous for Shoxy there to get aggressive, right? Like, you know you have the cover of Zywoo, you've got to hold his divider at the same time, but he hears that molly get pulled, and Shox knows he can get away with absolute murder there. Doubles up. Flash over the top and tries to take middle. Sees nothing. He's going to be calling to his team now. Watch out on that B bomb side, boys. Watch out on that boost spot as well. Cole are going to do this till he gets him a kill. And so I don't think we'll ever see Vitality be going for those early round boosts. Play through Monster with just pistols. Flash dodge, Kyojin. He needs some warm-up kills here, but it's only good for one after the Deagle bites back. And Masuut is under attack. Luckily, Apex keeps it clean. 3 up for Vitality. And, you know, you're up against the wall, so money isn't really a factor at 14-7. You're just buying until this game is over. Kyojin, paling in comparison to Vertigo, though. He's 5-19 right now, Harry. Certainly not how we saw him start in this series. He was 22-12 by the end of Vertigo. 22-7 in the first half.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a mare right now. And, you know, the reason the saying, the bigger they are, the harder they fall exists is for moments like this, in a way, right? When you come off the back of a chart-topping performance, you know, like game of life, as we were saying, and then you arrive here on Overpass wanting to keep that same positivity, that same, you know, confidence about you. But you're like getting wrecked even on eco rounds, you know, that just hurts the mental game even more. And I think especially for someone who is, you know, in comparison to the guys around him, so much less experienced, it can be difficult to get your head back in the game.
There's still time for it, though. There's still time, but Cole want to shut off the clock right now. This would be the round to do it, to lock in 15, to keep Vitality sweating. Mid-util going in, trying to push back this orb, but it's coming to them. Zywoo push party, sees no one. That is massive information, but a missed shot up close. NATO, dead man in the middle of mid on the stairwell. He's gonna lay there for the rest of the round, and the rest of Vitality, who are doubled up on long, push to try and flank. They actually decide against it, going back. Oh dear, Apex needs something, anything in this B bomb site, being sprayed right now, and he can't live, nor can he get a kill. 4 on 4. ZywOo trying to stall the plant out, could buy time. The nade as well is a big one. They move off the bomb in just the last second before it connects, and now the flank is set up on short.
Yeah, they've also taken deep CT, so these short players have got to alleviate some of the pressure, but instead, it feels like they're making matters worse. The numbers are thinned out for Vitality. This bomb isn't down yet, but it is looking to get planted by BlameF eventually, if it needs to. I mean, there's still 40 seconds here, and thus far, Vitality have been keen to fight you. With ZywOo winning that fight over Poison, now the pressure is back on these site players to try and get that bomb planted, and they start to realize just how deep this hole goes. They learn about the short player. They know ZywOo's up in heaven. BlameF does not have a lot of room to feel comfortable here. Anytime he taps this bomb, he's worried about getting re-peaked, and the tap and the fake gives the info over that this is a B play. The flash is brilliant from ZywOo, and it sets up Shox to close that round out cleanly.
Yeah, poor Blame as well, right? There's no open plant when you know, as you said, heaven and short are both taken. There's nothing safe for Blame. He has to fake it. He has to try and draw a fight out, but as he does, Shox calls for ZywOo to come back down, and he flashes it in. That looks scary for a second, though. Don't know what the call was for Vitality. They didn't want a full flank monster. They all wanted to group short, and that was fine. They're all taking fights. The big detail is Shox doesn't, right? 2 players die on short. Shox doesn't try and throw himself in trades. He slows it down alongside ZywOo, and he lets Cole complicate it for themselves. Awkward flashes in middle. Apex, though, takes the space that ZywOo couldn't. ZywOo now sees them, and that's everything for Apex. He was just about to up and leave, and now he knows they're coming his way.
Oh, no. Oh, no. ZywOo's dead in middle. Choosing to hang around, choosing to fight that. And now Shox.
Oh no,
he
not
can't
to pistols.
Hold on either. This might be the eco round victory for Complexity. They partial bought in this one. They wanted guns in the next, but they're here in the now and aggressing up towards this A bomb site. It's only Masuta and Kyojin left to try and make a difference.
4 to keep the map alive, and it's going to fall by the wayside. Both players dead to JKS, and everyone taking fight. The favor Cole, they're ready for it. They're waiting. They're sitting back, relaxed, with the clock on their side. And yeah, that is a frustrating round to lose. Everyone falls. Apex gets 1 there, and then the pistols come through. It's got to make you a bit sad.
Dude, I'm gonna cry, Shox. Come on now, dog. You got this, homie.
If you don't laugh, you will cry. Well, Cole are laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, that one felt a little bit like, you know, sunk cost fallacy almost, right? Like, they'd already had one man die, the others... I think once you lose Apex going 1-for-1, like, yeah, don't get me wrong, 1-for-1 against an eco sucks, but hey, it's better than what happened next, right? Which is everyone trying to trade those kills out in middle.
Yeah.
ZywOo getting caught by the pistol rush, and then Shox hanging around to try and have a big hero moment. You know, you had like 3 players attempt the round-winning play, and every single one of them ruined their opportunity. This aggression outside of B is caught by S-Tag, and so this might be the beginning of the end for Vitality here on Overpass.
That's not going to boost your confidence. 5 and 22, you walk T-spawn. Guys, I'm out monster, it's free. I'm in T-spawn. Oh, he's holding T-spawn. Okay, cool. And yeah, this is the kind of patience that pays off in dividends for Cole. It's what won them the previous round. Even waiting there in middle a few seconds, you know, allowed Vitality to get overconfident, to feel like they had that mid control. They're probably calling, like, guys, we've got full mid. There's 1, maybe 2 dudes here. Watch out your B side, watch out your connector. And then ZywOo doesn't realize they snuck up on the left wall. That's why he gets caught running back as well. So these patient rounds out of Complexity, it's not much to him, but they're all catching out the Frenchman. ZywOo legged on his retreat. Don't know how Poison hit that. ZywOo gone. Shox's orb now needs to be strong, and he'll find JKS, but Molly's down. Don't give him a lot of room to move. Headshot to blame, but Cole are not deterred.
Yeah, missed shot for ZywOo, and he's tagged low in the process. They're getting closer. Apex will hold the line for now, and ZywOo wins his long fight. S-Tag throwing into this clutch attempt, but he needs a plant and spammed out through the smoke. It was only a matter of time. Vitality find their way to 9, but they now need 6 in a row to force for time out of this game.
It's impressive for Vitality that they're still holding on, but ultimately you're just thinking, Cole, I've got this in the bag. You still are. You're not worried yet. Double digits is maybe where things get a little bit more worrying. But a patient start for Cole gives them those opening kills yet again. They can't quite close this time around. ZywOo's AWP has been through thick and thin, man. It's been holding on the entire map, even when the rest of his team haven't really been there around him. Now we're starting to get others stepping up. Masuta's had some rounds, Shocks as well. Nice shots with the AWP in that one. But it's really just been ZywOo. Even so, for Complexity, Poison's still nearing that 30 bomb. NATO's slowed down from his 9-1 start. But S-Tag has filled that void in numbers at least. 15-9, it's crunch time.
Yeah, look at what Vitality have got in this round. I mean, double MP9 up again.
Ooh, blind.
It's fine, it's fine. He's not punished for it. ZywOo waiting up here. Boosted angle at long. He's got Shocks alongside him as well. Missed shot for ZywOo means Shocks' MP9 has got to stand and deliver. Only good for the first. The AWP knocked out, and ZywOo's going to get out of there while he can with the 4-on-3. They need to be ready for someone up close on short. They're not considering JKS. Gets the first.
How?
Missed shots from Apex has meant that JKS is still a threat, still applying pressure. He's looking for the trade, but JKS takes Apex out of the round, and that's the A-bomb site wide open now. A start that looked good for Vitality quickly turns sour.
And that's been these last few, hasn't it? Cole, this is the closer. There's a kit available for the retake, but Masuta's making noise, hoping Kyojin can find something coming up through this smoke. It's gone down again. Re-smoke cut out. And as more time goes on and Cole don't see a flank, they start to consider that everyone's here just waiting behind this utility. There's the jiggle, and there's the shot from NATO's AWP. It's now all on Kyojin, bottom of the server. And he's not going to get lifted up here and now. JKS closes it out. 3 kills in the round from him, and massive impact to find Cole the closer. It was a little bit scrappy, but they get it over the line. They lock in the map pick of Vitality, breaking that 6 winning streak. And now we go to Mirage to close the round of 12.
When it comes to stealing rounds, and as a result, their opponent's dreams, IM Beijing Haijian was a great time for 100 Thieves. Vitality might have been a threat back then, but what Gratisfaction did was just a prelude to what was to come.
There's no bomb hunt yet. All the pressure of the timer right now is on 100 Thieves and Gratisfaction. These oh my god! Are you kidding me? Taking down Shocks as well!
The French fought valiantly and were able to earn some crucial points, but when the game transitioned onto Inferno, there was a very important factor that they didn't take into consideration, and that was JKS defending the bomb site.
They almost catch him at the angle. Can they finally bring down JKS? He's going to try and flash his way into a fight. What does it take to bring him down in his speed defense? The flash for the setup, and he makes it back around the smoke. He's still a factor here. Oh no, they line up behind it. I can't believe it. He's destroyed their team. There's nothing that will stop JKS. Unbelievable.
Mixed with motivation on the days that you're feeling down. Look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People want to see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Vitality get a taste of their own medicine here on Overpass. A matchup in which no one actually thought, I think, that Complexity would pull this one out. And the truth is right there. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the progress. 4 rounds from the side of Vitality on the T-side start. Not ideal, not optimal. For Complexity, though, you're real damn happy about this. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, Yanko and Maniac, I guess you could just say they kind of put it all out there, Yanko.
Yeah, they definitely did, Trace, and you know, I didn't give them 0%. I said 10% chance. This was that 10% coming through, really, and why? The main reason for me is Poison.
Yes.
Definitely had an amazing game. Yeah. I think also watching him perform like this on Overpass, you're really wondering why Complexity didn't pick Dust, because that was his best map during groups, right? You know, just let maybe the star players give them the maps that they're most comfortable on. Maybe they can carry you in this sort of a weird situation where you're playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful from Poison, and that much more impressive that it doesn't ever happen too often, right? That's the thing with Poison. But when it happens, then we can have a taste of how he can take over a game, and he was punishing Vitality every single time the Frenchmen were trying to be maybe bypassing a flash or a smoke or a shoulder peek, then Poison would be here to punish them. And just as a whole, you know, the CT game plan for Complexity was working. They were taking map control, they were taking space, they were being annoying for Vitality. But that's a problem. I mean, that is a problem for Vitality.
I mean, what's funny is, you know, Vitality is losing 3-0 here, and the first gun round this round, right? You look at this, this is a monster rush with 3-0 down, right? And that's why it's, you know, 4-0 obviously didn't work out, 5-0 and so on. But I like that. I like the balls to make that call, right? You know, you can look at it, didn't work out, it looks terrible, what are you doing? You're down a lot. But which team would really rush Monster in the first gun round after being down 3-0? Maybe they saw something that Complexity, when they win pistol and convert in the first gun round, maybe they start 3A, something along those lines. But you know, I like the confidence from Vitality. It was there. Sure, the result didn't back it up, but that's how you need to play.
A little bit of overpass preparation, too, from the side of Complexity. We saw target nades. They were trying to get the guy on boost multiple times, and I'm pretty sure after the first time, Vitality was like, we're cool. You guys can have that.
Yeah, we're not going to do it anymore. Look, when you're Complexity and you prepare for a map like this, the fact is, as Yanko was mentioning, Vitality is a team that is very momentum-based, mostly on their T side. They'll go for simple solutions and fast solutions for as long as it works out. But the problem I have is that I keep seeing this happening event after event after event. If there's a bad start, they struggle to shift the way they approach the map and to keep the quality of the rounds high. And this is something I really fault them compared to other high-level teams, is that when they're 0, 06, 07 down, mistakes start to happen. Individuals get flustered, a flash is missed. This is not supposed to happen at the top level. You need to maintain like a baseline level of discipline into what you're doing. And Vitality, even after winning that first map very comfortably, you know, smiling, high fives all around, you can see the frustration onto Overpass. That shouldn't happen.
So let's try this in a different way, because you've got the psychology thing going on, and Yanko, former coach of FaZe.
What do I have going on?
What do you have going on?
Not much.
You've got some things going on.
Not much.
Let's try it this way. Maniac, if you're Complexity, you just picked up you just picked up here, and now you find yourself going to Mirage. What do you say to the team?
I'd say that they have done enough to rattle Vitality, definitely. And I think they have to realize, they have to know that they put Vitality against the walls because of how Vitality was playing. And this is where if you blame if you're Peacemaker, you have to see it on the server as it's happening that your opponent is getting a little bit mad. So you make traps with them. You don't rush into their faces. You let them come to you. You frustrate them a little bit, and then you go on with that third map.
So inversely, you know, we look over at the Vitality side. They had a commanding lead in the first map, and now you've just faltered the second one. Your pick. What do you do?
I think you can't let this affect you too much. I think you still have to play with confidence. I think you can really... It's easy to, I think, predict what Complexity is going to do. They pick Mirage so many times. The game revolves around, you know, Blame F creating a lot of space on mid, most of the time with a lot of utility being thrown that way to mask
Config is not here.
What they're actually trying to do, right? And then the rest of the team is exploding somewhere and Blame F is coming in on the lurk. Okay, now he's playing a bit more aggressive. So you need to pay attention to that. You need to have a clear decision at the start of the round, the CT side. You want to fight for mid or you want to let it go? Like, don't half-ass it. Don't let... It's like eye candy, right? What Blame is doing. Don't let that draw too much attention. If you're fighting for mid and it's just him and you kill him, okay, you kill the lurker. They have the side, play the retake. If you're letting it go and they're fighting for mid, they're taking mid control from you, push the sides, like have a reaction, have something in place, and don't let Complexity start running around too much and getting, you know, an opportunity to play with a lot of confidence.
And again, in the Complexity camp, you know, what is it that you're trying to exploit right here? Are you agreeing with Mania or Yenko?
Yeah, I agree with Ispan. I also think that if you're Complexity, you know that Vitality will try to retain control of that game mostly through aggression. And that has been their modus operandi, right? We know Vitality like to grab the game by the hand and be aggressive. Let them come to that. Wait for them. Punish them. Make it so exactly what happened here on Overpass. They try to play fast and loose. They try to bypass a couple of protocols, Punish them for it. Punish them, and then once you have that rhythm, you can dictate it.
Yeah, well, the rhythm can't be there without rhyme, Yenko, and that's the one thing that we do know. We also know...
the rhythm of the night.
It is the rhythm. Oh, dang, you almost got me. We're going to be going with our rhythm, which means we go to a break, and then we come back with Mirage. It's going to be that third and final map for the evening here in the round of 12. Again, not to be confused by the quarterfinals. We'll be right back after this.
Yes, nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
WPC to the M4, swing back, and gets the kill. Orb can't line it up. 2 frags, Poison on the main, gets Sticko, now gonna peek back on Zen, gets the second kill. Third player, oh, he's clutched it! Poison! Incredible play! 4K, not the ace, but Sandy's pumping himself to deal with it.
From Heroic, they are few and far between. Nice find from Tessus.
Okay.
2 in fact. He hasn't ready for over. Just break and find him as well. Tessus is doing it all. And now Stan is his next victim. That is ridiculous.
It's a third map between Vitality and Complexity. If you told me this is where we were going to end up at the end of that Vertigo game, I would have called you a liar. But Complexity, they fought hard back on Overpass, dishing out what Vitality dealt to them to open up this series. And now we head to the Grand Decider, the place where the playing field is equal. S-Tag and Blame dead in lower tunnels to Shoxy, and we hit the ground running here to open up Mirage.
Yeah, Vitality gonna head fast into this A side. That Molotov will do nothing to stop them. JKS may have even been good to save it for a post plant or to stop a bomb from going down, at least delay it. But right now, Cole are all cleaned up through this connector. It's gonna be a CT plant with open lines of sight for Vitality. I don't see a way this can go wrong. That's how the worst rounds could always begin. But no kits here. One flash, bit of armor, and you just got to go in together. Shox is in the open, holding this line. Eventually going to give it up. Vitality not giving you a way back in, but in the CT sneak, Apex anti-flash. Got to be careful. They're walking up on him.
Ooh, he's trying to get it back under control, and Zaiwu will come in with one. JKS left trapped in the sandwich, and he's pincered by CT and Ramp. He is a dead man. Shoxy makes it happen. Nice. And so Vitality find themselves a pistol to try and build back a little bit of the confidence that was robbed away back on Overpass.
Yeah, nice round out of Shoxy, right? The double down under Complexity. They can't hunt these kills. Vitality steal the pistol. And, you know, that can mean a lot, Harry, right? Both teams to start strong on the opposing team's map pick have run away with dominant halves, 12 threes and 11 fours. So Vitality, a bit of momentum in their pocket, a bit of confidence back in their favor, and who knows what can happen. It's that or it's the reverse sweep. Cole forced up. Nothing new here. More than experienced on this Mirage. Not going to be able to put a stop to that one. Blame and Poison, however, fire off a little bit. Poison, they're up close, mate. Careful, those scopes won't connect, and it's the double jump for Masuta to get that kill and keep things under wraps for Vitality. Still got smoke down at CT that NATO's going through. S-Tag cut off the catwalk, and NATO can't muscle through the MAC-10. Open plant, or sorry, closed plant again for CT, but Vitality have all the real estate in the world.
Yeah, you know, if Blame F goes and flushes out this CT player, low HP Masuta, maybe there's a chance. Oh, Masuta, you little slimy devil. He gets away, not unscathed, but he gets away, and the numbers alone make this an undoable clutch now for Blame F. I was going to say, even if he dealt with Masuta, Apex would have never given him the fight from Palace, so it would have all hinged on, you know, tapping the bomb, forcing a fight. Instead, Blame F falls, and Vitality find that conversion after all. And there's a more fired up looking Apex.
Yeah, right.
Perhaps fired up for the right reasons now.
Yeah, it was quite the disparity between those first and second maps of just confusion on Overpass. How are we not getting any T-side rounds? How do they seemingly have every read, every stack? And Vitality trying to play it a bit loosey-goosey on that T-side was not good. This is a great map for it, though. Apex trying to take that cross shot. Little grenade to soften up complexity, but this is never supposed to be a round that gets out of control for Vitality. Only pistols, no armor on the most part. Running and gunning. Mac-10's best bet. 5 on 3. And the bomb going into B as soon as NATO tries to escape.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just hedging your bets, right? You're just hoping that by leaning in towards this A site, Vitality come to you, and they do, but not in the fashion you were hoping for. These are just players faking the A play now with only one player left. You don't really care which bomb site you end up on. You're feeling like you can beat NATO regardless.
Yeah, Shox is trying to get that gun at the end, perhaps, right? Hunt this kill for the money bonus and then grab a Galil for the bonus round. If not, then NATO will be able to sneak it. Shox reloads, more info for NATO, but just not being given anything. As soon as Shox sees you, he's going to have you dead. Ding, and doesn't matter. Shox takes everyone on the A site, and the gun as well to boot. 3-0 for Vitality. But the AWP is already in, and Poison, he was the man of the map back on Overpass. That CT AWPing was a delight.
Yeah, we're going to need to see something like that out of him again, right? You know, especially when you're up against Zywoo on the other side. But at least in this first round, you're going to be the only one donning that AWP. It's the bonus round attempt for Vitality, if you'd call it that. With a lot of AKs purchased up right away, doesn't really feel like a bonus.
Tag could be dropping nades here to try and help out those A players as Concrawl's coming in. Doesn't matter, he just gets domed, doesn't he? Zywoo's found one out on that A side of the AWP. It's got to do something, everything. In fact, jumping up is audacious as Kyojin comes through the Palace smoke, and 3-on-2 to the favor of the French. Masuta heard that drop, he knows what's up, and Blame's trying to climb into the window once again. Woodwork, tippity-tappity, and Masuta hears everything. Big ears in middle right now. NATO full flash, here they come, and he's barely recovered from the blind before the shot comes through. Is this going to be another dominant start for Vitality once they get the ball rolling?
It feels like it, and I don't know what's happening. You know, I don't think we've really had many a series play out like this, where one team just chains together like 9 rounds in a row, and then suddenly, you know, the CT try to do what they can to flip-flop a couple of rounds their way.
Even think about it this way, right? Like, not just in terms of trading gun rounds and going back and forth and momentum swaps, which none of which we've had. Second round forces have not been a thing in this series, right? Whoever takes the pistol has just been converting and running away with it. That's so rare to see in Counter-Strike right now, and in the group stage as well for many of these teams. Force buys are prevalent, so that's, you know, yeah, nature is healing. CS is returning to normality. But for how long as Vitality look to give us a nice quick 5-0 in this round? It's all on the next buy for Cole, right? Put a stop to these aggressive Ts. Try and dampen their confidence, because right now it's flowing.
Oh. And already, you know, this is a much better look at a Kyojin. He's already got as many kills now as he did in the entirety of Overpass. So just let that sink in. Just open the door for the sink. Let it right through. Of course, Overpass was a 25-round game. And in it, He managed 5 frags with just 5 rounds into Mirage, and he sat at 5-1.
Leave him alone!
I'm saying, though, this is good. It's
Absolutely.
nice. It's an important thing to note, mate. Kyojin wasn't sat there going, yeah, you know, it was a bit of a mixed bag on the day, but overpass, you know, not too shabby. Nice 5 and 23 out of me there. Like, you know, he would have been kind of beating himself up about it, keen to right his wrongs.
Absolutely.
And he's already well and truly on the path, Hugo.
Good for him.
There's more than I can say about you.
Oh, it's getting personal now. Yeah, I mean, starting strong, right? You were never going to beat your Vertigo score, that's to say for sure. Well, maybe you can now. 5-0, and here is the round that means everything for Complexity. Again, Poison, he was able to get 1 out of CT last time, but then jumped up into Kyojin. Sutra and Palace this time around. Quick A smokes, but players not to be found as Vitality will not commit. They send Shoxy B. Kyojin going to join him eventually. 3 up in the Palace with the bomb. Vitality really trying to sell this double fake. They throw nades A, they show B, and they go back to that A site. All it's done is draw Poison back, but that smoke's about to fade, and his sight line begins to open, trading onto Masuta, and he catches ZywOo down the ladder. Poison, that's more like it, buddy.
Yeah, the AWP comes in, a swinging for Complexity. And it's what might find them their first round right now, unless Kyojin can do the impossible. He was the guy over towards B with Shox, helping him try to sell that double fake. Well, now he's got to pull a bit of a fakey of his own and come up clutch in the 1v4. Poison there to close. 4 in the round for the guy, and the AWP comes out, and it delivers in spades. Complexity up onto their first. And a little pause cooled on through. I think this one's actually of a technical nature.
Yeah, little mic problem for JKS, but he'll get that sorted, I'm sure. And it's good to see Poison hitting the shots he has to. Hasn't slowed down. Yeah, that's an annoying round because that's a double fake for Vitality that doesn't really do that much, right? Like it would work a lot better if Shox is able to actually get value out of that B play there. And the awful part about it, just due to the timings of Shox getting slowed down by Molotovs, is by the time Vitality actually pop out A, that jungle smoke, while not being replenished, has just faded. And so Poison's able to completely tear them apart. Vitality aren't going to be forcing, you know, Complexity to fall for those ones. Not yet. Not at 5-0. They're not panicking at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little rough as well because I think Apex had like full faith in ZywOo and that little movement play to try, you know, pop out under scaffolding was going to deal with the AWP. Didn't look like they were ready for ZywOo. You know, they weren't even considering the chance that ZywOo could have lost that. And Apex was a little late on the swing to try and trade it as a result. You know, it meant that Poison actually had enough time to get that second and then third shot off. But it's all well and good, right? You'd rather figure this out nice and early on while there's still time. It's only 1 round. That's what you're telling yourself right now. Poison scoped up on Palace once again. This time only Apex there. ZywOo is instead working this ramp control, and Poison bests him. Even with the flash obscuring his vision, he's still good to deliver that opener onto ZywOo, no less. They will deal with a player over here on short and follow up onto Poison in the connector. Now, this kind of spreads your forces thinly if you're Vitality. You've got a mixed bag of results so far, but Apex is spicing things up in at this A bomb site, dropping onto JKS, and now getting out of there to go and get the bomb. It all gets weird with NATO Safix pushing the apartments like this. Timing is going to be everything. Apex, I can't imagine he wants to go back to A, but he's caught this player pushing through the apartments, and now Vitality know where NATO is. They know they've got him trapped, and they're going to go looking for this kill.
What? Hello?
Yep, there it is.
Shox had his knife out. Firstly,
as planned.
Why does Shox have his knife out? Secondly, how does NATO not hear that? Everything goes up in the air. Shox gets time to pull out the primary. The nade could be good if only the plants was low. Apex is now with Shox standing on 20 health, and that's enough to fire in the final bullet. Full faith for Shox in that round. I can't compute, Harry. I can't understand. They knew NATO was there. Shox knew NATO was there. He still didn't think he'd be on the stairwell. Knife out. Good night. And Poison's picks all in vain. Look, what is this? NATO should have heard that. Don't know if there's comms going on. Don't know if there's something else distracting him. But everything about that round for both sides, yeah, Shox laughs. Like, he's like, wow, I won that? Okay. was almost very awkward with NATO, you know, a few seconds earlier to T-spawn, and he might kill Apex with the bomb there, and the entire round is up in the air instead. It's been softened by Vitality, 6-1. And they hold on. Uh-oh. Little A stack with pistols. And the aggro has been ascertained. Shox bringing the pain and takes down JKS. He knows there's more to be found close on the ramp. So that flash play does nothing with the Molotov down. Vitality up and lead.
Oh. Yeah, they'll catch one of these orbs in mid-window. And it's all starting to spiral out of control now. Any hope you had of, you know, squeaking a little partial bypass Vitality is very quickly dissipated unless NATO Safix can really defy the odds here over in the apartments. For a moment, you thought he was going to go unchecked, but Kyojin jumps up, gets the info, locks in the round on the back of it. Can they get out of here with this M4? Apex dead, Poison doubling up, doesn't even have armor behind this. And yet he still managed to get you out of the round with not one, but two guns now. So you'll take that all day long. Vitality is still up to 7, though. And so you better hope that these saved guns and the AWP coming through can make all the difference in the next.
Yeah, another sad round for Poison, right? It comes in with big impact. It was the orb finding picks earlier and still falling on dead ears, and this one's no exception. A couple of kills taken to the grave, and a gun or two saved here for Complexity. It's fine. It's not out of control yet, but it's certainly starting to lead that way. Vitality picking up pace.
And so much of this right now is coming off of Shoxy. You know, we had him giving us little sad, pouty faces earlier on camera that was really emotional, and it didn't look nice. You know, like, well, he looked great, but you know, no one likes seeing Shox look like that. And so now we're getting a much more confident look at this guy, and he's really been the dude to create so many of these opportunities.
Yeah, we know Vitality is such an emotional team. Like, what a roller coaster it's been seeing their fan cams through the ups, through the downs, through the loops as well. And for Cole, it's been pretty, you know, flat-faced, pretty, you know, focused in the entire time. Now, missed window smoke there as highlighted for Vitality, but they don't care. No one's mid. No info gained or lost for Cole. Shox is walking up. It's a bait play. It's a player on the balcony you got to worry about. Molly comes in, though, so he won't activate yet. Zywoo, if he stays on that angle, the kill could come to him. Meanwhile, Cole want info. They want space.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've given up this mid control, as you say, so you better be taking real estate while this happens. And that's exactly what both Blame and JKS have done over here towards A. They're aggro set up towards Palace and Ramp. And if you catch this kill onto Masuta, you don't hear anything else on the ramp side. Might even feel enticed to start to shuffle this setup around. Oh, no!
How?
Masuta was never ready for that, but only the dink from Blame F gives him that fraction of a second to adjust back. Poison now at triple, tries to get out of there, but Zywoo's gonna find him. JKS has got to come up top, trumps here. Masuta has him trapped, and Shoxy's gonna trade the kill. Just wasting enough time to get Shox in position, so that was never more than a one and done for JKS.
Yeah, you can even, you know, that's good enough, really. Well, not good enough, obviously, to win the round, but that's all he could have done, right? Take that kill with him, maybe live a bit longer, but such a quick trade from Shox. He's just hopping over stairwell. This guy is hunting them down. This guy wants to face Gambit, wants to show and teach them a lesson, maybe. And that's the big fear, right? With Gambit waiting in those quarterfinals, nothing is safe, nothing is sacred. And even a win here is no guarantee to a run in the playoffs. Oh my goodness, Shox, leave him alone. 3-on-1, NATO will save the Shox. He is not taking prisoners. Dead or alive, and he chooses dead.
Oh, so I still can't get over this.
Yeah,
like
the dink. Oh.
When that's how your round opens, I don't know, man. It really feels like nothing's going right for Complexity again. It's like we're back on Vertigo. Shox looking clean, looking smiley, giving us little dances. Come on, Shoxy, baby. We love it. Vitality, you're up 8-1. And for Complexity, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. It's like we got the call that we really wanted back on Overpass. Oh, look at this. Oh, Poison nailing them, and he's still looking great. But where's that supporting act gone?
Yeah, and this is CT side as well, right? Like Cole have tried a lot of different setups. They've tried to actually they haven't really fought middle properly with like lots of numbers. Obviously, we have typical window smokes and all the annoying util that you can expect from Vitality, but maybe that could be the change for Cole, throwing it around to fight for middle. Of course, now, if this is going to be the one, as they look towards Connector and Window, Vitality are leaning A. We've got this fake again. Shox is selling them round after round, keeping players attentive at the wrong position. It's only JKS left on that A site. Poison's going to smoke B, but Shox don't care. He's going right through.
Yeah, last time he was punished for this. And so this time he shows a little more restraint in the smoke walk. He sits in it. Here's the flash coming, dodges it, and is looking for this opener. Now it's a nasty 1-2 setup, right? Even if he's ready for Poison at bench, even if he somehow finds the AWP, you hope that NATO can trade this out. The timing gets a little weird. NATO Safik's gonna swing now and puts his shot in his back. So now with the B play not working, not selling this ruse, and in fact, Cole are even rotating Poison over to A. They know what's happening, they know what's up. ZywOo with one. It's tried to get them in, but it's not really pried this bomb site too wide. Kyojin on the bomb might just get peeked from CT, especially as Apex is juggling nades around. Kyojin's going to try and cross, but is he ready for the close player? No, JKS beats him. And Complexity pull through with a second round.
You know, I admire the Vitality trying different things, right? They could just be brute forcing bomb sites. It is Mirage after all, but they're throwing in fakes. And yeah, okay, both fakes have actually been the rounds that Cole have won. You know, 2 of them. It was that, you know, same play where Shox went B-apps, got mollied, and Vitality popped out Palace late after smoking that A site to start. Yeah, it's a similar kind of idea in this one, right? Without the telegraph, the smokes on A, showing you started there. And that's unlucky. The Shox gets caught by NATO's Valk jump up as well. We've seen Cole do that a lot, you know, double playing the apartments, giving up middle, not playing short with the AWP. Well, now they have a double AWP. Now they may be fighting for mid. As they're expecting to see Vitality there. That's exactly what the call is. Jumping in is Poison, trying to get involved. Smokes a potential Molotov. But Vitality flashed out, won't commit themselves. It's only Kyojin. He should be dead. There's a nice shot out of Poison. He's full of them today and already starting to lean a third to B. Cole, they're starting to read. They're starting to understand what Vitality are up to.
Oh, NATO just saw a couple of boys there on that jump up. Mollied at the truck, but he'll extinguish it. And so now Vitality, you know, this is almost like a bit of a mind game between them and NATO. Oh, Apex, hey, buddy. Trying to come in on this short wrap, and he's done it at a pretty alarming pace. They should hear this, but NATO, caught looking in the apartments, is blindsided. Apex could be on to a second. JKS isn't even looking. And so Apex has opened up the B play. Oh, the timing on that nade pull. Shox will trade it out at least, and it's the double AWPs left up in this retake. They used the nade as a smoke, but even then, ZywOo's found through the lip of the boxes. And Shoxy's got to come up clutch. Bomb plant going in. Shox, as we say, double AWP to go up against. It's a weird one. Shoxy waiting for a shadow, waiting for the face. No one's moving now, and Poison will swing out and seal the deal. Complexity, they claim a third.
You gotta admire that nade call, right? That was perfect. They were able to grab the bomb, cross to the site with the help of the smoke, only for a moment, of course. But it all means nothing as Poison pops with the AWP again. He has been the hero of this series for Complexity, no doubt about it. You know, it feels like, obviously, with Config gone, we've seen a lot more rifling out of Poison, especially on those T sides, right? Yeah, look at that. Still hits the shot, second too late. And, you know, even despite that, Poison's been great on the rifles and T sides on Vertigo especially, but when we get him back in his element on the CT AWP, we get what we want to see. He mollied that window smoke as well, so it didn't bloom correctly. Shox, the man of the hour, closed out in the 1v2 by Poison and picked up to start this one. Cole are starting to find success, and this game is tightening up. It's no longer a dominant win for Vitality where they can get away with everything they want to and more. Cole are fighting for it tooth and nail. They know what's on the line, and Masuta lines up Blame. 4-on-4 now, he resets. or fakes the fact that he does, but he will be late stabbing Con as this A play comes in.
Yeah, S-Tag in a very out there position. He is relying on his Palace player, keeping him alive so that he can scope up on ramp. He's dead to ZywOo. Poison will deal with the con wrap, and now they have to try and flush out not only this AWP, but the player under bulk. JKS waiting here, dead, spammed by Apex. They now need to try and find Poison, and he just won't give up this bomb site without a fight. Oh, the flicks are fast, but none of them landing. NATO from CT had a chance, but it's so ugly. And so Poison, he's done it all so far. He's got to do it all over again now. 1v2, and ZywOo shuts him out. It's a round for Vitality after all. It gets real nasty there in the middle.
What more can you ask for Poison, man? It's all we're highlighting right now, but it's all that matters for Complexity. Another 3-piece of a round. But she's a ran connector there. I don't know if Vitality made the call to speed it up. That one seemed like a surprise, right? Making a lot of noise on the late mid flank. And NATO flashed off, comes to it late, and he's not able to perform. If he gets even a kill there, sets Poison up for the round, but instead, yeah, just brush it off. Oh dear, sinking in their seats are Cole. It feels like it's being stripped away from your grasp right in front of you. Not quite candy from a baby, but Cole not getting their sweet treat, just their desserts instead.
Maybe like a donut from a toddler. You know?
Yeah.
There's a bit more fight in it.
A bit more fight.
And it's a bit more messy,
nice.
but like, you still win in that fight.
Yeah, well, I hope. Hope you're not taking it in the first place, to be honest.
How many toddlers could you beat up, Hugo?
Do I have a gun?
No, no.
Do they?
Yes.
Oh, probably none then.
Apex, they're coming your way, buddy, and it's the lineup. Oh, that's such a horrible start. Apex has made them tumble, and ZywOo has secured another opener. Poison, he had 4 people here over in this A bomb site. Now he's the only survivor, and they're not even coming to a... Poor NATO as well. Guy finally leaves B. He goes, I'm just not even getting to fight anyone. I occasionally get to shoot shocks in the back when he runs away, and that's the extent of it. So I'll come A with you this round, Blame. We'll Palace put... Oh! Double lined up, mowed down by Apex. The round is done, by the way. Poison is saving.
Yeah, last time Blame was in Palace, he got that dink onto Masuta and just died to the 1 bullet AK. Oh, it's not getting any better. Shock clears under again from both sides. Poison gets one on the exit, making sure he doesn't miss that. For the double scope, oh, it eludes him. Shox is hunting them down where they live. 10-3. No toddlers stopping this man. My goodness. He ran right for the back corner. He was ready for that one. And even a gap in the smoke, Dink does nothing when it's ZywOo's AWP on the other side. And yeah, we're getting a little more hype. He's in their heads.
I'm pretty sure, like, because they lined up so badly, NATO either dinked JKS or JKS dinked NATO, one or the other.
Doesn't help. No, right? I think you're dead anyway. You're both jumping around the corner. And now it's just Eagles, Harry. Now it's just pistols and an SMG for Blame trapped under pass. And Vitality might just pass by it on this B split.
Yeah, the worst thing is Blame can hear all of this, so it's like they know of the impending doom that's about to approach this B side. I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry, you're in the wrong place again. All 4 of them wrapping around the guy. And Apex trying to clear up these mid players does offer an AK up, but that just might, you know, further entice you to look to save here.
Oh, it's quite a mess, isn't it, for Complexity? It's not the way they wanted it to go after showing such, you know, great recovery on the previous map. It would have been expected to see Cole just get steamrolled in this series, especially after the way the Vertigo went. But not only do they have the cojones to come back and give us a really good fight on that second map, breaking a win streak of Vitality, as we said earlier, but then they just get shredded on their go-to map, man. Mirage has been a staple for Complexity, and while Vitality, they brought the nail gun today.
And so now we either get a repeat of the Overpass scoreline or a repeat of the Vertigo scoreline.
I think it's probably the Vitality 12-3 twice, yes. Certainly seems that way. Although we've got the fall by the double orb, S-Tag with a quiet one here as well as JKS. I mean, you know, I could list out the players who aren't performing.
Here's the thing, man.
Why not just list Poison?
If you looked back at Overpass, right, Poison was very much the star, but he had a wonderful crew around him. It was really S-Tag and NATO that we were looking to. Now, Poison is still keeping it up. He's still keeping that same face showing, but we just need those supporting characters, those supporting acts around this AWP.
They're in window.
They are in window. They are trying to flush out this AWPer. And they know where this guy is. Shox, it's just a tag, and Shox is going to spam him out. They don't know about JKS at ramp. They never uncovered ramp, but at the same time, they never cleared it either. And JKS loves ramp pushes. They flash him off. Apex going to find him. It's S-Tag and NATO Suffix in a 2v4 retake at the A-bomb site.
Yeah, window ain't broke, but Cole might be. Can't get back through that murder hole. 4 on 2, and Vitality fan out looking for these frags. Where's the flank? They've already found it. Kyojin need to get back on double digits. Locks in NATO, and now S-Tag. 5 kills to his name, and looking for a 4th round that feels like it's destined to elude you. Vitality double-faced, even with a nice flick. It's 12-3 on 2 maps out of 3 for Vitality. They're looking to make this series a quick one, at least on the closer of Mirage.
Look at the tongue on that man there. Remember the tongue, remember the name, Shoxy. also having a great time right about now. Vitality fans all around the world rejoicing as they're getting the same squad we saw to begin this series. The Vitality that looked to be in top form. It's another 12-3 half. Now Complexity moving into a T side. And with really only Poison showing up to the party so far, where are the rest of the gang?
Yeah, you could just forget Vertigo at this, Overpass at this point and go, yeah, you know, Vitality are too dominant, 12-3 halves, great maps out of them. Can they close, though? That's the question. Should be easy, not always in reality. Complexity with elimination on the line, have a lot to show, a lot to prove. Poison flashing them through. Jungle, S-Tag with the opener, jumping into the site. Shots, too many targets, not enough time. And Apex not... Oh my goodness, 2-3 attacks! Apex holds strong, he's got 4 in the round. And it's Vitality to lock in a pistol. That should have been done right there.
I am lost for words. Apex came into this, you know, flapping his tongue around, looking good, but he's eating out of coal right now, that's for sure. Look at this, bro, disgusting!
How? That was Cole's way back in.
Oh yeah, no, he's up, he's walking around. Apex is leaving the building, he's out.
They've used attack pause for that alone. It's like when Blame F, you know, breaks the chair and Graham Pitt has to fix it on the sidelines. Yeah, you can use attack pause there. I don't think you're going to need them. Not anymore, not after that one. Numbers alone, that should be a lock-in for Vitality. What a dominant series to wrap your heads around it, folks. 2 12-3s and 11-4, all converted within the first few rounds of that second half. Vitality, well, they haven't converted yet, but if they were ever going to, that's the round that will pump them up. Nice to see a second standout player alongside Shox with all the clips.
Lovely, mate. This is unreal. And Shox and Apex right now looking down the line saying, don't worry, kids, we got this. You know, like, they are having an incredible game, rolling back the years, as it were. 4 spy up for Complexity. Once more, you know, we've been in this situation already. If they don't find success here, they're going to have one chance with the rifles to embark on a mammoth comeback.
Yeah, and even though, you know, we're in a time of 4 spies finding success, we said this earlier, this series has not been an example of that. It feels like old CS, Harry. It does feel like old CS in a way, right?
And you've got Shox and Apex fragging out.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah. Well,
like we're back in the golden years.
No time like the present. And what a gift this is from Vitality. Cole, can they break the curse and find a force? Or are Vitality always destined for dominance?
There's a little bait and switch set up here in Con. Might never see the light of day if Complexity do just commit to this catwalk up and move in towards the B split, which is what it looks like they're poised for. You gotta get past Shoxy first, though. You gotta get past Shox. And they try to chase him down. They do get him out of the ladder room. Now Masuita's here attempting to fill the void, the Shox hole, as some might call it. S-Tag plugs that hole, and now the B-bomb site is opened up.
All right. Kojin, what have you got for us then?
One behind him, one in front.
Quick 1v1 available. They haven't got the bomb yet. He knows. S-Tag is close, but he's only baiting for Blame in the backline with that spam. All right, forced by 1. Now we're talking. And now Cole are believing. It's all they've got. You can never afford to give up. And when their Pro League journey comes to an end, if this one falls as well. So, well, that gives you time to crack with coldzera. You'd rather long this one out. Nice D's for S-Tag as well. Already having a bit of a resurgence in this T side. Will it mean much though? Blame opens up and doubles down to Zywoo and Apex.
Oh, they heard the molly hit, Masuita over on short, so they know that he was just peeking, just creeping up. And, well, the only guy left is at B. They've seen him, they've got him trapped. Poison's gonna deal with him. And so Complexity, they can at least look forward to 6 at a bare minimum here. Still leaving them, you know, 7 rounds behind that of this Vitality squad. But you've at least got more breathing room than you ever had back on Vertigo when we first saw this scoreline between these two teams. There, you know, it was 1 round loss, game was over. Here, you've got a little bit of a margin for error.
just running amok in middle. We haven't had many mid fights in this map. Oh, you can't see, it's over triple. Oh, the connector hides ZywOo's head from Blame. They're gonna smoke it off, they don't know where they're dying from. But Cole still should be able to run into B for free, even though Vitality are running that rotate to try and pad the site. It's already too late.
Yeah, this is par for the course. This is fine. He gets 2 dinks off, but not a single kill. Complexity onto 6, as we say, but now the guns come out once more. So this is where, you know, we don't have the AWP in ZywOo's hands just yet. I wonder what Poison's choice is going to be instead. Looking like he's going to run that salvaged AUG in this round. And so it's AWPless into this first buy round. Now, if Complexity get this, if they move on to 7, break the money of Vitality, and then start to chain together these 2-for-1 rounds, that's where you start to get worried. That's where this can very, very quickly spiral out of control. If Vitality want to stop that worry from ever happening, they win it right now. They win it right here.
He doesn't even leave Con. They see the where. He could have run away, but instead he hangs out and takes down Poison with him. ZywOo, the heavy hitter, removed on Complexity's side. Blame hears the escape, and he tries to take space by walking the smoke. No one's looking. Sees a default player, and they see him, but too late. Blame dinked, turns back to CT, and that's when Kyojin keeps A under control. Shox is boosted on B's alone. If ZywOo can sell anything, bait them in, draw them away, that would be lovely, but Shox only good for one. ZywOo is crept out, and they have no idea the bomb plant could be denied right here, right now, and there it is. JKS falls, NATO trades, and it's a 1v1 against Kyojin.
Yeah, quiet game for NATO, but this T-side, this is his chance to right those wrongs. Kyojin creeping up, out into the open, and NATO is going to close it with the spray. 7 on the board for Complexity, and this is them at taking not 1, not 2, but now multiple steps in the right direction.
Yeah, that had to come through. That spray was scary, but rounds around, wins a win. That's all Cole are thinking about, getting those numbers back on the board. If NATO falls there, that would be a sad way to go out, as it probably would have meant the series would come to a close. Now Cole can keep believing, keep fighting for it. Another round over towards A with the smokes. Mid info denied, double smoke, triple smoke set up in middle for Complexity. They throw top mid, cat and window, really trying to keep Vitality out of middle. So they go, fine, you want mid? Have it, we'll stack A. It's only pistols after all. But Collar walking into the Lion's Den. Luckily, they got the tranquilizer darts at the ready. No hurry here either. The kills are all being delivered to NATO. Oh. And even when the D comes through, the trade is instantaneous, leaving ZywOo to get backstabbed. If it wasn't Blame to grab him from chair instead. 8-13. Baby steps.
But suddenly, you know, just 5 rounds between you. And as we say, like, you've got Vitality right where you want them, right? Every round that you win only leads them down this path of partial investments even further. So whenever you win a rifle round, it kind of hits. It kind of feels like a 2-for-1. And so, like, really, you know, there's only like 2 rifle rounds between this and an even scoreline. Running with that kind of line of thought. Shox donning one of the AWPs in this round, the other out on ZywOo, and he's taking it into the apartments, looking for a peek. On to JKS, who is just waiting for the time being. Very slow round for Cole. They know how much this matters, right? They know that once you open the door to Vitality, they're like a salesman. There's no closing it. There's no stopping it once you've let them in. Ooh. Or is that vampires? I always get them confused, but no one wants to be that first man to fall. And so it's a slow mid-take out of Complexity.
Oh,
ooh,
no.
The timing on the nade pull for S-Tag is brutal. And that's how the man advantage is given up.
Yeah, that double setup, right? He sees the AWP fire. He thinks he has a second to throw a flashbang to get him off the angle. Instead, it's Masuta quickly peeking off the back. Apex waiting for a window boost, and he might get delivered exactly what he wants. There's the bomb on its own on ramp. That could decide the round. Cole, it doesn't matter where your kills come through. They have to come through right here, right now. ZywOo back in CT, longer he lives, the more room Kyojin has on this bomb, the more time ticking away from the favor of Cole, and Blame's been cut down by the rotation. Now Vitality flooding the bomb site. They know that they've locked this one in, and Shox is here to confirm it. Only NATO Sapphic's left. And even if he gets this kill, there's no recovering the round. There's no moving away from the reality of that bomb getting dropped on ramp. Can't hunt the orb either. There's just no saving face, no saving grace, and ZywOo closes the 14th. Well, the buy eco, Harry, it's been revolted by Vitality. I don't know what happened there for Cole as well, right? Like, they set up for a B play with you know, one dude throwing in the late mid-util to maybe come up catwalk with poison on the orb, and then something changes in the wind and they completely change their mind. They go back to A, and in all of that time of going slow, going low, you know, all that space has been taken by Vitality. They had deep B control with the AWP setup in Masuta. They had Kyojin down on ramp. Vitality had so much more space than Cole were ready for on the ramp retake. They've already got to forget about it, put it to the back of your mind and try and keep this game raring on.
Yeah, we need that kind of hero to emerge, you know. We need someone to be our man for the recovery effort right now. Because if you end up losing this one, you're staring down the barrel of Vitality claiming this series in spite of your best efforts. They pick up the pace, they want to go faster, right? As you say, the slow pace last time felt like it come back to hurt them, and so this time they accelerate into B. Now they've still got to get past Apex, they don't know about it. He's going to catch the AWP with a knife out at short, but JKS will recover. This might just be a save out of Vitality. It wouldn't surprise me if it were. The money is still in a very weird spot to try and stop that 2-for-1 round effect, like kind of rolling over. They will just hold on to the weapons here and give it a go in the next. So the change of pace out of Complexity is nice. They go fast down Cat, helped out by, you know, some of the early engagements that we get coming through. The fact that you're able to get, you know, guys like Poison all the way down the short side with the smokes in. You get ZywOo out of the window. Poison rears his head into B. You crack the site wide open.
Yeah, that felt exactly what they wanted to do last round. That didn't go their way. I don't know, like I said, I don't know what changed to make them pull out of B apps, but that was exactly it, right? As you said, the mid smokes to get the AWP up Cat. Lots of attention on B from the rush, and good trade work as well. If Apex gets a kill there, if he even takes down Poison or drops one of the site players, then you consider that retake. But even with the flank coming in through T-Spawn, Vitality had a double orb. They don't want to go for it. They're fine with giving that up. They've got a little more room to wriggle with. Wrangle for the win. And they've even called in another timeout just to make sure. As far as these, you know, dominant one-sided halves have gone and then closed up even a little bit in the second one, this is where Complexity were able to close out Overpass at 16-9. So already if Cole can get a little bit more done, they're improving on these second halves that neither team has really been able to field. Gotta keep your head in it. It's still going. The night is long. Oh, heavy middle boosting ladder. Double boosting ladder. Gonna get there before Blame has any idea. Oh, that might be something, right? He sees Apex running window and he's wondering, what does that mean? Is there more control towards Catwalk, or won't worry Complexity, who are just going through the motions on this A site, forcing another save within seconds.
Yeah, the outcome of this round is decided instantly, like right away.
Right.
Wonderful little wombo combo of nades and the tag to Shox back in CT. He gets dinked through the boxes. Yeah. And Blame lands that little belter of a flick in middle. And so this was a round that never was, essentially, right? Vitality showed up hoping to play, and they're immediately sent looking for results in the next round. Complexity are giving this everything they've got. And finally, we're starting to get this supporting cast around Poison, right? Bit by bit, and especially since they've gotten onto the T side where rounds can end in a matter of kills, right? You don't have to get all 5 all of a sudden, mate. Oh, they're having a much easier time. Vitality coming through with another save, that's only going to entice the buy back out of them. And it's going to constantly keep them, you know, with their backs against the wall in terms of the money. Now, they can keep the pressure on. But up against 14, and with Complexity already having more than enough money banked up, it does sometimes get me a little bit worried, right? Because the pressure of having buys all the time matters a lot less when your opponents are going to be forcing till the end of this game regardless, right? If they lose one round, even if their money's broken, mate, they're still coming through with the full buy. So a little nerve-wracking, a little scary, especially with double digits getting secured. You come back out with the double AWP again.
Yeah. The comeback's still on for Cole. Kyojin now they get the ladder boost off once more, and Apex gets out alive. Luckily, that was a window smoke for Cole that gave him the room to do so. Maybe having a run boost here. Poison lobs a flash. Blame yeets himself in the middle. Nothing to be seen yet. And still this double ladder as well. They're not doing anything with it. They're not trying to fight mid early. That's often what you'll see, like an AWP go up there and fight CAC really quickly. And you know, teams are confused how the AWPs, they're so quick. No, it's more just a bait and switch with this double setup between the two young guns. Apex re-smoked at mid, loses all that info. The con smoke as well as Cole group back on up on the A bomb site. It's just Blame doing what he does best, coming through connector in the mid round to try and find these right timings to backstab. But it's going to go both ways. As he activates, so can they. Up in Catwalk, moving out through the ladder room. They spot Blame going through the smoke. Uh-oh, the info's there. Vitality now know what's up.
Yeah, still the opener is found by Blame F, and with not a trade in sight, it's all coming out of this next bit of contact. There's Masuta with 1, but with 2 more knocked out immediately after, and a double AWP and a 2-on-4 retake. I think this is once again gonna force the save out of Vitality.
Oh my goodness.
If only ZywOo knew.
I don't know why you don't give it the pot shot, right? Like at least try and get that kill, fire through. It's your only way to even consider that round.
So the other thing that's scarier about this getting out of hand and all these saves from Vitality is, like, with each round that passes and with each round being pretty clean for Complexity, they're going to get to a point where, like, it's always worthwhile hunting. I mean, I think they should be hunting even heavier now, if I'm being honest. It surprises me that they're being so reserved here. If you take away, you know, even one of these guns, it has huge implications for Vitality looking to the future.
Well, you also know it's double AWP, right? So you don't really want to be... It's a lot harder to hunt these AWPs, especially on Mirage. Like, there's so many awful angles to try and clear. It could be anywhere. And so, yeah, Cole at the same time, they're just thinking about their next round. They're probably talking about what they want to do, what adaptation they want to make to keep this comeback rolling on. This is super impressive for Cole, right? The first force buy win we've seen all series, it feels like, at least in those second round conversions, and they've built off the back of it. 5 in a row, Vitality found a 14th, now a 3-round streak for Cole. We keep having these saves out of Vitality. They keep surrendering early, and now another fight in middle for ZywOo. Molotov onto the smoke, but Collar in the rush. The run boost again, this could be a pick for ZywOo, but the flash is good and the run boost is bad. If anything, that favors Cole. It lets them get out behind the boxes, not on top this time. If they were, that might have been ZywOo's. Instead, mid now conceded by the Frenchman. These AWPs still trying to get involved. The flash pushes Poison back and ZywOo dons the angle even for a moment. Shox hasn't moved a muscle in ladder, holding the swing. Vitality know what's going on. They're just scared of lurkers, right? This is the time of the round where maybe a Palace player pops out or someone in B-Apps tries to create some kerfuffle. Right now, that's not the case. Collar grouping B for the full execute as Blame comes up through mid.
Vitality have just lent ZywOo back towards this A bomb site, leaving 3 players far removed from this play. Masuta is effectively alone. Now, Shox can come back and help him somewhat, but he's on this weird position because he knows BlameF is let loose in middle. Shox misses timings. Kyojin's found on the rotation. This is another round where you just want to save, but Apex has already thrown himself to the wolves. And so in the blink of an eye, it's only Shox left. If you weren't hunting before, believe me, baby, you're hunting them now. You want to try and take this AWP away because you know the implications it's going to have. Complexity are on to 12, and Vitality, they are crumbling on this CT side.
Yeah, look at the spread, man. Look at the mini-map. There is nowhere to go. There is nowhere to hide. Shox is a dead man. He just doesn't know it yet. Oh, it doesn't clear the corner, and Nata removes that orb. Also, as you said, Vitality just left the B side. They just lent away, gambled in that round. Off the back of that as well, as BlameF comes up through connector, and he often does this on these A splits. Look at his rotate kills. They mollied out Masuta, man. He at least has a position to multi-kill from jail. They perfect mollied 2 spots, one of them his, and that's the only B player gone. Apex throws himself in. He has to at that point. Try and hold on. And you said it yourself, Vitality are crumbling. It feels like that. Using more pauses by the second. This was a 13-3. It is now 14-12. And Vitality are no safer, no more assured in this series than Complexity are, maybe even worse off.
Yeah, the good times have got to end eventually, right? And so you're going to bring everything out once more, but you don't have that look into the future. You don't have that coming up next. So if you lose this rifle, Complexity are right there, 14-14. They're neck and neck, and they're fired up, having chained together all these rounds. If this next rifle round goes their way, for all intents and purposes, Complexity are in pole position. So someone's got to make a difference, and that man could be ZywOo, wanting to take fights, wanting to have a chance to fight on his own terms. Down here in lower, S-Tag mops up Apex and returns us back into a 4-on-4 right away.
That's a transfer, man. He's just spraying the smoke, trying to catch ZywOo escaping. Instead, Apex swings out off of it. Harrier to solo B again. It's just Masuta alone, and Cole, they might have made the right move, the right read in this round. They're actually peeling back. Looked like they were ready to go. It's just Blame. Bomb retreating through the apartments mid, fully owned by Vitality. They have Shox to hold under, and ZywOo watching the top side. It's a nice setup for Vitality in this 4-on-4, but it leaves 1 man per bomb site. Luckily, the bulk of the players coming through mid, coming to them. Oh no, Shox moving. He's activating, turned backwards was his teammate. S-Tag needs no support. The anti-flash player and him back up. Nata was never even spotted. You saw the bomb, but that's it. Which way is it going? Vitality have to guess.
Yeah, with that smoke going down at ramp, there's going to be about 20 seconds left by the time it fades, but the bomb's actually going back to B. That's because Blame has gotten all this ground. Now he needs to clear out Masuta. If you lose this fight, the bomb was coming to B. Now you've got 25 seconds. You've got to make a play happen, mainly in towards A. So JKS needs this kill, and he can't get it. They're out in mid without a paddle, all alone. NATO Suffix and the fate of this Complexity comeback now on his shoulders. 15 seconds. Time is not his friend. And he knows it better than anyone. Trying to make something happen, trying to make anything happen, but they don't give him the kill.
Has to stick.
He's got enough time for the plant. ZywOo! No, it does slip away. It's Vitality's round. He misses it by about a millisecond.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad. Kyojin tucking just as tight as he could in the corner. It was enough, Harry. And that round, that went from bad to worse. The A split would have been fine. Sure, there were 2 players there. B was the weaker option, but both of your split players, both of your solo lurkers lose their gunfight. JKS falls on ramp. Blame can't get out the B apartment on his own. And then at that point, you're just trying to recover the round. You're just trying your best. And half a second is the answer, is the solution for Vitality. It's kept them up on 15.
Right, I really thought he had it as well.
Yeah,
that
like
was so close. Okay, they're trying to change the pace again, but Vitality have also stepped it up. They've taken Palace away from the get-go. BlameF is playing around this con smoke from the beginning of the round, and Poison is already down short, liking what he sees at B, but they lose JKS at ramp. Blame dies on his A-lurk, and Complexity. All these rounds, the illusion of a comeback, and it might be nothing more unless someone can make a difference. Will they clear Shoxy? Are they ready for this this, man.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. It's a 3-on-3, and they've reopened a chance to keep this comeback going.
Yeah, but you're not saving this one. ZywOo saving the day instead. Plucks S-Tag out of thin air. 2v3, locking it down using all the util you can, but you don't want to be caught without gun in hand. Boost up for NATO. Poison with the orb. He has been the hero of this series for Complexity, and he's got to hold strong now more than ever.
Yeah, they're flooding out. Neo's dead. Poison's got to do it all, and Rap from the market. That kill seals the deal. Vitality, they pick it back up. They deny the comeback run to Complexity, and they stop them in their tracks, taking this series at 2-1 and moving on to face the Gambit boys in the quarterfinals.
We don't really care about playing any teams, I believe, as the only focus right now is ourselves, playing our game, trying to be as much effective as we want to be in certain parts of the game, and whatever the opponent can be, we definitely believe in our capacities to beat anyone if we manage to be high in these compartments in ourselves. So that's definitely the main focus.
And it's just like we all expected that Vitality would pick this up at the end of the day. Never even once was it close. Okay, I can't go down that. But there is a reality. There's a truth here. This might be the round of 12, but Vitality secure themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. And boy, Maniac and Yanko are excited to tell you all about it.
You know what? Excited is not exactly the term, Trace. I'm going to be real with you. I'm a little bit perplexed at the situation. Let's look at it in a very pragmatic way. Vitality make it to the quarterfinal. This is great. Job is done. If you're side of the team, that's it. Job done. Exactly. StarCraft reference over there. Now, my problem is you look past that point, you go a little bit more into detail, and then you see a Vitality who starts a great series, punishes Vertigo, then proceeds to get smacked on their own map pick, and then gives away a 14-5 lead on Mirage to only close it at the very end. And I don't know how much hopes and confidence it gives me looking ahead with thinking about Gambit winning on the other side. A win is a win, but man, was it complicated.
Yeah, that whole Gambit thing, that's something else.
Yeah, I don't know. You can try to be a bit optimistic every now
No,
and
you
then,
know what?
man.
I'm not known for that. I'm not known
You're
for
always
that.
such in a bad mood.
I am.
You need to lighten up a little bit. Maybe they were just overconfident after beating Complexity on Vertigo, right? Thinking, okay, Overpass, it's our best map.
Yeah,
Maybe
we'll
at the moment, it's going to happen by itself. And then, wow, it doesn't really go the way you expect. It was a wake-up call, and then it's just back to business as usual on Mirage. I think you look at the scoreline, you're thinking, wow, it was actually close. It wasn't really that close. It was a massive lead for Vitality after that first half, 1 second pistol as well. And, I think it was just a matter of time before they really closed it out.
Yeah, and I have to look at a guy like Shox overall. We're going to load some highlights up because Shox is Shox. He's a Shoxy Jesus in his own right. But that's Yanko. That's Yanko Poundovich. Oh, and hi.
Hi there.
No, but I think Shoxy definitely showing his worth right here. Definitely putting some stuff on the board. Now, Maniac, I know you're a big Shox fan.
I am.
So tell us all about his personal life and things that he doesn't want the world to know.
So what do you want to know? When he got a license or where he learned how to walk?
Well, we're thinking
something
something a little juicier like that. Like,
Juicier.
okay.
That night in Kiev.
Oh my God. Write a book about these nights all across the globe. Look, what's happening on our screen is way more interesting, way more relevant. A guy like Shox, whenever he gets 2 to 3 kills, I see you, Trace, in the pistol round, he will pop off. Right? There is something about his confidence. There's something about him having that momentum and rolling over opponents whenever he gets going at the very beginning. And that was an example right there.
It's true. You have these players who are like, dude, just give me 2 kills in the pistol round.
And then
I'll own them. I'll own them.
But then
I'll own
Apex
them.
doubles down. So that was pretty nice.
Yeah, but Shox, like on a more serious note, right? He in this team right now, he was the superstar of the French scene, right? He was a virtuoso, so to speak, right? And in this team, he's the T-side anchor. He's there with the experience, right, to kind of play on those sides, apply pressure, use his game sense really to take advantage of some small openings that he might see, and he did that. He did a great job at that on this map and really created a lot of space for the rest of the team.
Well, look, I think it's only due up, and I think it's only, reality that we catch up from the side of Vitality. We're going to have Shox joining us here in the studio to close out the day. Shox, hello, my friend. Are you there?
I'm Shox.
Apex. Oh, sorry.
Apex.
I felt a little. My fault.
Hello,
I can see you now. I don't want to say that you look a little bit better than Shox, but that's like a whole other thing. Hey, dude.
That's pretty true.
So talk to us about Overpass right out of the gate and playing as the CT side of Complexity over there on Overpass.
Well, I heard what he said, and well, even you're not confident about the next matches for us. We just play like garbage today, except that Vertigo and maybe that T-side on Mirage. I don't know what happened, but we felt much better from after the player break. But yeah, today was a disaster. Mainly our T-side on Overpass. That didn't happen for quite some times because we had a strong showing all the time on Overpass, like 6 or 7 times. But it's life. Sometimes you learn from what you did. Our Vertigo was good. Our Mirage T-side was good. DC T-side was tough. But yeah, overall, the most important is the win today. We didn't show up as we expected, but it's life. So we just need to learn from that.
So for you, Apex, right now, it is overall a good and positive feeling, right? I mean, you make it to the quarterfinal is great, but you had obstacles along the way. As I said, you lose your map pick, you had that lead on Mirage that goes a little bit sideways. You're still like feeling positive, or mostly positive about this one, right?
Well, yeah, because I know that with the team, it's always hard to play against teams like them because they have a stand-in, they have nothing to lose. They're trying individual things sometimes, etc. And for us, it's just a disaster. Like on the Overpass was really good, but yeah, they play so much individually, and we couldn't handle that, and that was pretty hard. But yeah, as you said, I'm pretty happy because we're going through. It's our first time in EPL playoff for our life in Vitality, so it's pretty important for us to go through and learn from our mistakes from last games. So yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, you're playing against Complexity, they have a stand-in, more individualistic probably. Well, your next opponent is Gambit. There's probably very little individualistic about them. So let's say what do you feel like if you show up on a good day, right? If you're feeling as good as you guys did during the group stage, do you think you can maybe take them down?
Yes, I'm not scared about them at all. They're playing good CS, but I mean, I'm not scared at all. I'm not scared at all. They're good. But yeah, it's fine. It's all good for us. If we play good CS, I swear we're gonna win. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, I guess we could leave it at that. You guys got anything else for the guy?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, look,
let's see how it goes. Maybe 16-5, 16-5 for them.
Yeah,
but if we're good,
I just don't know why did you get out of your chair after that pistol round? What, you're not used to getting 4 kills anymore? I remember a time where that was
really.
Like every other map.
Not really. No, that was just funny in the team speak. And I just looked like a little bit like Zaiwu when he did this 1-on-4, 1-on-5 against Navi in final. Like, okay, I'm going away.
Yeah,
this game is too easy.
I think
but remember, from that round, I didn't kill anyone else. I was 99, and then I did 1921. Good job, Apex.
I think though. I think your highlight was better.
Yeah, that's a.
Since I was like, that's
not really. No. When it's a final of 1-on-4, 5th map, no, this one was shit.
Hey,
he does that every day, man.
Yeah, he actually has a pretty good knack for doing that. Hey, Shocks, just out of curiosity.
Shocks.
God, it's because I have Shocks on my computer right here because I was just looking, and my next question has to do with Shocks. Apex.
Can you just say hi to him for Trace after this?
He's not even there. He's not even there. He's home because we're only 3 at the bootcamp.
No, I mean on TeamSpeak. Just tell him on TeamSpeak. Just say Trace says hi to you.
I will do it after, no worries.
Hey, so I really wanted to get in front of this now that all the wind's out of my sail. Who had the better hair, you now or Shocks in 2014 or 15?
It's not the same, and this guy was like too fashion for me, so I think it's him, without a doubt.
All right.
He had like also blondie hairs, like he had some shit hair for forever. So
love it, love the truth, and I hope he hears this. Anyway,
hope so.
I'm gonna not call you Shocks. I'm gonna say good night to you, Apex. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, guys. See you on Thursday for the winner interview.
Okay. We like that. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit of confidence coming out of there. Apparently, I'm just, So there's that whole thing.
Always great to hear from Shocks.
Either way, Vitality get it done, and damn sure wasn't Apex alone. Shocks had something to do with that, didn't he, Yanko?
Yes, he did. But I just like the confidence because I had to check when was the last time they played Gambit. They actually played them at IEM Summer and they won. That series. So I think he feels like they can match up well against them when they're playing some good CS. So hey, there's another matchup to look forward to.
That there is. There's also.
But that's 2 days from now, Trace. What do we have tomorrow?
We're not quite there yet. We do take a look at the brackets. I can tell you that. How about that? We got our other round of 12 on the other side of tomorrow. Is that what you?
Not the quarterfinals.
Not the quarterfinals. Not to be confused with Fours and Ints and Fnatic Team Liquid, because only 2 of those teams are going to be moving forward. So, I mean, just overall, let's look at where NIP and Vitality have positioned themselves now, right? So NIP are going to face OG. OG had a great series or a great run within the groups. And then you look at Vitality, who have Gambit, who always seem to find a way.
I mean, obviously, playing against Gambit, you're never going to be the favorite. I do agree with Yanko, and we echo Apex's sentiment. Their playstyle is a bit better for them. It's a bit more fitting. That's going to be a more structured game now. If you're NIP and you go up against OG, I think the door is wide open. It can happen, right? OG did show a great phase during the group stage. They went in, mastering that 5-0 lead, moving into the quarterfinals. But it's not like it's an opponent that's given us insurances that they're going to smack everyone. Absolutely not. Okay. There's a space.
I think they played really good CS, but just the name itself and the players, they
don't get that.
Yeah, you don't get that feeling that they're really there yet where they can just dominate a team like NIP.
Yeah, which is something I guess we just have to keep our eyes on. Again, tomorrow matches consist of Fours and Ints and a little bit of Liquid Fnatic action. So that should all be coming around your way around the same exact time as today, actually. So if you set that alarm clock for yesterday or yesterday for today, you should set it for tomorrow as well. Don't say anything, Yanko. I'm over you. It's done. We're done here as well. So good night.
Say it isn't so true.
Goodbye to everyone. Sing us a song, Yanko. Sing us out.
I can't sing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the river in the daylight. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.